And you know it. Oh, hey! Ah! I feel like the Little Mermaid here. Like, I want to be where the people are. Wait. I think. There we go. Yay. Off. 49, 48, 47, 46, 45, 44, 43. I think we're going to go to place, guys. What do you say?
Test, test. Joe C.
Talking for Gorilla here.
Test 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Good morning, race fans. Racing is on the air. To all of you around the world, we are in Homestead, Florida at the beautiful Homestead-Miami Speedway. 10 years of FARA racing, a 7-race championship series. We have prototypes, we have modified production, we have some of the most amazing sports cars in the world, and we will take it to you for an entire day of live streaming here from Homestead-Miami Speedway. I'm Joe Costello on the set, joined with Surf, a.k.a. Gorilla.
Oh, dude. You know, everybody calls it. I love getting called Gorilla. It's the funniest thing in the world.
We'll learn more about that later. Also on set, our roving reporter, Liz Gonzalez. Liz, welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you, Joe.
We are going to have ourselves a great time today. Now, Gorilla, 10 years of FARA racing, and it is getting bigger and bigger, culminating right here, right now.
It really is. I mean, FARA started 10 years ago as just an offshoot of let's do something completely different. Let's just have some fun. And out of nowhere, 10 years have gone by, and now we have the Miami 500, the race we're celebrating today, which is the Sunset 500, which is one of only 2 races at Homestead-Miami Speedway that is run under the lights. Of course, the other one is the NASCAR Sprint Cup Series.
A tremendous event here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. And Liz, you've been doing a lot of the promotional videos. You've been doing a lot of the social media. People are out there on Instagram, and they're going to be seeing a lot of your posts. You'll also be speaking with the drivers.
This is true, yeah. Speaking with the drivers and really getting their knowledge as to what is happening here on the racetrack, that's probably the where you get the real stuff.
But you really want to talk to the drivers, or are you just trying to talk to the drivers?
I want to learn.
She says it.
I want to learn the art of racing.
Okay, you want to learn the art of racing. Well, there actually is an art to racing. Racing is, honestly, it's not just sit in the car, push the gas pedal, and pray. I mean, there is so much that goes into it. I mean, Joe, we could really dive into this, can't we?
Well, is it an art or is it a science? And is it technology, engineering, math? I often say it is the ultimate of all STEM activities, which is very popular. And I know this is a family-friendly event, and we've got a lot of kids out there, a lot of parents always thinking, checking in from around the world, you know, racing, is that a good thing for my young people to get involved in? And it is absolutely the best. We're talking about chemicals, we're talking about fuels, we're talking about carbon fiber, we're talking about lightweight materials. So if you're into science, technology, engineering, math, all of that stuff, you know, the math may be the least popular.
Math is always the least popular, but it's definitely, for me, the speed part. I love the speed. I love the acceleration. I love going into a turn and just like, okay, how on the edge can I be? Can you do that with mathematics? Absolutely, but there's nothing like feeling G-forces on your body the moment you're going 180 miles an hour.
Absolutely, and the machines that we're going to be seeing here this weekend and today are some of the most exotic and elite cars out there, designed specifically for that purpose, to give the driver a thrill, and frankly, anybody watching, both here and around the world. Let's talk about the rundown of today's schedule.
Well, today's schedule, let's be honest, we're going to get into qualifying here in just a little bit, and as soon as qualifying's over, later on this afternoon, we're going to get into actual race itself, the Sunset 500, and that is going to be a sight to behold for real.
For fans of FARA or new viewers for the very first time, we have some sprint races, qualifying and sprint races, and then an endurance race that will go late into the night here. We're going to get our night on.
We're going to get our night on for sure. I mean, Liz is a night owl, lives in downtown Miami. Yeah, I just told everybody where you live. No big deal.
Don't give her address.
She lives at 1234. I have no idea the street address.
That's it. That's exactly
That's the
it.
one.
Yeah.
Apartment 5. Anyway, but no, we're going to have the sprint races, which are quick little 30 minutes in and out. You know, what they got is what they got. And there's no time for coming into pit. There's no time for overthinking anything, overshooting anything. You really have to get in there and honestly give it all you've got for those 30 minutes. And then, of course, the endurance race later on tonight, you're talking about 4 hours non-stop. And this is where really you find out who the real drivers are at that point. Because it's not easy to sit inside a race car, not only for 1 hour or 2 hours, but there's going to be some driver changes. There's going to be some tire changes, some fuel that needs to be added. It's definitely going to be a rush later on tonight.
Gorilla, you are the voice of FARA. Let's talk about this organization, how it got started, and why it came to be. We're seeing it now as this great family-friendly event. Some have even said it's a party where a race breaks out, which is great. But how did this get started?
Well, it got started, I'll be honest. The president of FARA, Tico Almeida, longtime race driver, champion, did the Miami Grand Prix a long time ago, the Camel GT races, did all these great races, and he said there is something missing. Something is honestly missing from the racing community. You've got great organizations out there that do weekend racing, which are amazing, but something was honestly missing. And when that happens, you see, here's what my fans do. My fans show up with gorillas, and they start dancing behind the cameras. You can't really see it. I wish we could turn the camera around. But we've got one of our drivers. She's from Ginetta, USA. Her name is Alini Cipriani. She actually can't drive right now because she's pregnant, and she's coming out here with a gorilla that they acquired from Australia and literally flew him on an airplane, a big stuffed teddy bear. And so she's dancing it around behind the camera. Anyway, back to what we were talking about. So when FARA originally started, oh my God.
Oh, it's
Thomas,
back.
our director,
Bring it
is
in.
bringing the...
Just send it.
There he goes. That's just the way it's done. It literally is a party where a race breaks out. This is what FARA is honestly about. Good times, good vibes, racing, and just having the overall fun that is needed in the racing community. Some guys get this and they're super serious about it, and they're like, no, this is my job and I have to No, dude, sit back, relax, go 180 miles an hour and have a blast, you know?
Well, we are in the right place to do it. Homestead-Miami Speedway, one of the premier facilities on the planet. Of course, the home of Ford Championship Weekend, where the NASCAR Series ends their season. But also, you referenced the Grand Prix of Miami, through the streets of Miami.
Yep.
And many people reference that as a golden age, not only of the city. Miami Vice was on the air. We were the
wow.
focal point of so many different things. But racing through the streets, a lot of the same spirit, a lot of the same soul of that event has been taken up by FARA.
It really has. You know, when you talk about the Miami Grand Prix, the original race in Miami that was held in the streets of downtown Miami, which today you couldn't have that race in downtown Miami even if you tried. It would be kind of weird, right? Could you imagine out at your house, stand on your balcony, here comes a car at 150 miles an hour, just meow, and you're like, what was that? I was trying to sleep. Not anymore. But, you know, we brought that same spirit, that vibe, that energy that honestly is part of what Tico Almeida has put together. And he honestly, he's a Cuban exile. He speaks very little English, but the man has a heart of gold, has been racing since the age of 13 in Cuba, and he said, why not? Let's start a racing organization. And FARA, which stands for Formula Automotive Racing Association, came to be in 2006, sitting around a table, and everybody saying, why not? Let's do it. And we did our first race right here at Homestead-Miami Speedway 10 years ago, and it turned into what is now, in my opinion, of course I'm a little biased about it, right? But the premier pro-am racing, pro racing without the mega sponsors and all this, you know, great stuff that we want to get to.
For the moment.
For the moment.
We're courting the mega sponsors.
We're courting them. We want them to come in.
If you're a mega sponsor, we're going to have some great things to tell you about.
We can talk about, you know, the car right behind me, the green Chevy Camaro brought to us by Tropical Chevrolet. You know, they said, hey, guys, you need a pace car? We're like, yeah. They're like, here you go. I was like, all right. You know, we're down. So, you know, we have folks that support FARA and have been part of the FARA family for a very long time. And now, you know, you're starting to see bigger organizations coming and really becoming a part of FARA, as well as our charity side, which is awesome. We work with the Veterans Trust, which is amazing. And these guys really help out first responders and veterans and literally give them rides out here on the track.
Very, very cool. Sunset 500, live streaming all day. If you're out there watching, be sure to tell your friends to share. Let's grow this thing. Let's get a lot of people watching and viewing, and all night. We're going to go into the night now. We've got qualifying races coming up.
Yep.
We've got endurance races later, but many different categories of race cars. Now, Liz, you're going to be interviewing drivers. A lot of categories of race cars out there on the track, from full prototype, the FARA Prototype 1, which is basically the top of the food chain, the great white shark of race cars out here.
Yes,
all
they
the way
are.
down to what? Modified production 4C.
Yep. Those
Modified
are the
production
smaller ones.
4C, smaller cars like Miatas. Liz, you're going to be all over this.
I'm going to be all over it. And guys, I do want to share with you what the broadcast schedule is going to look like today, what the race schedule is going to look like. So coming up shortly, like Joe said, we have the qualifying races. And I have a little cheat sheet here because with all of these categories of race cars, I needed a little help, a little guidance through this. So our first set of qualifying racers are going to come from our FP1, MP1, and MP2 categories.
Right.
Followed by a second set of categories from our MP3 and MP4 qualifiers. From there, at 1:40, we're going to get ready to kick off our first sprint race, which is going to be featuring our FP1 and FP2 class cars. So those are the big boys, right?
Those are the big boys.
Those are the big boys. And then after them, at 3:15, we get ready for our final sprint race, which is going to be all of the other big boys.
Everybody
Because they're all
else.
big boys. So it's going to be our MP3 AB and our MP4 AB and C classes. And then at 5 p.m. is when we get to do all the fun stuff. We're going to have our pre-show party right here on the grid.
Yep.
That's Surf Gorilla's hour. That's
Yes.
the
That's
hour
my
of
party
That is
time.
the
Gorilla
main hour.
It is, man. That's really where we light it up. We get it, concert style, loud,
Yeah.
fun, crazy, and really that's where we let the people come out, hang out with the drivers, touch the cars right before they're going on the
It's
track.
really-
So it's really a unique thing that we do.
It's definitely an amazing experience, especially for the kids, for the families. They get to get up close and personal. They get to get up
Race
close and
cars.
personal.
Well, we have cars
They get
on
to
track
see
making
the
their way
cars.
around, getting ready for qualifying. And one of the initial points of shock for me with FARA, with my background in NHRA drag racing, NASCAR, surf, and I have worked on Trans Am racing in
We
the past.
have.
And being in the racing culture here in South Florida and Miami, the access is unparalleled. That's one thing in drag racing that we pride ourselves on. The fans can walk right up and talk to the driver. That seems to be the case right here.
It really is. You can literally walk up to any of the drivers and literally, hey, let's be friends. Let's talk. Tell me about your car. Tell me what you've got. And it really does work out. We've got drivers as young as Ernie Francis Jr.
Wow,
All
Ernie.
the way. I mean, we've got guys that are 70 years old and they're in the race car. So, it's very open access. We're not going to be like, gates are closed, private. No. This is a family affair. Everybody here is part of it. And whether it's the fan or the spectator, all the way down to the driver and the pit crew, everybody's here welcome to really be a part of it.
I think that we're always trying to encourage family atmosphere within racing to promote those who love that adrenaline rush you spoke about a little bit earlier. And we're getting ready for qualifying here at Homestead-Miami Speedway.
We got qualifying coming up in just a little bit. You can hear the cars out there on track right now. They are literally going out there, getting themselves ready for that qualifying run, and they want to get the best time they can. And because, let's be honest, if they go into the Sunset 500 tonight, qualifying, not that important because you've got 4 hours to make a move. But for the sprint race, qualifying is everything. You've got to get to the front as fast as you can. You got 30 minutes to make it happen. That's it.
Let's set the table for this season. This is race 2 of the season. There is a 7 race points championship culminating with another live stream broadcast that will happen the 12 hours at the end of the year. Just another indication of how this is growing. The live stream was so well received last time out. Huge production. Obviously, I'm here. Liz is here. Gorilla, he's always here.
I live here.
He lives here.
I have a cot somewhere.
Whoever is able to bring home the championship will have accomplished a major goal.
It really is a major goal. I mean, when we did the inaugural Miami 500, the winner walks away with a $25,000 ring made by Proclamation Jewelry. These are the same people that make the Super Bowl.
Wow.
So, I mean, this is no joke. Now we're bringing in this whole new era of the 12 hours of Miami. Now, as far as endurance races in the United States, you've got the Sebring race, you've got the Daytona race. That's about it. That's really all you got. Now, you're bringing it to South Florida, you're bringing it to Miami. 12 hours of nonstop racing, and honestly, the granddaddy of all endurance races is really the 24-hour of Le Mans, but we're not in France. So we got to have something here for us too, right?
I like how you say that. You say Le Mans.
Le Mans.
You didn't say Le Mans.
Well, no, it's not Le Mans. Le Mans sounds like, you're going to Le Mans class, Breathe. No, that's not it. It's Le Mans.
Which, incidentally, is a huge party, and there's something to be said about endurance racing, sports car racing. Le Mans, huge party. 12 hours of Sebring, huge party. Rolex 24, huge party. FARA Sunset 500.
It's a party that a race breaks out in.
Which I love.
It's literally the best way.
It's a party. There just happens to be a race
Exactly.
happening.
It's a huge party that just happens to have a race attached to it. And that's the beauty of it. You go to all these other events, right? You talk to all these other people that do what we do in the racing world. And they're so wrapped up in, no, my car and my class and I have to do. And here, yes, you have your car, you have your class, but we took a page out of the American Le Mans series and said, why don't they all run together? All 11 classes run together in FARA.
So if you have a Mazda Miata, if you have a Honda Civic, and you want to race the car, if you've got a 430 Italia, whatever you have, there is a home for it somewhere in the ranks in FARA.
Absolutely. You can come out with a Honda Civic, and as long as you are within the specs that we have in our rules, all you got to do is get your competition license, go out and run.
And when you say specs within the rules, I've got to say, I've seen many different rule books and different stringent policies. They're pretty open, certain displacement and above certain category, certain displacement below certain category. Got to have a roll cage. Obviously, safety is one area where there is no compromising.
Yeah, safety, we do not compromise. They have to have a fire bottle inside the car. They all have to wear fire suits inside the car, the drivers. When they come and do a pit stop, the fueler has to be in a full fire suit from head to toe. There's got to be, you name it, there's got to be 10-pound fire bottles on the other side of pit wall. There's so many things that the average person does not see and doesn't know is there. But we're telling you, they've got fire extinguishers. These cars get so hot. It's ridiculous. A turbo can get to couple 100 degrees. Is
hotter than I want to go near it.
Hotter than I would ever we could do barbecue on it, right?
Oh, more than that. Yeah.
So honestly, we have protection. We have great emergency services at the track. This is not like we're just, hey, let's get on the street and drive. No. We don't condone that at all.
And that is a big part of this. If you have a performance car, if you're interested in the performance side of things, and you want to really put it through its paces, yeah, it might go around a corner or two real well out there on the street or on an off-ramp, but this is where you really get to put it through its paces, and it is a welcoming and inclusive group. So there might be someone right here in Miami watching or somewhere reasonably close who says, you know what, that next event, I want to go participate. Sir, how do they do that?
Well, here's the best part about it. We're not only a racing organization that says, hey, come race. No, we're also telling you, hey, come learn. Because we have our own academy where we teach you how to drive, and you can honestly work your way up to get your competition license to where you go from being a student to being a professional driver.
That's great. And of course, Liz and I are going to work the angle to get into that, right?
I know. I'm sitting here thinking, I wonder if my little yellow Focus, how it would run out on the track here.
We can make that happen. We'll talk about how much you can pay me for that later.
Yellow Focus
Fair.
sounds like an MP4C. What do you think?
That would definitely be an MP4C for real.
I like it.
For sure.
Now, Liz, what are you most excited about getting out here, talking to these drivers as they go through this event? And there's several different things going on. As Gorilla mentioned, there's the sprint race, there's qualifying, there's the endurance race, there's going to be a weather change. It's going to go from light to dark. We are going to experience many different changes. As you look forward at the next, let's call it 12 hours of our lives, what are you most excited to see?
I really want to know what these drivers do to... This is a marathon of a race. So what does it take? How do you prepare to drive for 4 hours? I just ran my first half marathon where I ran for 2 hours of running, and it got to be mental. You know, you're out there, you're thinking, like, these drivers are in the car by themselves on the track, but how do you prepare for that?
Well, I'll tell you this. For the drivers, this is not just a get in the car and go kind of a thing.
When was your last half marathon there, Gorilla?
Well, my last half marathon was last night in my sleep. I honestly laid down and I dreamt about running 13 point something miles, 13.2 miles. I mean, no. Marathon? Me? Do you see this? I'm not going to be doing any marathons.
Well, we can run together. I'll run with you.
We'll work on it?
We'll work on it.
All right. But it is a marathon for our drivers. It is really a workout for them inside the car. It gets to about 120, 125 degrees inside the car for the driver, and that's not including how they feel with the race suit on. So it gets even hotter.
And people don't often consider, there's always that debate about race drivers, are they athletes? I come down on absolutely they are. But you mentioned in this case, these are gentlemen racers in many cases. They've got a business, they work, this is their hobby, this is what they like to do, and then they're going to come out and do a 4-hour endurance race. They might not be spending 2 hours a day on the treadmill every day preparing. They're going to do what they can do as best as they can. So fatigue may play a factor, which is why the good news is you can do driver swaps. You can have teams racing, do multiple driver swaps. You won't see that so much in the sprint races, but an opportunity where everybody can get some laps and stay at the absolute peak of mental and physical focus.
You definitely have to be mentally prepared for this, because when you get to a 4-hour race, you know, you're literally relying on muscle memory to get you around the track. Turn one, it's going to be a left-hander, you know, followed by a small right, followed by a longer left. You know, your hands are on this muscle memory, but at the same time, you're squeezing your stomach to hold down the G's. You're controlling your head from just bopping around all over the place. There's so much that goes into it. And on the mental side of things, you can't get bored. If you're driving, imagine driving from right here in Homestead, Florida to Orlando, Florida, along the Florida Turnpike, and you can't do that for 4 hours. You're just like, oh my God, your eyes are gonna get crossed, you get bored. These guys aren't listening to music, they don't have air conditioning, they don't have the kid in the back, they don't have snacks. They honestly just have run.
Wait, no snacks?
No snacks.
No playlist?
Snacks?
No playlist. Nothing.
It's ridiculous.
They have maybe water. That's about it.
They've got water, and some have cool suit technology.
Of course.
To be fair, they appreciate comfort as much as they can avoid weight, and that is always the challenge in any form of auto racing. You want to be as comfortable as possible without adding excess weight to your machine, and that is always a point of conflict between the driver and the car chief or crew chief. Another element that they are always going to be dealing with is managing their own physical peak, but the car, the tires, the weather conditions of the track. It is an ever-changing formula that the driver has to consider and make things happen.
And it really is. Actually, we had a
incident
a
on
small
track.
incident on track, kind of close to us right now, but they had an impact. Hold on. They're trying to tell me what's going on.
Yes.
He hit the wall. Oh,
So
wow.
we have a car in the wall.
We have a car in the wall right now. Hopefully the driver is okay. I know the emergency crew is scrambling and making their way out to them right now. So we know that everything is being worked on as we speak. Hopefully everybody is okay.
So
what you were talking about just now, you know, you got to be honest with yourself. You've got to go out there and you've got to run. It's really what it is.
manage the track. All right. Our broadcast, we're going to spend some time out here, but also spend some time inside by timing and scoring. Yep. Qualifying appears to be underway or near underway. Gorilla, how are we going to split up, and how are we going to make this happen?
Well, the split's going to be really simple, and it's going to be really cool. We're going to have Joe inside the whole time. We're going to have Liz running around in the pits saying hi to everybody and bringing you that pit road action. And then I am going to be bouncing around all over the place. Because here's the fun part about me. Not only, yes, I'm the voice of FARA.
This is the fun part about
The
Gorilla.
fun part, right?
Here we go.
I'm not only the voice of FARA, but I also have to manage a lot of parts of it. So we try to make a lot of things happen all at the same time. So I'll be coming in and out of the broadcast position with you. Looks like the driver is okay. Made it back over the wall safely. And looks like he's okay.
Certainly out and walking back under his own power.
Yeah.
Certainly nothing you want to do here, especially early in qualifying,
Right.
tear up some equipment.
Yeah, you don't want to tear up your gear. You don't want to have a bad day out there. It is definitely tough when on your first couple of laps, you kind of lose it. And, you know, he could be out. He may not. We don't know the condition of the car just yet, but we may find out right now. All the emergency vehicles are out on the track. The driver did come out under his own power and looks like he is okay. The entire field now, actually, that was out there is being brought into the pits. So they will be working on all of that, getting the track cleared up as we speak.
Fair amount of cleanup to go on out there.
Yeah, a fair amount of cleanup that has to happen out there right now. And it does get a little dangerous. This is part of the thing that we were talking about a while ago. You know, the fuel, the chemicals, the tires, the car itself. Can they withstand the punishment that Homestead-Miami Speedway brings? Because unlike many tracks, Homestead-Miami Speedway's actual asphalt has shells in it from when it was originally built. So over time, the tar has kind of broken down, and the shells are kind of peeking out over the top now, and they shred the tires every lap. Not that it really makes a big shred, but you know, you got to imagine you're going over little bits and pieces of shell and coral.
Well, when this track was originally built, its first inclination, Ralph Sanchez, way back in the day, it was a mini Indianapolis. It was a rectangle. And they have reconfigured it several times to accommodate different racing series, in particular NASCAR. Now it is a true oval. We are using the road course, which basically comprises the NASCAR front stretch and then down through the infield. And so different asphalt. The asphalt that is out here on the NASCAR portions of the oval is newer. Still wearing down. The Florida sun, as you can imagine, just really, really brutal. And that's why we get some great five-wide racing later on in the year for the NASCAR championship. But the asphalt that is on the road course, I'm imagining it is the original asphalt, or at least most of it, to way back. And that is definitely going to cause some tire degradation.
It's definitely brutal, and this is where a lot of the big tire manufacturers, like our sponsor, which is Hankook does extensive testing on this track for tracks around the country to see if if it can survive Homestead, it can survive anything else. So, yes, you know, Homestead is a very tough track on the cars and the tires, and sometimes a driver will come aggressive, because we do use the NASCAR bank on turns 3 and 4 all the way in the back part of the track. They use the back straight going into NASCAR 3 and 4, and they're really coming out at top speed into the front stretch of the track here. So if they're not 100% hooked up, they could be going for a ride.
And that's going to give drivers a great opportunity. You talk about being wound up high coming out of NASCAR 3 and 4. They've got the variable degree banking, the final configuration, which turned out to be the one that everybody loves. But depending on the style car you have, you can choose to go around the bottom. You can wind it up high in that high groove, but of course you are closer to the wall. But really you're going to get a great run to come down the front stretch down into turn 1, which is a very critical area of this track. In fact, most of the action going down into the 1, 2, 3, that's where it's going down.
That's where something's going to happen. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen on turn 1, 2, or 3. Turn 3 is known as a sacrifice left-hander, and this thing is literally made. You're dropping down. You're in first gear. You're maybe going, wow, that's Herbert Gomez, one of our drivers, who just decided to sneak through the camera and photobomb us, but that's fine. It's okay. Anyway, so turn 3 is this sacrifice left. You're dropping down into first, maybe second gear at the highest. You're going very slow around there because you do not want to get squirrely in that part, because you got an immediate right-hander with a very small degree of bank in it. It's kind of fun because it's got a little incline to it, so it kind of whips you around quick, and then you got that mid-straight going into turn 6 and 7, which is a double apex.
A lot of ground can be made up there, though. We have seen in the past that if you got a good handling race car, right there is where you can gain some ground for a potential passing maneuver at the end of that mid-stretch.
Now, Liz, are you getting all of this? Are you understanding all this craziness?
Lots of knowledge here, lots of knowledge. I'm trying to envision the track and these turns that you're speaking of.
Well, the good news is the people at home, they don't have to envision. They're seeing the track.
They're seeing it right now. I mean, we've got a great
You guys got one up on me.
We got a great crew. Our director, Thomas, who is showing everybody exactly what we're talking about. And, if you're watching us at home right now on FARAUSA.com, let your friends know that we are live streaming all day today. Just tell them to go in there and click the link and follow us. Also, follow us on Instagram and on Facebook at FARA USA, and just follow along with the entire day. Liz actually put up a cool little video a few moments ago of all of us pre-show, just having fun.
Yeah, well, isn't that what it's all about? And it appears we have green lights out there on track.
Yep, the green lights are out on the track, which means everybody's going to go back out and continue their qualifying session. They want to get the absolute best time they can to get the best spot on the grid.
And guys, who are those cars, those drivers that we should all be looking out for today?
Well, you've got some drivers that you definitely are going to see up in the front. You're going to see the William Hubble up there with his Hubble racing machine, the black and gold Corvette. You're going to see him in the front. You're also going to see the Ginettas out there in the front. We have two amazing drivers that are here from another series.
I got a tip from, I won't say who, yesterday, but that the Ginettas are going to just take it.
Well, they could. You never know. Here's the fun part about endurance racing. You never know what's going to happen until the end. The Ginetta may or may not make it to the end. The Hubble racing machine may or may not make it to the end. It might be an MP4C car, a little Honda Civic that crosses the finish line. You never know, and that's the beauty of endurance racing.
And you mentioned Ernie Francis, obviously, as far as qualified drivers, like really strong driver, South Florida guy. Got to speak with Ernie this morning. He had his game face on, and just 3 Trans Am 3 championships in a row, and still so young to come here with that wealth of experience. I'm expecting a lot out of him as well.
He is in the Trans Am series. He moved on from TA3. Now he's in the TA class, TA1, which is really, he made this whole brand new Ford Mustang car just for that series, and it is impressive as a machine. And as young as he is, to be able to control that, any car you put him in is going to be amazing. When he's at FARA, he normally runs team with Eric Johnson, who is another phenomenal, that's a new word, another phenomenal driver, phenomenal. Look it up. It's not in the dictionary. But he will be teaming up probably with Eric Johnson today.
We have cars on track qualifying ongoing for the Sunset 500 here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. Getting a view out there on live stream. You see the Audi is out there. A lot of the modified production cars are out there. Some of the Formula cars are out there. Getting laps in, getting the cars worked out, doing qualifying for the sprint races, which are upcoming.
And here's the beauty of it. Out there, you're going to see everything. You're going to see the gentleman racers like we were talking about before. Alini Cipriani, one of our only female drivers, she's not driving right now because she's pregnant, so congratulations to her. Little Enzo will be joining us as her crew chief very soon. She did say that she's going to be a part of the 12 Hours of Miami, so I'm going to hold her to it. But however, you've got to see all the cars and people that are out there racing, and they're going to do a great job while they're out there. And right now, look how quickly they turn the track around from a wreck on the front straight to back to qualifying. This safety crew here is world class.
Oh, well, it's very vital. If you're going to be involved in motorsports, you're going to have cars on track going 180 miles per hour. The people that are involved behind the scenes have to be ready. And you want to talk about a group of people that is unheralded at every racetrack, whether you're talking FARA, whether you're talking NASCAR, whether you're talking SCAA, in many cases volunteers around the track, but they have to be in fire suits too. They have to be ready to go into a situation which is challenging at any moment. And just moments ago, we had one of those situations. We're doing the pre-race, we're hyping the event. All of a sudden, from 1 second to the next, they had to jump into gear. and they have to be ready and absolutely pay attention at every moment. So any person that takes that job, that goes out, that volunteers, they are the real reason that auto sport in general can continue. Behind the scenes at every one of these races, there are literally tens, 20s, hundreds of people that are passionate about the sport, that want to be here, that want to help, that are working either as a volunteer parking cars, a volunteer in the garage, or maybe even someone on one of the paid safety teams.
You never know. I mean, these are the unsung heroes, like you said, and they are really important. You know, everybody from the really unseen staff that you never see, the people in timing and scoring, the people who are running everything behind the scenes in the office, registration. All these people are here working their butt off to make it really happen for what you're watching at home right now. And that's the beauty of it. This is a beautiful sport. It's a lot of fun. It's not like football or basketball where, guys can run into each other and beat each other up. No, here, you can't touch the other car.
Well,
you try not to.
It happens.
But you try not to. You do your best.
You definitely would like to avoid it.
You want to avoid it because you're going to just have a bad day. Or as we like to say in the racing world, it becomes an expensive weekend.
Yes. Unless the checkered flag is in the air.
Throw the rule book out the window and go.
Yeah, right.
I never said that. You can't prove
No,
anything.
you said it. We heard it.
But it's great. The fun part of it is here, and that's really what it's all about, having a good time. And when you talk about some of the different cars that are out here, you've got these big Janettas, you've got LMP cars, you've got William Hubbell's black racing Corvette. I mean, it's beautiful when you see these, and you see these homegrown teams, like the Juan Paulinos of the world, who have small Honda Civics that they just bring out to run on the weekend, and they have a blast with them.
Well, you mentioned the Hubble car, a Corvette Daytona prototype, which is now legislated out of the rules, as I understand, in Rolex 24 style racing, but that's a great race car. That is a great race car. That is a highly technologically advanced, awesome Corvette Daytona prototype sports car. So what happens to that car? What do you do with it? You race it. You race it at FARA.
Yep.
And we see examples of that kind of situation throughout the paddock area. And earlier, when we were talking about the rules being a little more open, it allows for different cars from different styles of racing from around the world that were more stringent and specific to come here and race together, which makes for some interesting racing. You see some cars, LMP2 style cars from formerly American Le Mans. You see that Corvette Daytona prototype. You see so many different style cars. You always wondered, what would they do against each other? Well, now we know.
You can see it here at FARA, and that's what it's really all about. And believe it or not, off camera, you guys can't see him. Tico Almeida, the president of FARA, he's trying to give me a message, and I'm trying to figure out what he's saying. So I'm going to have him come a little close and see what happens. Tico, embark. Bing. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Tico Almeida, the president of FARA, telling me that we have to send out for their 30-minute qualifying MP3 and 4. The MP3 and 4 cars are going out to qualifying. This is what I mean by wearing a lot of hats. When the boss walks up and says, hey, here you go, do this, here you go, do that.
Yep.
And this is part of it. You have to be very flexible.
That was like a celebrity guest appearance right there.
It really was. When you have a legend like Tico say, I'm going to open a racing series. I'm going to open it up to just about everybody. And I want you to come and race. I don't care if you're from France. I don't care if you're from Brazil. Come and race. We've got a spot for you here.
We're okay with the French and the Brazilians. Now, which cars are we calling back out on the track?
Right now, we're calling the MP3s and 4s, which are the smaller cars. You're not going to have the MP1s and 2s out there that were just out there now. The MP3s and 4s are going to make their way out to the track now for their 30-minute qualifying session.
And for those that are watching on the live stream on farausa.com and they're sharing and they're cutting and pasting to their Facebook page and they're putting it all over the place, sending a group email to all your friends out there, understand that we are also doing this live stream, but we are the PA announcers here at the facility as well. So during the broadcast, we are going to have multiple jobs in that Gorilla will be announcing which cars go when or to not open the paddock. Different announcements will be happening throughout the day, and you get to hear all of that. So it's like a VIP behind-the-scenes pass to be watching this live stream right now.
It really is, and when you think about this, not only is it a behind-the-scenes kind of a deal, in a little while, later on tonight, and actually for the sprint races, when you start up with Elizabeth, and you guys are doing your thing, I'm probably going to be out on pit road doing splitter, so that means I'm going to have all the cars coming toward me, and I'm going, you go that way, you go that way, you go that way.
Oh, we're going to have so much fun with that. Right, Liz?
I'm sure you guys will be like,
yes.
Look, it's the gorilla dance. But it's actually, believe it or not, one of the more dangerous jobs on the track, so I definitely took on that role because if anybody is going to get hurt around here, it's going to be me. I'm not going to let anybody get hurt.
You don't have to go there.
No,
you
but
don't have to go there.
it is the truth.
Let's take a step back and talk about Tico. Tico just came in a moment ago. You know, I was fortunate enough to be invited onto the broadcast, and I am grateful and honored, and it is great. So what do? I immediately go to the Google machine, and I begin to do as much research as I can, and YouTube, and I knew about Tico, but started the first ever Latin Drivers Association here in the United States of America. Had one of the first road course races here in South Florida at Miami Hollywood Speedway, and many people might not even remember that facility. It is closed down and defunct in 1992. It was opened in 1966. Wow. That's where I got my announcing start on the drag strip.
In 1966?
In 1989. Right near the end. Don't blame me, though.
I got it. Oh, so it's your fault.
The real story of Miami Hollywood Speedway is it was a great facility. Maybe a lot of the rock and roll people remember the Sportatorium, where a lot of crazy stuff happened out there. But these two facilities are connected in that in 1992, Hurricane Andrew came through South Florida where we are right now. Country Walk, Homestead, all those areas were devastated. Well, from the ashes of that horrific tragedy, Hurricane Andrew, Homestead-Miami Speedway was built. But at the same time, all those displaced families, they had to move somewhere. So real estate developers purchased the land that was Miami Hollywood Speedway and the Sportatorium and created in Pembroke Pines, Florida, what we now know as Silver Lake and Chapel Trail and everything that is Pines Boulevard West. That whole area was Miami Hollywood Speedway. So the people that were here moved there. They closed the track. This area was vacant. So what did they do? They built a track. Homestead-Miami Speedway, like the Phoenix, rose from the ashes. And kind of interesting how the population from here went there. The racetrack from there went here. And minus the drag strip, which is something that is near and dear to my heart, of course, we have a first-class, world-class facility at which to hold great events like this. So, but Tico was out at Miami Hollywood, and Tico is here at Homestead-Miami.
So there you go. You definitely have a good tie-in with Tico. Tico, not only did he bring forth the Latin American Racers Association, but Tico has also been honestly instrumental, in my opinion, to bringing real racing back to South Florida. Because you have your race groups, and they're great. I love them all dearly. But when you have a race group, it's just for the gentleman drivers to come out, have some fun, play with their toys, right? Because some of these guys are more well-to-do than others, and they want to play with their toys. They have these race cars, and they want to do this. Okay, great. So you have these different car clubs that come out and do these things. When Tico comes along and says, okay, that's all well and good. I like those guys too, but let's put a sanctioning body together. Let's really put a racing organization together, and let's really drive this home and really bring something back to South Florida that went away. Because really, before Homestead-Miami Speedway really came into fruition, after Miami Hollywood was closed down, all we really had left at the end of the 80s, beginning of the 90s, was the Miami Grand Prix, and that was it.
Which, and that even had some trouble moving around, and so this facility gave racing a home, and we're certainly using it up. All right, so the cars that are on track about to go out and qualify right now. I've already seen a couple of Honda Civics, a couple of BMWs. I hear the high winding overhead cam technology going on in the background, but a perfect example of different drive formats as well. We've got some rear drivers, we've got some front drivers.
Well, you've got the Honda drivers, which are all front-wheel drivers, right? Then you've got Miata drivers that are rear-wheel.
The Mazda Miata. Big time. Mazda Miata.
The Mazda Miata. Of course, we got to talk real quick. Ginetta has their cars, which are mostly an MP1 and 2. They have a couple of 3s, which are the smaller ones. It's the Ginetta 55, I think. It's a blue one. It's really cool. It's a light blue, baby blue kind of car. And they've got it. So it'll be out there in a little while. Also, you've got ANSA. ANSA just came off the track with their KTM Crossbow, which now is part of the World Challenge Series. They're out there doing
the Crossbow is
job.
amazing. The folks at ANSA have so many rigs here, so many cars. Big supporter of this live stream broadcast, as are the folks at Ginetta.
Yep.
This whole thing wouldn't be happening without the support of several different sponsors throughout the course of the day. We'll be telling you about them. Ginetta, ANSA, and also racers, so they understand.
The racers are out there. Now, Liz, if you could jump into any one of these cars that you've seen so far, any one of them at all, which one would you jump into?
Ernie Francis Jr. drives the Audi, right?
He's in the Audi R8, yes.
The Audi R8.
Is it because you want to be in the R8 or because you want to be in there with Ernie Francis Jr.?
A little young for me. The R8.
The R8,
Yes,
okay.
I saw one out on the street one day. Obviously doesn't drive like the one does here, but ever since then, that car has been like my, wow, I love that car.
Oh, so that's the dream car right
Yeah.
now. Gotcha. All right. Joe, if you could jump into any one of the cars right now, any one of them you've seen so far in the weekend, what would you jump into?
Wow, that is a very tough. Can I wait till after qualifying?
No.
I want to jump in the one that's in the front.
You're in the spot. You're on the spot right now.
Fair
Which
enough.
Well, there's a Ferrari 430 that I really enjoyed.
one? Okay. So you would jump in the Ferrari 430.
I think so, yeah.
Okay. All right.
Because, you know, it's kind of like real car-ish, but it's also a Ferrari, so
Yeah.
why not?
I love both of you, but I'm going to smoke you both. I'm getting into the black Corvette Coyote. I'm talking about the Hubble racing machine.
Oh, okay, with the prototype. So I'm not really concerned, though, Gorilla, because I have a feeling you're not going to make it through turn 3. Remember that corner you were telling us about?
I can make it around
We'll
3.
wave at you while you're in the gravel trap.
I think bets are on.
Bets are on.
You
Bets
guys
are
are now
on.
driving
Bets
for
are on.
us, so.
All right. All right. So, Bill Hubble, you can't go into the turn. You can't go into the turn. You have to make it past turn 3. I'm just saying, no tire walls.
There it is. Hey, let me get that mention in about the folks at ANSA. Since 2005, ANSA Motorsports has been recognized by the lead motorsports industry, one of the sports car organizations that is leading the pack. Led by former race car driver and entrepreneur Alain Nadal, ANSA Motorsports has won multiple major club racing events. You can learn more at ansamotorsports.com. And we want all our live stream people to open a browser.
Open up another browser. Don't close this one.
No, another
just
browser.
Just go up there, click another window. And
Open in a new tab.
There you go.
And check out everything we tell them about.
Everything we tell you, you're just going to open a new tab and just leave it there and tell all your friends about it and share it.
And all of you viewers that are watching live, when it comes time for me to be here on the ground interviewing these drivers, if you have any questions, the real juicy stuff, whatever you want to know, not the real juicy stuff.
Not
But-
too
How
juicy.
juicy.
What you want to know, whether it's about their car or their next race or their experience being here, send it my way via Instagram, and I'll be sure to get those questions in.
There you go. A quick way and easy way for you to actually interact with us as we are right now at FARA USA on Instagram and Facebook. As a matter of fact, I'm going to bring up the phone. And if you have questions for us, start going crazy in there right now. And we're going to try and answer a few of them.
And I see Adolfo over there talking about the Ginetta and Ginetta USA. They're providing complete race car experience for clients. Now think about that. The investment. Oh man, I'd love to do this, right? But that's a huge initial investment, and then you don't really know what you're doing and all of that. Not only do they do race cars, race engineers, driving coaches. They do food. They can handle all kinds of things. Janetta USA, of course. Go to janetta-usa.com. That's janetta-usa.com. They've got what it takes for winning cars, crews, drivers, everything.
And their food is good.
Oh, yeah?
I've, you know.
Listen, I'm sorry in advance.
You don't get like this for not eating the food.
Listen, we're on a 12-hour broadcast. I apologize, but it's going to happen once or twice. I'm going to make the food references.
You can make, why not?
I'm all about the comidas.
Yes.
Right? I mean, we got the Miami FC here in South Florida, and what do they yell at the Miami FC games? Free croquetas. You know, if they can do it there, we can do it here, people. I'm just saying. My goodness. But we got so much racing coming your way today. It's going to be insane. We're eventually going to shut up and let you guys just watch what's happening on track while we reposition ourselves to all the other things we've got to do.
Yes.
But we're going to continue hanging out here because they haven't told us to stop yet. So there we go.
Well, that's really it. You know, the repositioning, because Liz and I have got to go in by timing and scoring. And we've got different sponsor ads. We're going to keep on going. So it's going to be a big day. We are going to have so much fun out here. And remember, we're going to dip in and out with these live streams throughout the day. We'll take some breaks, but we got the big races. We got the endurance races. We've got all of that coming at you throughout the day.
Hold on.
So
let me fix the camera because they're kind of looking at your toe right
Yeah,
now.
well,
Because, you know,
I
these are
just
the
thought
things
he
that
was the
happen.
best producer-director ever and repositioned the camera with his foot.
Don't forget
There we
about
go.
me.
If
Now we can get back into it.
that wasn't on purpose, that was the most amazing thing I've ever seen.
Stop
This
trying to
guy's
steal
good.
the show, Joe.
This
Yeah,
guy's
right,
good.
Joe? Joe's just trying to
We
steal
don't
the
need
show.
these guys.
We're gonna go to break now for just a little bit, and we will see you in a little while. The next one you're gonna get is sprint race number 1, coming up at
1:40, sir.
At 1:40
Eastern time.
I've got our executive producer / director back here, Thomas from Empire. He's just dancing, going, "Yes, do this." We're a fun bunch. Be sure to check in again. The sprint race is at 1:40. FARAUSA.com. Click that live stream. Joe, Liz, I'm the Gorilla. We'll catch you guys in just a little while. This is what we do, guys. We're a bunch of lunatics. Why not? I don't know if we're clear yet or not, but whatever.
please stand in position of attention. Everybody, please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ladies and gentlemen, color guard, post colors. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can we get a please round of applause for the Lauderhill Fire Department and Police Department for providing the honor guard for the Veterans Trust race experience. Thank you for their service and sacrifice for public safety. May I please invite Gustavo Cruz, speaking on behalf of the Commissioner of Miami-Dade County, Jose Pepe Diaz. Please come out. Hello, sir.
Thanks, everybody, for coming out. On behalf of Mayor Carlos Jimenez, Commissioner Jose Pepe Diaz, and the rest of the Board of County Commissioners, we'd like to thank the Veterans Trust and Fred Roger for having us and doing this great cause for veterans. Really appreciate it, and keep up the good work. We'd like to also present him with a proclamation declaring today, April 1st, 2017, as the Veteran Trust Day here in Miami-Dade County. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gustavo. Appreciate your assistance. All right. Thank you, Gustavo Cruz. Thank you, Commissioner of Miami-Dade County, Jose Pepe Diaz. Next, we'd like to invite the Lieutenant Governor, Carlos Lopez Contera, up to say a couple of words. Hello, sir.
Briefly, I just want to say thank you to the organizers for putting this together for our veterans. And more importantly, I want to say thank you to all of our active service members and veterans who are here today and serving all around the state of Florida and around the world for your service to our country. We are very grateful. We are proud to call Florida the most veteran-friendly state in the nation, and we're going to continue to work on that and make sure that we continue to be the most veteran-friendly state in the nation. So thank you for what you've done for our country. We'll always be there for you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. Next, I'd like to introduce the Executive Director of the Veterans Trust, Fred Roger.
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to keep this brief because it is hot track, so we want to get people on the track. This Lambo is waiting. Real brief. This is part of our engagement pillar from the Veterans Trust. Our mission is vast, but one of them is to engage the active veteran community, including first responders and military. So apparently race cars draw a crowd. So good on you for coming out. Thank you, everybody. Also, we are a strategic grant-making foundation. We could not give grants without our generous donors. Our donors have blessed us with the ability for us to be able to deliver such a great experience with the race cars. But part of our mission is to redistribute these funds into the community strategically to allow us to reach and provide services in a streamlined manner. So with that being said, I'd like to bring up the president and the vice president of Nicodemus, Ed James, and Patrick Janey. Please join me. So just a real quick, Patrick, who I met about 2 years ago, both of these gentlemen, Ed, Marine Corps veteran, these guys have enabled us to reach, and not only reach, but also be able to entertain a wide range of veterans. So with that, we'd like to present them with a grant from the Veterans Trust for $10,000. Keep up the good work. All right, track's hot. Let's roll.
Bill Hubble, let's go. Time to go racing. Ish.
Welcome back to FARA from Homestead-Miami Speedway. I'm Joe Costello alongside Elizabeth is back with us. Elizabeth, we are getting ready to call play-by-play of sprint race number 1. We've got cars on the grid. We have retreated to our indoor broadcast location, and we're going to see the first sprint race of the day. Very exciting.
It is very exciting. This is the first of 2 that will essentially bring us down to who will be racing at our 4-hour Enduro race.
The Enduro race later on, but right now it's the bad boys, as they say, FP1 and 2, MP1, 2, A and B in Sprint Race 1. The quickest cars we have on the property going to be out there battling it out. And as Gorilla told us a little bit earlier, no time for strategy, no time for driver changes, really just 30 minutes, all-out sprint race here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. Qualifying was very interesting. We saw the grid form up, and just moments from now, Gorilla actually out on the grid will be splitting the cars as they get ready to take to the track.
We wish him luck.
Yeah, that is a fact. Now, I have had the opportunity to walk down into the paddock area and speak with some of the drivers, and what they're saying is Homestead-Miami Speedway is an extremely challenging course, but we have teams from all over. We've got some new teams that are joining FARA for the very first time here in Race 2 of 2017, and very excited to be a part of this Sunset 500 weekend.
And we also have quite a few drivers here who have done this race time and time over again. So this is their turf.
Absolutely. And some drivers from the outside looking in. First of all, top of the qualifying sheet, and we'll get to that just in a few moments from now, but the Ginetta cars, Ginetta USA, 1 and 2 in qualifying, and guys from Trans Am, the Trans Am series, Lawrence Loshak, Gar Robinson, they will be on the outside of the front row. We'll give you the qualifying rundown, but to our audience from around the world logged on to farausa.com or checking us out on live stream, we want to welcome you and encourage you to share and repost and all of those great social media things that enable your friends and family who don't know you're about to see a great sprint race happen right now.
And as I shared earlier, any questions that you have for the drivers, and you want to know things about their cars, I will be down on the grid later this evening doing some live interviews, and I'd love to hear what you would like to know.
Gorilla down there doing the left and doing the right. Splitting up those cars, couple of prototypes coming by. Modified production Porsche going to the right. You see the cars coming off the pit road and beginning their installation laps. Chevrolet Camaro. Check out the number 18. Interstate batteries. That's a very Trans Am looking machine, and more than likely fits into the MP1 category. MP1 as in modified production. MP1A and B, MP2A and B involved in this race, along with the FARA prototypes 1 and 2. You see the crossbow bringing up the rear on the field. So all the drivers will continue their installation lap, a warm-up lap, taking it easy around the track, and then we'll grid up for the start of this race.
And Joe, this late race you said lasts 30 minutes. About how many laps do these cars get in that time?
Well, as many as they can, because they are going to be all out. It'll be interesting to see. And the lap times for qualifying are not posted in front of me at the moment, but we would just extrapolate that into 30 and figure it out. But it would be, you know, in the neighborhood. They're lapping Homestead-Miami Speedway in over a minute, so they should be able to get more laps than there are minutes, assuming we stay green, which is a great challenge out here. We'll see cars go off potentially. We'll see cars try to occupy the same territory and keep on going. I would love to see a sprint race with 0 yellow flag laps and just bring it home. We will have Sprint Race 2, which will be the Modified Production 3AB and Modified Production 4ABC cars coming up after this race, just about 1 hour later, as we continue to work through our program. So much going on here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. You see the cars following the pace car. Pace car got a great reference early on in our show, going through NASCAR 3 and 4. The track here at Homestead-Miami Speedway, home to Ford Championship weekend in November. The road course extremely challenging, but you'll see those cars coming off NASCAR 3 and 4. The pace car is off. The green flag is in the air. Sprint race 1 of the Sunset 500 is underway. A lot of smoke out of that Interstate Batteries number 18 Trans Am Series car. And the Audi has taken the lead. The GT1 Racing, number 23, has jumped out to the lead. A great start on that lap. And you're seeing the FP1 and 2 cars navigate now to the short chute. And the 23 Audi is showing the way with a couple of the Formula cars giving way as we are working our way through lap 1 here of Sprint Race 1. The 23 Audi driven by Lars Villahone, James Dayson, and Cesar Barcarella. Cesar Barcarella. Look at the gap as they pull up onto the backstretch here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. The 23 Audi is already into turns 3 and 4, and all that aero. You got a modified production car showing the way, and has got easily a 4-second lead. Coming to the stripe to complete lap 1 here at Homestead. They are absolutely getting with it. Down into the 1, 2, 3 complex. Currently running second, that Chevrolet Corvette Daytona prototype, William Hubble. Dennis Treebing. Oh, a move for second place. Just peeking outside in the Ferrari, another modified production car going around the Corvette prototype. Enrique Cisneros has taken over second place, but look at the gap. A lot of real estate yet to cover to catch that Audi. The M1 GT Racing Team. We're out here, yes. Oh, we've got a spin. We have a spin right in the middle of the straightaway. But he has got it going once again. One of the Porsches has spun but has regained control and is going once again. And that is a heart stopper. You're out there, you got cars in front of you, cars behind you, and suddenly you're doing a 360 on track, and it is a great challenge. But it appears that they have gotten going again. Hopefully the red mist has cleared. And the Porsche through NASCAR 3 and 4. Oh, and check out the crossbow, really making some time there in NASCAR 3 and 4. And back at the front, got some 3-wide action. Mid-pack. And on pit road, the Interstate Batteries Corvette machine. Saw a lot of smoke out of that car. They're looking for a tire rub, potentially. Trying to figure out what's what. Getting some good views of the midfield action. Getting a great view of a Trans Am style Camaro 5th generation machine. Just the second of several races in a points series, a 7-race points series, leading up to the culminating Miami 12 Hours, our next FARA TV broadcast. Mark your calendar, the inaugural Miami 12 Hours. Nice isolation shot on one of our prototype vehicles. An FP2 car out there, got up close, all carbon fiber, closed cockpit, gull-wing style doors. And he has rejoined us in the booth. He is back in the booth. Gorilla was playing Splitter. He is now back in the booth in our new location, in our play-by-play booth. Gorilla, what's it like out there?
Well, I mean, hit by the KTM crossbow, so a little bit of action for me already as the day begins. You know, it gets fun when you start getting out there. Adrenaline gets moving, and you have no choice but to sometimes hop out of the way. If not, something can happen.
Yeah, it would have been a big bummer. We would have been bummed out, right, Liz? We would have been bummed. No gorilla.
Fine.
She's like, yeah, we would have been fine without him.
It would have been fine.
No big
no
deal.
problem. No
Guy.
big deal.
This guy.
I would have been a greasy spot on a hood. No big deal.
Now, gorilla, the sprint race, clearly we've already seen a spin. We saw the Audi jump out to a huge lead. One of the Ferraris giving chase. But there's not a lot of time for strategy or staying with it. This is a 100% run right here.
This is a 100% run. This is one of those races that you've got to get going. You've got to get right into it.
Absolutely, and Enrique Cisneros. Oh, I'm on. Not hearing gorilla. Not hearing me. Test, test. All right, we're back, baby.
You
We're
hear
back.
me? Hi. Am I working? Both of us are working.
This is a live. We're all working for the weekend.
We're working for the weekend.
We're all working for the weekend. This is
trying
one
to
of those
find
live
this
deals.
famous weekend everybody talks about. You know,
It's more like a break.
They all
It's
blend
a thing.
together.
But what's interesting at the front is the Audi that we saw jump out to the lead, the number 23, slowly being reeled in. Enrique Cisneros is chopping that lap time, cutting laps of 119, 120. The Audi's up at like 120 most of the time. So that big 4-second lead we saw early on is now cut down as we check in with some of the BMWs and Porsches mid-pack. A good example of some of the modified production cars that are in this race, modified productions 1 and 2.
well, Enrique Cisneros is not a newcomer to FARA. He started his racing career here many, many years ago before he moved on to World Challenge and did great out there and had a great career in World Challenge with the NGT team. And now he's back here for his first race since then. So, you know, we're glad to have him back. Right now you're looking Michael Camus coming around turn number 3, looks like it. Actually, no, that's 2, sorry. That right there, that's a Praga. These little cars are so cool. They are kind of like a mix between a go-kart and a Daytona prototype. I mean, they're just that fast. Some smoke coming out of the back of there. I think he just locked up the tires a little bit. And you see he's coming in the back of the shot there, just swinging all the way through. Michael Camus going into number 6, followed by that Porsche and the Praga coming in right behind him.
Well, we have the Praga on camera. Very interesting. Czechoslovakian make. Been around for over 100 years. Spent a lot of time. Cars, trucks, heavy equipment. Clearly, they had many political challenges over the years as their country being overtaken various times. But now, here in 2017, building legitimate race cars that can be purchased, and really quick and fast cars, absolutely awesome, full carbon fiber with a great and historic past.
They do. They've got a very storied past. You know, they've struggled through adversity, and now, you know, the company itself coming around and really doing well for themselves. I'm very proud of them. You've also got Michael Camus coming across the start-finish line right now, going into turn number 1. Cameraman's having a hard time trying to follow him, but hey, that's okay. It's a great time to be out here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. The weather is good. It's not so sunny. There's a little bit of overcast, which makes it
Good.
easier on the driver because it's not that bad inside the car. The Praga, of course, coming around turn number 3, dropping into turn 4 and 5. As it comes out, you'll see it pop up right behind that Porsche on turn 5, going into that mid-straight as they go into turn number 6 and 7, which is a double apex turn. It's kind of like a square, but not really. They take it like a very wide oval turn. That's why you see some of them just kiss that left side apron. Some of them touch the dirt just a tiny bit as they go in there down that other straight into the hairpin. You see Michael Camus going around there right there.
And as was mentioned earlier, not only is FARA a place to race, but also a place to learn how to race. And Gorilla talking about double apexes. These are things that you can learn in the academy as you're driving. We've got quite the pack going up on the backstretch. Porsche showing the way and a couple of Formula cars. Then a cut to a BMW in NASCAR 3 and 4. The Interstate Batteries Corvette's still out there. They're working on that tire rub problem that was generating a little bit of smoke at the start. But for people that are out there watching saying, you know, I'd love to do that, that's exactly why FARA exists. Many of these teams even have cars for rent. If you're a qualified driver, you can jump into the series very, very easily.
Yep. And Liz, so far, what do you see? Which one of these cars, which one is jumping out at you and you really want to, like, get into these things? Because some of these machines are pretty cool.
Making a move on the Audi very soon as we are battling through sprint race number 1 to MP. There it is, caution on the track, caution or a localized caution. See the yellow flag waving on one of our corners.
Yep. Something's going on out there, but hey, it is what it is. Not a big deal. I'm sure everybody's fine. As long as you don't see black flags flying or full course yellows, you know, a localized yellow, somebody must have just went out or, you know, went into the grass and decided to go have a picnic or something.
Narrows is second. A gap to 63 hundredths of a second. Now there, it appears that Enrique has gotten around the Audi. It appears that Enrique has gotten around the Audi. And we'll see when our timing and scoring resets.
We'll see them as they come around. You could see Michael Camus a little while ago going down the front straight, actually testing his lap. These Enduro drivers for tonight are testing their cars using the sprint race as a warm-up, if you will, later on this evening. There you see William Hubble going into the hairpin, followed by 2 Lamborghinis, a Radical, and a Porsche.
Hubble's got a lot of car out there, and he's got a bit of a queue building up behind him.
He does. He really has to put the hammer down.
And there it is. There is the side-by-side battle for the lead. And yes, Enrique Cisneros has taken the lead. Sprint race 1, gotten around that Audi R8. The number 23 falls back into second. And we have some great battling on track.
And this is what it's all about. This is really what the sprint races are. It is literally a sprint. It's a hurry up and get there type of a race. There is no time like we talked about earlier, Joe.
There's the front. The 26 and the 23, if we could stay with this battle and follow them through. You've got 2 modified production machines, nose to tail on track.
Yep, you've got the Ferrari up in front, followed by the Audi R8, and these guys are gonna battle that out. Now here's the cool part. The R8 team is a World Challenge team. Cisneros is a World Challenge driver. So this is something you would see at World Challenge, Pirelli World Challenge Series, and we have it here at FARA.
2 like cars. Oh, look, the Audi appears to be quicker through NASCAR 3 and 4, tucked up under the left quarter panel of that Ferrari. The pride of Italia versus the pride of Germany, wheel to wheel, side by side, onto the front stretch. Oh, look at that. What great racing down into turn one. Who will be first to give in? And the Audi retakes the front spot.
The Audi takes it, but don't count out the Ferrari. The Ferrari is right on his tail. The sacrifice left that I'm always talking about just happened as they go down into turn number 4 and 5. Getting into that mid-straight, that Ferrari has the power to get around the Audi once again.
This is some absolutely epic battling, swapping for the lead. Enrique Cisneros trying to get back around the Audi R8 as they are working their way through the infield road course here at Homestead-Miami Speedway.
And it is a true battle. This is what you want to see. Battles up in the front. You don't want to just see them for 3rd or 5th or 6th place. You want to see them in the front. This is not a runaway. This is a true battle going on for 1st place right here between the Audi R8 and the Ferrari Italia. This is the way it's done, but the R8 is just pulling away little by little, going into NASCAR 3 right now. It's just going to keep going. Here we see now Hubble, and I think that's another Ferrari. Yep, that's another one Ferrari, car number 9, coming off the apron just a little bit, just kissing the grass.
Carlos Zaid behind the wheel of that Ferrari.
Yeah, William Hubble, that little he needed to get up out of there.
William Hubble's got a whole lot of car with that Daytona prototype style Corvette, and going to be very hard to get around. It's going to take a near perfect move to get around that car.
And he is an expert when it comes to this. He's been driving this car for the better part of 3 years right now, and he knows how this car is going to react. He understands if it judders or anything, he knows exactly what to expect from his car. So he's got it. It's going to take, I'm not going to say a small miracle, but it is going to take some serious work.
Oh, we've got a car off. We've got a car pulled to the side of the straightaway, mid-track.
That is car number 0, the Radical. That is off track. Something must have happened. Now, in this series, the drivers are instructed to stay inside their cars if they can't get going. They're just asked to stay inside the car unless the car is actually on fire. So here the driver is doing exactly as instructed, staying in the car. That is the safest place for him to be at this moment.
Diego Cuesta said we are 15 minutes in. We are actually 14 minutes into this race.
I want to take a second and really thank our Sunfire supporters who this experience. I want to say thank you to Hancock. They are dedicated to manufacturing high-quality passenger car tires, truck tires, bus tires, and competition car tires. They are your leading source of tire. Make sure you go see why at HancockTire.com. Hancock, driving the nation.
Back in the studio here, halfway through Sprint Race 1. FARA at Homestead-Miami Speedway. It has been action-packed, a great battle at the front. So much action, and we are just getting started. We're going to be here through the afternoon and late into the evening.
And that's what it is. This is the first of 2 sprint races. Right now we got Hubble going into turn number 6, still followed by the Ferrari. Will the Ferrari get around them? We will find out. We're not sure exactly when that's going to happen or if it's going to happen, but there is a chance. We got somebody that's come in to pit road. It looks like the Ghost Lamborghini. Ooh. Look at this. This is what we talk about. This is the way FARA runs. See, we're doing a live broadcast right now, right, guys? And since we are family style, we bring in cafecito for the family. There you go. Mine isn't here yet. It's coming. It's on the way. But this,
We'll wait for you. We'll wait for you.
I'm going to go grab mine. Mine just showed up right now. And this is just literally how it's done. This is how FARA works. We are doing a broadcast and having cafecito because this is the way we do it. Now, our cafecito is made by the one and only Mari. She is amazing. Mari Almeida. She makes our coffee. She makes sure we are well fed, well taken care of, and everything. She's the mom of FARA. She's actually Nico Almeida's wife. She makes sure that we are always on point with everything. So cafecito, racing, what more can you ask for? This is the way it's done down in Miami.
We're going to call him exciting now. We got a big one. Larsville Joan still continues to lead in the Audi R8. Enrique Cisneros has got the lead to 0.7 of a second. And Gorilla, it's very interesting to see what's happening at the front. Of course, there is great battling all throughout the queue, but the fact of the matter is you've got two similar cars, two highly qualified drivers who run in the World Challenge, battling wheel to wheel in a sprint race. We saw Lars jump out to a large lead in the Audi. Enrique cut the lead in half, eliminate it, pass it, and then lose the lead by 1.5 seconds. Now he's getting back going again, trying to deal with the differing conditions out there on the track.
And that's part of what happens here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. One moment there's clouds, the next moment there's sun. The track is hot, the track is cold. The tires are, they're the only really consistent thing that's really happening out there. The drivers, thankfully, are some of the best in the world. You see the cars going by. We're at number 6 right now. We got one of the Janettas that is coming down pit road. This is not good news. Something happened. Car number 7 is the Lamborghini finally coming back out and able to get out. But the Janetta coming in does not make good news.
Enrique Cisneros has taken the lead. Bullock's now second. Carlos Zed is third. As Lars in the Audi has dropped down the scoring sheet, it appears they are either making a pit stop.
Making a pit stop at this time is just bad. That's a bad idea. I mean, if it's a normal pit stop for some reason, okay, fine, but something has to go wrong for you to do a pit stop during a sprint race.
Well, that is the challenge. So after leading so many laps, now the Audi R8 number 23 has fallen back to 8th position, 9th position, 10th position. They appear to be off track. And Enrique Cisneros in the Ferrari showing the way.
And that's just not good. When something happens like that, you always want to just be like, dang it. We see one of the Porsche coming through right now. Lost the headlight. There must have been contact somewhere on the track.
Well, perhaps that is related to it. And we are now in our 22nd minute. 22 minutes and 8 seconds into our race, a 30-minute sprint race. So the final third of the race is absolute go time. These sprint races, they're go time from start to finish.
Yeah.
But right now, you've gotten so far to the front, you've earned this position. You want to hold on to it.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to have a stop moment during a sprint race, because really that just basically gets you out of the race. You're basically done at that point.
The good news is here at FARA, there are multiple races. There are multiple opportunities. If they in the sprint race, well, of course, you've got the Enduro later on in the day to make it all back and still walk out of here a winner.
We are under a full course yellow. We do see the coming out to pick somebody up, and it might be the car number 0, Black Radical. So we just got a report that the Audi went up against the wall, and he's pretty much it now.
Oh, that is horrific. Diego Cuestas out there in the 0 going to get pulled off the racetrack, but after leading, the 23 jumped out right at the green flag, had as much as a 4-second lead with Enrique Cisneros, and all of a sudden, missed him on track. So while we're under caution, good opportunity to tell you about some of the great folks that are going to be helping us with our broadcast here on FARA TV. Liz just told you about Hankook, but Ricmotech, they are South Florida's #1 destination for all high-performance sim racing equipment, from simulator chassis to wheels and wheel upgrades. Find out what you can at ricmotech.com. Oh, there is a shot now of the number 23 Audi. Kind of an interesting location, Gorilla, to get into that right side wall. Maybe got into the grass coming off the corner. And
well, I can tell you what happened there. That's actually turn number 7. And if you don't hit that absolutely perfect, you go out to the rumble strip just to the right of the camera. You see it right there with that black piece of fenders hanging out. If you touch that and you just get a little squirrely, you're touching that wall. And that is part of the je ne sais quoi of Homestead-Miami Speedway. Some of these turns will jump up and bite you, and it looks like it jumped up and bit number 23.
Well, they were pushing very hard. They had the lead. They lost the lead. They had taken the lead back, and pushing very hard at that moment. Clearly got away from him in hard contact with the inside wall. So while the safety crew is out there making sure that carbon fiber and all parts and pieces are off the racetrack, and obviously that is heartbreak for that number 23 team. It's just a great challenge, and one of the downsides of racing, they certainly know it well, from near the front or at the front to now on the wrecker.
And you never know, these guys could possibly have the pieces and parts needed to put that car back together and get it back on track. Maybe for the Sunset 500 tonight, maybe they have a backup car that they can use. But the good thing is that for the most part, we can see that the driver seems to be okay. We saw him standing outside the car, so we're doing okay in that aspect.
Now, guys, the time that it takes for the team to come out here, remove the car, remove the debris, how does that affect the race happening at hand?
Well, that also depends. This late in the race, it might just be what's called green-white checker, which is basically, they get the race back underway again, and then they just drop a white flag, one more lap, and a checkered. But I don't know if that's what's going to be the case here. They might just throw the checker at this point.
Sunbelt Radiators Incorporated, they're your aftermarket automotive cooling parts importer and distributor. No matter whether foreign or domestic, medium, heavy duty, or even industrial trucks, free shipping within the United States. Find your part today at sunbeltradiators.com.
And we have Formula Motorsports. Drive with champions with the team from Formula Motorsports. Thanks to drivers like Angel Andres Benitez, Angel Rafael Benitez, and Miguel Benitez, along with Danny, I'm going to ruin this name.
There, you got it.
Gianfrancesco. My apologies, Danny. Danny Gianfrancesco for supporting FARA TV. fmotorsports.com. And that's where you're going to find out all the information about the Formula Motorsport team.
Patriot Trust Lending. Honor and trust in lending is their hallmark, where their customers are their family. They're your trusted source for financing. Learn more at patriottrustlending.com. So we're seeing cars come off the track, and time will expire on this sprint race. Ending off with a caution. Great battling, but one of the cars that was involved in the great battle was the one in the caution.
Yeah, it's sad to see that happen, but it is part of racing. One moment you're in the lead, the next moment you're on the record, like you said, Joe. And this is something that is definitely part of the risk of racing. Some people think that racing is just this really simple, easy thing. You sit in a car and it's like driving down the road. It definitely isn't. You can lose focus for just a minute, or maybe the car gets just a little slippery. Anything can happen. You can end up in the wall, and that, is pretty much a day for you.
Not a lot of margin for error, and that is one of the great challenges. You referenced turn 7, that you're pushing very hard. You've got this long straightaway. And when you go to a road course school or just have the conversation, they often say that the most important corner is the one before the longest straightaway. Well, here at Homestead-Miami Speedway, we have a lot of straightaways that are long, so we have a lot of very important corners. And that one, if you can keep your momentum up high, you're going to get a great run down to what is got to be the most important corner, back to the backstretch. And if you hang a wheel off, next thing you know, you're in the grass, you're sliding, and you're in the wall. Now, we don't know exactly what happened. There's always the possibility a part could have broken or a tire could have gotten cut down. We can only speculate what was happening inside the cockpit of that race car. But the result, no speculation needed. They were in the wall, a lot of damage, and you're getting a great view right there of the front clip of that number 23 Audi R8. Liz, you still want it?
It's a good thing I didn't put any actual money down on this today.
I mean, it's sad, but you can tell he hit really hard. Even the back wing has come off of its stand.
Very unfortunate.
It was a very, very hard hit. So hopefully the driver is 100% okay.
I believe Lars was behind the wheel of that at the moment. We will double check.
We will double check that.
The guys out there, M1 GT Racing, saw them yesterday. They were working very hard to prepare this car, and they certainly had a car that was capable of winning. So what we have seen so far is great on-track action, a lot of great sports cars. We've seen some FARA prototypes. We've seen some modified production cars. Everybody is going for it in Sprint Race 1. Got a great crowd, great weather. Couldn't really ask for much more.
You really can't. I mean, these guys are really working hard and making it happen out on track. Now we got to start shifting our focus over to sprint race number 2, which is really where now these guys are shifting all of their focus. But we still have the 3s and 4s to come, and you don't want to miss that. Those are always great battles with the smaller cars.
Let's give the final results for sprint race 1, at very least the top 5. Enrique Cisneros got on his horse, made up the ground, took the lead, won the race. William Hubble, second. Carlos Zed, third. Adam Eunice, fourth. And Dale Ott rounding out the top 5 in the first sprint race.
And that's the way it rolls right here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. It's the Sunset 500 weekend with FARA TV live streaming from none other than the sunny Miami track of Homestead-Miami Speedway. That's Joe, that's Liz, I'm the gorilla, and we're getting our pictures taken. This is hilarious. Everybody's like, wow, they're on TV. Yes, we're on TV. Guys, it's part of what we do.
Technically, it's a live stream. I mean,
yeah, it's a live stream, but it's still,
someday.
I mean,
Don't
I'm
take
looking.
your
We have a
shine.
monitor over here. I see myself on TV. There I am. Look, my hair looks like on point. It looks great. It's the way we do it. even our director over there is cracking up.
I've been trying not to look at that because I look at him like, oh, it's so shiny.
I'm so glad you guys are so loose on the broadcast. This is perfect. I
We're
love
loose,
this.
man.
This is a very good deal.
It might be a little bit different than what you might be used to.
Well,
you know, we oh look, there we are again.
There
How
it
about
is.
that? Yeah. Let's see. How's Joe's hair? Joe, you look like a movie
hard as a
star.
rock. Look at that. You can't even
That
move
thing
it.
doesn't move. And,
Oh, look, we got a photo
yeah,
bomb in the
we
rear
got
window.
photo bombers everywhere. It's just gonna be part of
But
it.
seriously, I know we got a lot of people watching around the world. This event is great. There are so many great people out here, fast cars, cool people, and FARA is growing. It's a growing series. The 12 hours at the end of the year is going to be a big culminating thing, and that is our next live stream. So Gorilla's going to be on. The 12 hours, that is going to be a big event, Gorilla.
And of course, we're gonna bring the rest of the family back. We're gonna have Joe. We're gonna have Liz. We're doing it. Everybody's doing a great job. We're gonna catch you guys in just a little bit for sprint race number 2. Until then, hey, I'm the gorilla. That's Joe. That's Liz. We'll catch you guys very, very soon.
high. Feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, hold tight. Chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. Feel alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, hold tight. Chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me.
500 Homestead-Miami Speedway, FARA TV. If you're on FARAUSA.com, welcome to you, all of you in attendance. Thank you for coming out. We've got a great day. The endurance race much later will be under the lights here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. FARAUSA.com, the website. We've got people, they want to share, they want to post, FARA TV. And what was the information that we got? You're going to copy and paste it to your Facebook page. You're going to share it out there. But what was the site? We went to youtube.com, searched FARA USA, and there's the live broadcast. And so from that point, you just click share. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Seems very easy.
It is very easy. I found it right away.
And where are you sharing it?
I'm going to share it to the Nicodemus website.
Oh, wow. So maybe some of the other teams, people out there, they should all thing. That sounds like a pretty good idea.
Facebook page, too. I'm going to put it there, too.
Wow. Facebook, Instagram, all of that. You can get it starting off at YouTube, FARAUSA.com. How about it? Let's use the power of the internet.
People in a show, all lined in a row. We just push on by. It's funny how hard we try. Take a moment to relax before you do anything rash. Don't you wanna know me? Be a friend of mine. I'll share some wisdom with you. Don't you ever get lonely from time to time. Don't let the system get you. Big city life, we try to get by. Pressure eyes up no matter what we try. Big city life, in my heart have no base. And right now Babylon, they're on my case. Big city life, try to get by. Pressure eyes up no matter what we try. Big city life, my heart have no base. And right now Babylon, they're on my case. Soon our work is done. All of us one by one. Still we live our lives as if all this stuff survives. Don't you wanna know me? Be a friend of mine. I'll share some wisdom with you. Don't you ever get lonely from time to time. Don't let the system get you
The
down.
main drifts across the seas and the oceans. A permanent itinerant is what I've chosen. I find myself in a big city prison, arisen from the vision of mankind, designed to keep me discreetly, neatly in the corner. You find me with the flora and the fauna and the hardship. Backyard is where my heart is. Still I find it hard to depart this big city life.
Big city life, me try to get by. Pressure eyes up no matter what me try. Big city life, in my heart have no base. And right now Babylon, they're on me case. Big city life, try to get by. Pressure eyes up no matter what me try. Big city life, my heart have no base. And right now Babylon, they're on me case. drop it.
Miami Speedway. FARA TV on the air. I'm Joe Costello alongside Elizabeth Gonzalez, getting ready for race 2, sprint race, the MP3, A and B, C, all the little cars out there on track. Elizabeth, you went down to the pit area. She said, Gorilla's here too. I thought you're splitting.
No, after almost getting run over by the KTM crossbow from Anthem, I kind of took this race as a break and decided I'm going to hang out this entire race with you guys.
We're safe in here.
I'm safer in here.
Safety is an illusion. We all know that. But you see, the skies are darkening a little bit out there. I asked Gorilla, I was like, hey, what happens? He says, we keep going. So it's going to be very exciting regardless of what happens. But the second sprint race getting ready to start, the modified production, A, B, and C cars. And these cars are pretty quick. We see some BMWs out there. We see some Miatas out there as they're about to run their sprint race, another 30-minute race, and then, of course, later on this evening, the Enduro. There's a lot of action on social media, the Facebook page, all kinds of racing videos on there. But what we've got right now, Elizabeth, is live racing action.
That's right, Joe. And there's nothing like being able to see all of the races, all of the action happening in real time, all on the FARA.com website.
So you see the cars gridding up behind the pace car, and they will make their laps, and we'll throw the green flag, and we'll go back to racing once again. Just a follow-up on a story a little bit earlier, the Audi R8 that ended up in the wall. You guys actually went down and saw the car. And
we went down, saw the car. The car is officially done. The frame is completely twisted. It's completely messed up. So that car will not be coming up. What I was told by the team was that they basically, they were put into the wall by the Ferrari.
Very dramatic. I went down and talked to the team of the Ferrari and asked them what their plans were for later. They said they are done for the day. Happy to take the win. Pace car is off. The green flag is in the air. We are racing at Homestead-Miami Speedway. Race 2, the FARA sprint race here at the Sunset 500, and down into turn number 1 they go.
As they come around turn number 2, you do see the TLM BMW in the lead. A little bit of smoke coming out of the back of the Honda Civic, the Juan Paulino team. TLM still in the lead, followed by car number 33 and 04, one right after the other.
The BMW continues to lead. Number 67, Pedro Redondo Sr. and Jr. teaming up to drive that machine. And a little bit of a gap already breaking out from the rest of the field. We've got a 2-horse race at the front. Now, these smaller displacement vehicles, if you make a mistake, it is a lot more difficult to recover. You lose your momentum in one of these corners. It's hard to get going again. Sometimes the high horsepower cars, you're able to come back from a challenging corner or maybe a mistake made and off a lot easier.
Well, in drag racing terms, of course, you can pedal. You can pedal the car. These cars, not so much. They don't have the power. They don't carry the power. Where they're going to be as forgiving, you will lose momentum. So once they build up that momentum, they don't want to lose it. Kind of like right now, that white BMW going around NASCAR 3 and 4 right now. He's got a buddy right behind him, car number 33. And this is a, MP3 and 4. This is the heart of FARA. Now, we have a small field right now because most of them are getting ready for the Enduro race later on tonight.
Wow, Team Colombia, Rodrigo Ospina and Felipe Yaramillo is really pushing hard. Couple of lockups. He's trying to get to the front right there and pushing the Redondo family very hard. And oh, look at that. The 33 took to the inside and has got position down this long straight. But does that machine have the muscle to get around the BMW?
Well, that's going to be the question. When they come into turn 6, we're going to know. Getting a little squirrely, the TLM machine, as it goes around into turn number 7. One right after the other. You'd see Team Colombia. Oh, the door was closed on him. He was going to make a move on the inside. And TLM said, nope, sorry, it's not going to happen.
You see that puff of a little bit of a wheel off. Maybe an example of what we saw a little bit earlier. So it is pretty clear that the BMW making the power. But look at that front drive, number 33. The way they approach the corners, so different. getting the drive out onto the backstretch, going into NASCAR 3 and 4. This is going to get interesting.
Get interesting. We definitely have a battle up front, and that's just, it's going to be interesting to see if Ospina has what it takes to get around that TLM. Now, right there, you can see he's right on that bumper. He's trying to draft, which is kind of fun when you see these guys. They're one right behind the other. Turn 1 is really where it's going to happen. 1, 2, and 3 is where we're going to know if he's going to get around him or not.
We'll see if that front driver can drive deep into turn 1.
You see Ospina locking it up a little bit. Here comes that sacrifice left turn where you really slow down. He's being pushed. TLM is being pushed hard. It's only going to take one little itty bitty mistake for him to lose, and he's getting a lot of pressure from the 33 car.
Pedro Redondo, senior and junior, teaming up to drive the number 67 here in the sprint race, has got the lead and is out there in the open air. Talk about a nice Florida car and a nice Florida day to be out here for a race.
I think that, one of those wild cars that you love to see. You don't see the typical hard top type car. This is a convertible with a roll cage on it, and it looks awesome. It's a fast car, and the TLM crew takes very good care of it.
Got to be a great experience out there. We're seeing the BMW now inch out to a lead, perhaps on the cold tires early on. The 33 had his best opportunity to get around as the BMW starts to stretch it out to 4, 5, 6, now 10 car lengths going through NASCAR 3 and 4.
And that's what it takes. Sometimes the driver just has to get comfortable, or he's going to have to sit back a little bit. Maybe Ospina's just waiting for the BMW to make a mistake, and something else will happen. But we will see as the race continues. Another one making a move right now, the little Toyota, I think that's an MR2 that just got past that white. I couldn't tell what that was. But there's a small battle right there.
Mid-engine, MR2.
Yep,
those were very cool. Let's see.
Oh, it's a Honda Accord. Going into turn number 2.
No, you're right. The number 2, MR2.
Ooh, he had 2 wheels off.
Mike Monsalve.
As he goes into the sacrifice left. Now, this is a fun little section of the track because you got that sacrifice left into this dip down into 4 and 5. Kind of launches you right here off to the right-hand side of the track. And really, you need to recover and make it right back into the race line. Looks like there is a serious battle as they hit hard on the brakes going into number 6.
Robert Tannen. And this is the battle for 3rd and 4th. Robert Tannen has been coming from the rear of the field. They started middle of the grid in 8th, now all the way up to 3rd, but has yet to dispatch with the little MR2 mid-engine runner.
That is definitely a seesaw battle between the MR2 and the Honda.
Oh, look at that, a little smoke coming out of the back of the MR2.
Yep, but this, like I said, it was a seesaw battle. Going into 6, the white Accord actually got in front of the MR2. Coming out of 7, the MR2 got in front of them again. And then now they're battling into NASCAR 3 and 4 as they go around this very fast section of the track.
And the Honda able to stretch its legs right here. You see the Toyota way up high trying to keep it wound out. Coming down to the stripe, Homestead-Miami Speedway to complete that lap, and the MR2 going to have the lead. But they're going to go side by side down into turn 1. Oh, you see how much farther the MR2 is able to drive into turn 1.
And that's one of the benefits of having a mid-engine car. Your center of gravity is shifted so differently where the handling of the car is just wildly different than a front-wheel drive car, really.
Pedro Redondo continues to lead the race as second place. Felipe Yaramil and Rodrigo Ospina holding on to second. Mike Monsalve, he is in the Toyota MR2 and now has command of 3rd place. And Robert Tannen holding on to the 4th place spot as things have settled in here in sprint race number 2, the FARA Sunset 500 at Homestead-Miami Speedway.
They've totally settled in. You can tell that the lead between first and second place has grown very, very big, and that's just due to, you know, the BMW's power and the way it moves. But it looks like there's something wrong with that little Honda Civic. Everybody was passing it, but you got to love this. A Mini Cooper on the track, and you got to love seeing these little itty-bitty cars, moving around.
His antenna wiggling around there. That is,
he's got a wobbly antenna.
Vic Hay is out there. You see some of the crowd out there in the grandstands, and people still filing into Homestead-Miami Speedway for the big Enduro this evening. We encourage you to stay with us. Of course, everyone is sharing on their social media. You can check us out on Facebook.com/FARA-USA, YouTube, FARA USA 1. People are sharing the video, and let's get it out there on social media as much as we can. So many great things going on here at Homestead-Miami Speedway in sprint race number 2.
And then we see Vic Hay going into turn number 2, about getting ready to go into that sacrifice left-hander, turn number 3. And this one, again, always the equalizing turn for everybody because you've got to slow down so much. Not so much, though, in the MP3s and 4s, but definitely in the bigger cars, the FPs and the MP1s and 2s. You really got to slow it down. If not, you're going to end up in the tire wall.
You could also see the limited elevation change. I know in the state of Florida, we really don't often speak about elevation at all. But actually built into Homestead-Miami Speedway, there is some elevation change. For instance, the back stretch is considerably higher than the front stretch here at the track, built into the design. And you can kind of see that in the initial corners of the road course. You're kind of coming downhill, almost a mini Laguna Seca corkscrew. Mini.
You know what?
Mini.
Yes, a very mini
tiny
corkscrew from Laguna Seca for sure. I wonder if the designers actually thought about that when they did that.
That's a good question.
That's a good question, right?
That is a good question.
We need to find the answer to that.
Or we could just say yes.
We could honestly just say yes.
Pedro Redondo Sr. and Jr. continuing to lap out there. Last lap was 1:32.28. Also their best lap, so they're turning up the wick now that they've got clean air and they've got a lead. Following along with our BMW right here. He's making laps. Alberto de las Casas. You can follow as he comes through the mini corkscrew, gets wide and kind of comes in. The right front wheel all off the ground, perhaps. As that chassis is working, still has a considerable gap to get to where he wants to be. While the cars are spread out, we've got a time or two to thank our sponsors who make this live stream possible. We are on live stream, we are on YouTube, we're on FARA USA, and thanks to these great sponsors.
That's right, Joe. We want to thank MGM, one of our sponsors. They build, maintain, and support race Porsches. Our experience, professionalism, and attention to detail translates on the racetrack. Come see why by visiting their website at mgmfl.com. MGM Racing, unparalleled service for your Porsche.
Got some good battling on the racetrack. Now back to the lead. And you see the gap has opened up considerably. The number 67 is out there all by himself, under threat early in the run, and absolutely maximizing every inch of that racetrack. We're only 12 minutes into the race right now. To think that moments ago, he was under threat. Now, battling back.
So for a minute there, Joe, you were talking to yourself because, I'll be honest, my microphone was off.
Well, you know what's interesting, Gorilla, is I was saying to myself while you were giving your commentary that this right now, this is the greatest moment of broadcasting that I've ever heard in my life.
Oh, because you couldn't hear me.
Well,
That's what it was.
I could hear you, but they couldn't hear you.
They couldn't
But it
hear
was
me.
good stuff, folks. You got to understand. This guy really The analysis was so deep and rich.
Oh,
It
so deep
was,
and rich.
Man.
I'm like fine chocolate.
You are. You
Oh,
are.
There we go. Oh, jeez.
Pedro Redondo Sr. continues to show the way. Felipe Yaramil second, and Mike Monsalve in that little Toyota MR2 holds on to the third position. Robert Tannen is 3 seconds ahead of Cesar Lapointe and Albert De La Casas. Every lap after lap, Redondo is just hitting his marks. And you often hear, be smooth, hit your marks. Be smooth, hit your marks. It is a big thing. A lot of people are making this possible, that we are out here to see these cars here this weekend.
And we want to thank Allied Car and Truck Rental. Since 1983, Allied Car and Truck Rental have been serving the needs of Puerto Rico with quality premium cars and vans. Learn more by visiting their website at alliedcarrentalpr.com. And be sure to look for Allied Car Rental coming soon to Orlando.
There you go.
Up the road.
Jamlando, Florida. I like it.
And of course, our next broadcast for FARA TV is going to be the 12 Hours of Miami, going down December 9th here live from Homestead-Miami Speedway. That is going to be an amazing event, and the first time a 12-hour race is actually held here at Homestead-Miami Speedway.
That is going to be a long race. Now, the Redondos have started to lap the field. They are starting to lap, which is very interesting, coming up on some of the slower competition in the back. And MP3 and 4 in our sprint race. There are actually 5 different categories of cars capable. MP3 A and B, and MP4 A, B, and C. So that little BMW has got some real strong performance that he's already caught the rear of the field in under 15 minutes.
And that's part of what makes TLM special. They have guys that specialize in these cars, and they really work on them day in and day out. This car, when it gets done here at Homestead-Miami Speedway, doesn't just go to the garage and hang out. No, they will literally get into the car, analyze every single part, get it apart, put it back together, and get ready for their next race, maybe next weekend somewhere in the United States.
I often talk about racing cities and try to put them in an order of significance. Clearly, Indianapolis, Indiana, and Charlotte, North Carolina areas are 2 of the most significant racing cities in the United States. But what about third? Like, who gets third? Like, all right, Indianapolis, where all the IndyCar Series teams, many sports car teams, a whole lot of sprint car teams, certainly all the NHRA drag racing teams are in Brownsburg. Then Charlotte, North Carolina, you have got the home of most stock car racing. You've got Haas Formula One, all there. Who's third? That is the debate. I always like to throw it out there that South Florida, Miami and associated suburbs, home to the third most racing operation of anywhere in the United States.
I'm going to have to agree with you on that, because when you think about this event alone, you've got over 80 cars that are here. You've got 80 teams that have put themselves together and said, all right, it's time to get out there and make things happen. And they all are either from the local area or really generally close to here. And then, you got guys that come to drive these cars from all over the world. You've got champions like Shane Lewis that are out here on the track. You've got Ernie Francis Jr. You've got Lawrence Loshak that's going to be running later on this afternoon. Gar Robinson. Huge names in the world of autosport, and they're all here. So South Florida, a.k.a. Homestead-Miami Speedway, I would definitely say can sit in the number 3 spot.
Pedro Redondo has opened up a 14.5-second lead.
Wow.
And they have only been on track coming up 17 minutes. They're absolutely putting on a driving clinic right now, just through the gearbox, smooth, and back out onto NASCAR 3 and 4. We see a little battle. Speaking of Honda Civics, there's a spirited little battle. They're nose to tail.
Well, that little spirited battle was actually car number 3 lapping the red and white Civic, because number 33 is third place, and the red and white Civic just literally got lapped by second place.
So now our top 2 runners lapping the field. And here comes the 33 to hit the stripe, start-finish line, complete another lap. testing the lighting equipment for this evening's race. And the Enduro under the lights, that's going to add an additional element. Just like driving at home at night, it's a little more complicated. And I saw some of the teams working on their LED lights and various means with which to see, but also be seen.
This is true. At night, right here where we see the BMW going into turn number 7, this area of the track is so dark. If they didn't have their headlights on, they couldn't see the track. That there.
The Mini Coupe going to head back out onto the backstretch. Hasn't had a lot of side-by-side racing, but just seconds from now, the Redondos are going to go up and try to lap that little Mini Cooper. We're going to get to see. And in most cases, the slower driver will just wave them on by and get out of the way, show a little courtesy, but you'll see the difference in speed between the Mini Cooper and that BMW.
And we're going to see that here shortly. I mean, when you see this BMW up on NASCAR 3 and 4 here at Homestead-Miami Speedway, you know that that is a solid performance machine. Right now, the Cooper going across the start-finish line, but they're about to drop into turn number 1 and go into turn number 2 and 3. That sacrifice left where you have to slow down, and there you go. You see it in turn number 2. Vic just moved over, let it happen. He's like, I'm not about to fight this. I am a lap down. I'm not going to get into it with the BMW.
Absolutely. And Redondo goes on by. You can see the difference in the line. And boy, that BMW looks so sweet coming off that corner.
It really does. It's got a beautiful line. You know, BMW, always known for being the ultimate driving machine. BMW also takes a lot of pride in what their cars look like. The design is very important to them.
Every time through that section of the track, hangs a tire, kicks up a little dust. Almost shows lap after lap how they are able to be smooth. Looks like we got a battle coming up on the front stretch. A couple cars side by side. Now, there is another element to this. As much as it is a sprint race, these are all machines with tires and bearings and coolant, and at any moment, one of these cars could give in. So in a situation like this, the driver might start to dial it back a little bit. You know, you've got this thing in the bag. It's just about bringing it home.
But the problem is when they think they have it in the bag and they start, you know, lifting and letting off and taking it easy, that's when mistakes happen. And you don't want to, you need to always be on that edge, always need to be competitive, because at any moment, if you stop your concentration for just a second, you could spin out and go off into the grass just because you thought about what you're going to have for lunch later.
There it is, Redondo. Right on the berms, using those track berms to help shift the weight balance and plant those outside tires. And he is driving right into your living room.
Or your office.
Or your iPhone screens.
Or your iPhone screen or Galaxy screen. But it's a great shot. Our production team here is doing a great job. Of course, Thomas, our director, is over there directing the entire thing, yelling at everybody. He sounds hilarious. This guy is one of the funniest men I've ever seen in my life. And to take him serious is hilarious because he looks like he's so intense. He's like, I'm doing this. Shot number 1, shot number 2. And then I make him laugh. The guy's over there cracking up right now. You want a bowl of popcorn with that, bud? Don't slap your butt on TV. What's wrong with you? We are fast and loose here at FARA, and that's the fun of it. You do see, of course, the TLM BMW just ripping it. It's awesome.
Now TLM really bringing it. Pedro Redondo, senior and junior, out here to win the sprint race. Now, I spoke with some of the teams after sprint race 1, namely the Ferrari, and they were happy with their sprint race victory, and they are going to load it up.
They were happy with it. They're going to call it a day. Between that team and the R8 team, because that R8 was a little twisted, wasn't it, Liz? Did it hurt your heart? Tell us how you felt when you really saw it.
There's some side-by-side action. The Tannen Group machine. Robert Tannen side by side with one of the BMWs. The lapping of the field of the Redondos. Going to have to deal with one of the Miatas at the rear end. And look, just cuts right under him. Sometimes you have to abandon the right racing line.
You do. Sometimes you got to abandon the fast line and go with the one that's going to make your car stick to the track. And sometimes it is a matter of going wide. But in this case, you can see the Redondos love to kiss those corners and love to jump on top of those rumble strips.
Absolutely. And when you're hooked up the way they are right now, it doesn't matter if you jump off the racing line for 2 seconds because they got it going again. They have got a rhythm going on. And they are clearly looking strong as we are about to enter our 24th minute of this 30-minute race.
I mean, I think they could honestly, like, stop at start-finish, give themselves a 40-second, breather, and then keep going if they really wanted to. Oh, checkered flag just flew.
Checkered flag is out.
Yep, looks like he just won it. The Redondos have taken it. Done, and congratulations to TLM, car number 67.
What is that, Gorilla? Is that the mercy rule, or?
I don't know if that's mercy rule. I wasn't paying attention to control. But the flag has flown. I saw the checker, and that's it. It is what it is. What can you do, What can you do?
No, well, listen, if it was ever to throw the mercy rule, that was that.
I mean, it's one of those things, and it just happens, all the time. We've got people hanging out right behind us. It's been a great day so far of racing, so much fun. And, of course, I love working with these guys because they are awesome and hilarious.
I don't know about hilarious, maybe kind of awesome.
We try.
It's all right. It's
you
kind
can
of
take
fun.
some hilarious. I mean, we do have Thomas dancing behind the camera. What would happen, Thomas, if I grab that camera and spin it around 180 degrees and he's like, no.
I think the audience would get dizzy. Pedro Redondo, Sr. and Jr. Talk about a dominant performance here in Sprint Race 2, Sunset 500. Just tremendous. The final results, Pedro Redondo Sr. and Jr. first, Felipe Yaramel second, Cesar Lapointe third, Michael Monsalve fourth, and Robert Tannen rounding out the top 5. Gorilla, just a great race. Elizabeth, tremendous. We've got so much more to come.
Yep, and coming up at 5 o'clock, we'll all be heading down to the grid. This little pre-game, pre-show, getting ready for the Enduro race. This will be the opportunity to meet the drivers, see the cars up close, really get to take a look at what's been on the track today.
It's the party I've been talking about since we started the broadcast this morning, and now we're going to bring it to you starting at 5 o'clock right here on FARA TV.
high. Feel the waves cut through me, hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, hold tight. Chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. So alive, make it last forever. Stop in time, yeah, I'm surrendering. Hold tight, hold tight. Chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me move. You can make me move. Can make me. clock it to a
People in a show, all lined in a row. We just push on by. It's funny how hard we try. Take a moment to relax before you do anything rash. Don't you wanna know me? Be a friend of mine. I'll share some wisdom with you. Don't you ever get lonely from time to time. Don't let the system get you. Big city life, we try to get by. Pressure eyes up no matter what we try. Big city life, in my heart have no base. And right now Babylon, they on my case. Big city life, try to get by. Pressure eyes up no matter what we try. Big city life, my heart have no base. And right now Babylon, they on my case. Soon our work is done. All of us one by one. Still we live our lives as if all this stuff survives. Don't you wanna know me? Be a friend of mine. I'll share some wisdom with you. Don't you ever get lonely from time to time. Don't let the system get you The down. main drifts across the seas and the oceans. A permanent itinerant is what I've chosen. I find myself in a big city prison, arisen from the vision of mankind. Designed to keep me discreetly, neatly in the corner. You find me with the flora and the fauna and the hardship. Backyard is where my heart is. Still I find it hard to depart this big city life. Big city life, me try to get by. Pressure eyes up no matter what me try. Big city life, in my heart have no base. And right now Babylon, they on my case. Big city life, try to get by. Pressure eyes up no matter what me try. Big city life, my heart have no base. And right now Babylon, they on my case.
You'll see me on there with my microphone, my little camera hat, the whole nine yards. It's really fun to watch. Come on over and check these guys out. Model Builders Mafia right at the media center.
I guess sometimes things just happen. Devastating things. Your whole world changes in an instant. That's what happened to me the day my mother had a stroke. I'm Paul George, and I want you to spot a stroke fast. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911. Protect the ones you love. Spot a stroke fast.
Me llamo Raquel Mendoza y esta es mi vida. Mis hijos están envueltos en muchas actividades. Eso requiere mucho estrés y correr para acá y para allá. A veces mi familia necesita un escape. Este lugar trae mucha paz y hay mucha calma, mucha naturaleza. Quiero regresar con mi familia más seguido.
Encuentra el bosque más cercano en descubreelbosque.org. El bosque, más cerca de lo que crees.
You smile. Reliable sources say that chicken soup has found their way out of this
Getting closer to nature can get you closer to your family. Go to discovertheforest.org.
I rescued.
A little bit of mic drop. FARAUSA.com. Click on the link live view. That'll take you there. You can watch it on the PC, tablet, phone, any mobile device or internet connected TV. It is your ability to watch the fantastic things here going on at FARA USA. So we hope you enjoy. Go in the chat also, talk to your friends, and have a good time watching the race. We appreciate everybody tuning in.
And there you go, live from our director who says, "You will do what I say," and then he will laugh because I make him laugh because that's what I do.
Right, now I'm going to go because you're going to put me behind time, so.
Well, go move. Go do your thing, man. All right, so I've got Liz and I've got Joe coming in right now because this is your first FARA event. How do you feel about this guy?
Well, so far so good. It has been great. As you mentioned, I was here for the inaugural events in the early days of Homestead-Miami Speedway. I spend a lot of time out here as their Fast Lane Friday announcer. We've worked together on Trans Am Series racing and certainly doing things for NASCAR, but this is a party crowd. Everybody has come out to have a good time. The ladies are dressed to the nines. The race cars are awesome.
Yep.
We're being streamed around the world.
Yep.
What is better than this right here, right now? I can't think of anything.
A filet mignon with lobster in Key West.
Wrapped in bacon.
Ooh, wrapped in bacon,
Yeah,
Liz.
that's
Piña colada on
better.
the side.
With a piña colada on the side. I mean, you know, we're there.
Okay, I don't think that is that hard to accomplish.
It really isn't. We only have to drive about 200 miles south, and we're there in a heartbeat. Just saying, you know.
I was
Already
thinking
majority
about
of
the
the way
bacon.
We're there. We're there. We're just going to do it and just make it happen. Now, in just a little bit, we are going to run around and jump all over this. Got Bumblebee back here behind me trying to steal the shot. Bumblebee, just don't grab my butt. That's all I'm saying. I'm just, you know, he might just come along and... Tempting. I know. I'm a hot guy. It's just because of temperature. It's hot. Anyway, so are we there yet there, Mr. Camera Operator,
Get in the
man?
middle, Liz.
Oh, we're on. Yeah, Liz, why don't you
boy,
get
girl,
in the middle?
boy, girl, boy.
Boy, girl, boy, girl. Don't worry about the blue. Who cares about blue? What can blue do for you?
You fed me lunch, so Blue can give me lunch.
Blue fed her lunch. We're making it fun. So we're live right now on the live stream. So for all of you at home, welcome to Homestead-Miami Speedway. I'm the Gorilla. We've got Liz and Joe hanging out. We are doing the grid walk. Now, the grid walk is really a FARA thing, I'll be honest with you.
It's a gorilla thing.
It's a gorilla thing. Oh, it's a me thing.
Well, the thing is that I've been hearing about this the whole time, that this moment, this time, this is gorilla time. He makes it what it is. Of course, we've got cool cars. We got Bumblebee. Liz and I are kind of going to be along with the ride, just like all you folks at home, as Gorilla does his thing.
Well, I'm just going to say this. I hope you're ready because I'm a ball of energy right now. I haven't slept in 3 weeks, so who cares? It's all about fun. In just a little bit, I'm going to jump on top of that wall over there. I'm going to talk to all those people. Then they're all going to file in here and hang out with our drivers, our cars, our teams. All of this is going to be happening right here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. It's the Sunset 500. I got to find out, my people, are you ready? No, you're about as ready as a wet dog on Friday. You're ready. You're the only one that's ready. Everybody else is kind of like, man, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'll hang out. Are you ready? These people are ready. All of you guys on that side are taking a nap. You know what it is, Liz? It's that they don't see me. They don't see us. We're down here. I'm normally up there. So what do you say we jump on the wall?
Let's do it.
Let's go, gang. Time to get up on that wall.
Yeah, let's
Time for us to get crazy. Because this is what we
Liz
do.
and I are gonna
I'm going to
watch.
do. Now, these guys are freaking out because they have no idea that I'm about to jump on their wall where they're at, and their helmets and their stuff and their junk. So I'm going to do this. Hi. How are you? How you doing? Yeah, nice to see you. Liz, how about you? You know, climb, climb, climb. Yeah, of course. Why not? Get up here, girl. Come on. Get up here with me. Where's Joe?
Joe's right here behind
Joe,
you.
why are you way back there? Get over here, man. We'll
Gosh,
put this
get
helmet.
up on the wall. I'll get up on the wall. It's going to be the greatest thing ever. There we go. You ready for me to be on the wall?
Come on, man. Get up on here on this wall.
I'm
there
on
we
the wall.
go. This is the way we do it. We got Shane Lewis, one of our drivers right there.
There he is.
He is Elvis's son. We're not talking about that, but look at those lamb chops. I'm just saying, see, all the ladies are like, ow! He lives in Jupiter. I'm not going to tell you where he lives in Jupiter, but he lives in Jupiter. All right, so right now, I'm going to do this. Mr. Camera Operator, do me a favor. Come around this way. Join me on this side because I got to talk to them. Right now, I got to talk to you guys. So I got to check one thing on my grid. Drivers, are you ready? My drivers are asleep at the wheel. We're working on it.
These guys are ready. Guys
Lawrence
are ready.
Loshak is always ready. That guy I'm not worried about.
He's fired up.
Mr. William Hubble, are you ready, sir? Are the Hubble Bubbles ready? I'm always ready, brother. You know me. All right, FARA drivers, make sure your suits are all the way up and zipped. Please do not have them hanging down by your butt because nobody wants to see that. I'll be honest with you.
I got to say, this William Hubble guy seems pretty cool.
He is one of the coolest cats in town.
Yeah,
I will tell you that right
Just
now.
a first impression, I got to say, it's
Well, it's going to
positive.
happen.
That's a good
now,
first impression.
FARA fans, are you ready? Are you really ready? Well, how about you do this? Walk on in. It's time for the grid walk. How you doing? Good to see you. How are you? Very nice. Say hello to my cameraman right here. Wave at him. That's being live streamed around the world. You guys are all over. Everybody's watching you right now. Share it up on Facebook, FARAUSA.com. Click the like button. Click the link button. Click the share button. Do everything because guess what? Whoever does it the most gets to come to the 12 hours for free.
Say what? Say what?
Yes, you heard me. I'll hook you up with 12-hour tickets. You just make sure you like and follow and all of that because that's just the way it is. Now we're going to try and get a word in with some of our drivers. I'm going to need a hand to kind of spin around here.
Because we're holding hands now. We just held hands, but it was just for safety.
It was just for safety so I don't fall and kill anybody. Lawrence Loshak, you can see him over here. He's got a crowd of women all the way around him. Of course, you would expect that with a hunk of a man like Lawrence Loshak. All the guys are making their way over to the Hubble Bubbles because they want to go there, but they're scared. You know why they're scared? Because the wife is going to say, why are you looking at her? Tell me why that is, Liz.
They have really cute outfits on.
It's because of the outfits? It's all about the outfit? So you're going to let your man take a picture with the Hubble Bubbles? Yeah, of course, right? That's the way it's done. Let's see. Where's my crowd at? You guys are getting quiet again. Get crazy out there in that grid walk.
Wow, Liz really got into that right there. Did
Liz
you hear
got
that?
into it. She's all
Liz
about it.
is fired
Here, Liz,
up.
get in the middle. Let's trade. You're small enough. You fit.
You just wiggle around right there. So the up close and personal aspect of this, everyone getting really close to the cars. The teams are getting ready to race. This is unprecedented access. They are really up close and personal.
This really is. This is something that you don't see very often in any racing organization, but you see it here at FARA, and the reason we do it is for this one and only reason. We want the people to enjoy the cars and the drivers before they go out on the track for a grueling 4-hour endurance race.
From day into the night. under the lights here at Homestead-Miami Speedway.
Oh, yeah.
The crowd's still filing in, the grid walk ongoing, and we got a lot of cool cars out here. It's a carbon fiber forest.
It really is. You got Jenetta's LMPs, which are amazing, the FP1 cars. They just got the one here on pole position. It's the new one. Then you've got the Pennzoil machine right next to it. Lawrence Loshak and Gar Robinson are going to be co-driving that one this afternoon.
Getting a great shot of the interior right now, and the switches and knobs, and clearly marked out by various fluorescent color. There's a lot for a driver to be doing inside that cockpit.
There really is, but believe it or not, as complicated as it looks, it's actually very, very easy for these guys to drive it, especially if they've had training and they know what they're doing. They're able to take that car and master it. And of course, Lawrence Loshak and Gar Robinson will be in that particular car right there, and they will be doing a great job. Lawrence Loshak right now talking with his crew chief, who, hey, crew chief, he's not supposed to be talking to you. He's talking to the girls. What's wrong with you? Yeah? No, well, yeah, why don't you come over here? Come on, man. Get over here.
Yeah, and the cameraman turns
We're going to talk
around.
with Lawrence Loshak. So come on up. Let's make him some space. I don't know whose suit is. Is that your suit, Lawrence? No? Come on up, man.
You're making him get on the wall. Wow,
Of
the
course.
drivers climb the wall and
Hey,
everything.
Mr. Cameraman, why don't you turn around and come over here with us? Crap. All right. So hanging out with Lawrence Loshak, we're going to get Gar Robinson up on the wall in just a little bit. This is going to be fun. Lawrence, you are currently a Trans Am driver. You love it, but now welcome to my world at FARA. Tell me what you're thinking. Tell me how you're feeling.
I mean, it's FARA. Look at this. All these people. I mean, I love running with FARA. I love downforce cars. I've raced, prototypes and open wheel. I've always wanted to get back into one. Trans Am is a wonderful series, but, my heart is here in downforce. Seeing all these beautiful fans. I mean, look at this excitement, this crowd. Just love being here, man. Love it.
Now, you've been behind the wheel of the LMP of Jenetta. How does it feel being in there instead of your Camaro?
Man, it's a dream come true. It's hustling those Camaros around and the Mustangs in the Trans Am series. All of us just trying to get those things to turn and stay on the track and dealing with those balloon tires. And then you hop in this beautiful machine. It actually turns when you ask it to turn. I mean, the wonderful world of downforce. Jenetta's just done an unbelievable job building these cars. I mean, look at this. I've barely even been in the car. I had one session just to practice. We went and qualified, and, we're P2. I'm ecstatic, man.
Now, this is a 4-hour endurance race. Going from the daytime to the nighttime, how does that affect you as a driver inside the car?
That's one of the things that I asked Gar. He obviously did really well in the 24 hours Daytona. I've never had actually the opportunity to drive in the night. So I begged him. I'm like, come on, Gar, let me race, second stint so I can experience the night. But, man, I think it's going to be just an exciting race. We put some really cool reflective wrap on the car. We're excited to see how that turns out. But, man, I'm just keep my thumb on those flashers and try to stay out of trouble.
Thanks, Lawrence, for hanging out with us. I'm going to turn it over to Joe, who's actually with Gar Robinson right now.
We're down here next to the car, other half of that team, Gar Robinson. Gar, you're going to be starting the car. He says he wants you to hand it off to him in good position. The car is amazing. We're going to see out here in your Trans Am car real soon. But just tell me about the experience of driving this amazing prototype.
I mean, there's no comparison between this and a Trans Am car. They're not any different in the fun level to drive. They're just different in the way you drive it. But I'm just going to work on trying to get Lawrence the best car that I can, keep the car out of trouble, and keep the car in a good spot.
You guys are going to do one stint each. Green flag drops. What's the strategy? Be like a rabbit and go out there and try to extend the lead as much as possible? How much do you have to pace yourself?
I think I'm going to go with the same strategy I have with my team at home is get to the front and stay there.
There you go. And what about this crowd, this whole FARA experience?
There's nothing like it, man. Coming down to Miami, it's a lot better than up home in Detroit where it's 30 degrees and snowing.
Yes, the understatement of the race so far. Gar, good luck. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Gar Robinson. Let's go back over. Let's make our way down the grid. And This is the hot spot. This is where everybody wants to be. Hubble Racing, the Hubble Bubbles. And let's get in here. Get a shot, cameraman. Oh, here is Liz. Liz has got it set up. Elizabeth, take it away. Everybody wants to know what you've got going on.
We have a 2009 Corvette Daytona prototype. It's got an LS9, 650 horsepower, and we have a few top secret mods we did on it.
Top secret stuff. That's always fun. Now, how are you feeling going into the race tonight? There's been some rain on the track. We're going from day to night. You've been driving all day. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fine. Rain doesn't bother me. I mean, last year was the race was 4 hours and it rained for 6 hours, and we were doing 130 in the banking in the rain at night, so the rain doesn't bother me.
Cool stuff. And how do you prepare for a race like this?
Working out, dieting, riding my bike 2 hours a day. Sometimes I jump in the sauna and I lift weights in the sauna at 120 degrees for 20 minutes. I need to put a exercise bike in the sauna for 2 hours. I haven't done that yet.
I think you're onto something. I'm sure that many of your fellow drivers would appreciate that. Great. Well, best of luck to you out there. Hi, ladies. And back to Joe.
All right, we're on the other side of the grid with
Right over
David
there.
Dunn. He has got one of the modified production 3 cars. Oh, yeah, our cameraman is getting a workout today, baby. We're over here, David. You are second in class, starting near the front of the grid. We talk about FARA is a style of racing or a series of racing for all kinds of cars. We just talked with a prototype driver. What are you driving? This is a Honda.
This is a Honda Civic. FARA is the only reason I'm able to race, because we can bring in these less expensive cars and have just such a good time with them. So,
well, you're getting ready to go out there, and you're going to compete though, and you're going to have to be watching your rearview mirrors. As much as you might be leading your pack, there are a lot of much quicker, faster cars coming around you. How do you navigate that very complicated situation, looking out your windshield and in the rearview mirror?
you just hold it straight and make sure they'll go around you. As long as I don't change my lane, they just pass me by. But nothing scarier than having cars going by you 75, 80 miles an hour faster than you are, all in a pack. You just hang on and pray they don't hit you.
Well, good luck in the race. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
All right, all kinds of cars, all kinds of action. Where's Gorilla? Where's Gorilla?
Over here. I'm over here. You can't see me.
He's over there.
I'm over here right by the entrance. I'm trying to get in with Shane Lewis, but Shane is hard to get to. I know our cameraman's having to have a hard time, but we're going to get up on the wall, Shane, because that's what we do. Boom. Up on the wall with Shane Lewis. All right, so hanging out with Shane Lewis. We are live, Shane, all over the world right now on the live stream. And Shane, you are a veteran of endurance racing. You're a veteran of touring cars, and you're a veteran of Trans Ams. How does this differ from what you do on your normal day-to-day?
Oh, this is what I want to do every day. Look at this crowd. Look at the different kinds of cars out here, from prototype cars down to GT cars. Across the board, from the type of builds you have for different the teams that are out here. What I love about FARA is that there's so much diversity, and it really makes you bring, as a driver, your A game. You got to bring your A game here because you got to be smart, you got to be quick, but also you have to be patient for 4 hours here for the 500.
Now, we're not going to kid around. You've got some serious competition that you know very well from your Trans Am series. You've got Gar Robinson, the champion, over here. You've got Lawrence Loshak hanging out. There's Ernie Francis Jr. So this is not just your average run-of-the-mill race. You are running against some guys that you already know how they run, but now it's a completely different story because there is no Camaro. There is no Mustang. This is balls to the wall. I mean, let's be honest.
I'm glad you said it, that I didn't have to say it. But the good part about those guys is you can trust them on the racetrack. You know what they're going to do. They're solid professionals. They're going to run you hard, but they're going to run you clean. What we've got to hope for is that the rest of the group out there will do the same thing. But I think the big factor we have here is what's going to happen when it gets dark. It's tough. Some guys maybe don't have that experience running at night that some of us do, all the endurance races that we've done. And at nighttime, when all you see is headlights in your mirrors, or not sure what kind of class it is out there, being respectful with the other races but running hard, that's going to be the key, is making it through the night.
Who do you see is your main competitor in tonight's race?
Well, for me, I'm actually in one of the Porsche classes. While I would love to be up in some of the prototype deal, I'm actually happy in the GT group back there because I think we have probably some of the closest racing anywhere in FARA, so it's good. But probably from 3 positions in front of me to 10 positions behind me is everybody that's got a shot that can win it. So what I love here is that almost everybody's got a shot at taking that podium spot, at taking that first place shot. So for me, I can't pick out one particular person. I know that the biggest competition we have is our team ourselves to make sure we make no mistakes out there.
Well, I wish you the best of luck. We're going to come down here because we're going to be giving away a cool thing from the Veterans Trust. Shane, thank you so much for hanging out. We're going to get back with you in just a little bit. But I'm going to get down here with Fred from the Veterans Trust. Hey, Fred, so what you got?
We got a little certificate of appreciation. Because of FARA, we have gone so far. We've been able to serve the veteran community, the military community, and the first responder community. We've served over 1,000 veterans. We had over 1,000 veterans just here today. It was unbelievable. We gave so many rides. Our Cup cars had an opportunity to hit the track. They're all veteran race teams, so because of FARA, we are so grateful for this opportunity. So with that being said, I'd like to present Tico a certificate of appreciation for doing everything that he does for the military community.
Tico, congratulations. Tico Almeida, of course, the president of FARA. And we're going to get a word in with Tico in just a minute. And, of course, it's going to be in Spanish, so it's a bilingual broadcast. Vaya. ¿Cómo? Sí. Tico, con tantos años de carrera que tú has hecho en tu vida, con tanto trabajo que tú has puesto para FARA y para todo lo que tú has hecho en tu vida, en este momento, llegando a las 500 de Sunset, que de verdad, vamos a decir la verdad, has trabajado mucho para que esto se madure y para que llegue a nivel a donde está. ¿Cómo tú te sientes en este momento viendo los carros que están aquí, los equipos que están aquí y que te están dando las gracias a ti por poner estos eventos para ellos?
Bueno, yo me siento muy orgulloso primero por tenerlos a todos ellos haciendo una fuerza por nosotros, porque esto no es yo solo, es todo el mundo y todos los que nos están mirando, los espectadores y los corredores. Esto pertenece a, esto es una cosa en conjunto, esto no es mío solo. Yo los adoro a todos y los quiero, a los fanáticos, a los corredores y a todo el mundo.
Tico, si tú pudieras hacer una carrera en cualquier pista del mundo, la FARA carrera más imaginaria que tú puedes hacer, ¿qué sería esa carrera?
Bueno, tú dices, ¿en qué pista?
¿Qué pista y cómo la quieres hacer?
Bueno, como la vamos a hacer ahora, en esta pista, en las 12 horas que vamos a hacer en diciembre, las 12 horas por primera vez, 12 horas de Miami.
Las 12 horas de Miami, el día 9 de diciembre, aquí en Homestead-Miami Speedway. Háblanos un poquito de eso, porque eso va a ser la próxima live stream que vamos a hacer nosotros. Dime un poquito de lo que podemos esperar en esa carrera.
Bueno, vamos a esperar mucho más de lo que estamos viendo en estos momentos, porque van a venir tines de toda parte de Estados Unidos, porque al igual que de Europa, o sea que vamos a ver una cosa nueva por completo. O sea, va a ser bastante mayor a lo que estamos viendo en estos momentos.
Tico, ¿y esto cómo compara con, por decir, las 24 horas de Daytona de Rolex o las 12 horas en Sebring? ¿Cómo esto, las 12 horas de Miami, va a ser diferente que aquella carrera?
Bueno, siempre las 24 horas de Daytona y las 12 horas de Sebring son supremas. Eso es lo número uno. Nosotros vamos a tratar de hacer algo para seguir eso que está pasando en Estados Unidos, hacer un poquitico más de motorsport de 12 horas en Miami, pero no queremos competir ni con las 24 ni con 12 horas de Sebring, porque eso es sagrado, eso es eterno.
Gracias, Tico. Ladies and gentlemen, Tico Almeida, the president of FARA. Where's Joe? Joe, you got somebody?
Of course I do. Of course I do. We're going to head over to one of the MP3B cars. Pedro Redondo Jr., if our cameraman can come this way. Pedro, excellent run in the sprint race. You didn't place the tire wrong the whole time. Now you're starting up front here in the Enduro.
That's right. It's going to be an interesting race. We're coming from Dominican Republic, basically for racing at FARA. It's been really fun for this championship, and we're expecting to keep racing. and have a lot of fun. It's very, very interesting, very competitive. I'm sharing the car with my father. He's Pedro Redondo Sr.
What is that like? You and your dad, you're going to do 2 stints, you're going to do 1. How proud are you of your son to go out there, qualify the car so well, win the sprint race? He's going to be starting. You guys get to race together.
Well, I feel so proud because he has my hand. So he very good because he is young and have a very good hand to racing.
Is he gave you the good DNA, is that true?
Yeah, that's right. He gave me the DNA, and we used to share a car back in our country in Santo Domingo. We raced there for a couple of years, and then we decided to come here and race here. It's really fun.
Well, welcome to FARA. Welcome to the United States. Good luck in the race.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
There you go. All right, where's Gorilla? Gorilla is back over on the other side of the grid, along with Liz. If cameraman, you want to rotate here, I'll help you. Just follow me. We're going to walk you on over to here they are.
So, Gorilla, I want to know a little bit about, I know that these are our post points, our post spots.
Right.
What does that mean coming into the endurance race?
Well, when you're talking about pole, you're talking about the guys who are starting at the very front of the pack, the best, the cleanest air. They have the least path of resistance as opposed to everybody else. Now, what does that really mean in a 4-hour race? Absolutely nothing, because the advantage is not to the pole sitter. The advantage is really to whoever makes it to the end of the race. You've got to have the car that has the endurance, and you yourself as a driver have to have the endurance, and so does your team. So it's going to be a good 4-hour race. Now we're going to kick it back to the studios because we're getting ready to get done with, start the Sunset 500 from Homestead-Miami Speedway.
I guess sometimes things just happen. Devastating things. Your whole world changes in an instant. That's what happened to me the day my mother had a stroke. I'm Paul George, and I want you to spot a stroke fast. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911. Protect the ones you love. Spot a stroke fast.
Me llamo Raquel Mendoza y esta es mi vida. Mis hijos están envueltos en muchas actividades. Eso requiere mucho estrés y correr para acá y para allá. A veces mi familia necesita un escape. Este lugar trae mucha paz y hay mucha calma, mucha naturaleza. Quiero regresar con mi familia más seguido.
Encuentra el bosque más cercano en descubreelbosque.org. El Bosque, más cerca de lo que crees.
I rescued Toast from a shelter in 2011. When I walked into the shelter, I knew she was special.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
I adopted Bento from a shelter, but a lot of people know him as Keyboard Cat.
I guess sometimes things just happen. Devastating things. Your whole world changes in an instant. That's what happened to me the day my mother had a stroke. I'm Paul George, and I want you to spot a stroke fast. F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911. Protect the ones you love. Spot a stroke fast.
All in together now, we can make it better now. Come on, can we do it? Yeah, you know that we can. We'll rope it up, cause we know how to jump. We'll roll it out, cause we know how to skate. We'll cut it down, cause we know what to eat. We'll swap it out, we eat healthy stuff. Can we do it? Yeah, you know that we can. Can we do it? Yeah, you know that we can. Yeah, well come on.
Today's a good day to grab your kids and hang out with them for an hour. Dance, walk, play a sport, or cook a healthy meal. Because just moving a little and eating better every day can help make you and your child healthier.
Can we do it? Yeah, you know that we can. We'll ball it up, cause we know how to hoop. We'll mess around, cause we know how to play. We'll drop it down, cause we know how to dance. We'll veg it up, veggie night and day. Can we do it? Yeah, you know that we can. All in together now, we can make it better now.
Search We Can to find doable tips and activities that you can use every day to keep you and your kids healthy.
Together now, we can make it better now. Come on, can we do it? Yeah, you know that we can. We'll rope it up, cause we know how to jump. We'll roll it out, cause we know how to skate. We'll cut it down, cause we know what to eat. We'll swap it out, we eat healthy stuff. Can we do it? Yeah, you know that we can. Can we do it? Yeah, you know that we can. Yeah, well come on.
Today's a good day to grab your kids and hang out with them for an hour. Dance, walk, play a sport, or cook a healthy meal. Because just moving a little and eating better every day can help make you and your child healthier.
Can we do it? Yeah, you know that we can. We'll ball it up, cause we know how to hoop. We'll mess around, cause we know how to play. We'll drop it down, cause we know how to dance. We'll veg it up, veggie night and day. Can we do it? Yeah, you know that we can. All in together now, we can make it better now.
Search We Can to find doable tips and activities that you can use every day to keep you and your kids healthy.
But it would be safe to keep
No, you're in pole. Oh, there we go. There's a future driver right there. We're on. Hey, guys, welcome back to Pit Road. I'm hanging out with Alini Cipriani and Adolfo Rossi. They are Ginetta USA, and here's the cool part. Alini Cipriani is actually a driver, but currently Enzo, this guy right here, Enzo is saying, no, Mom, not yet, not right now, it's not happening. So she said she's going to be back for the 12 hours. How are we looking on that?
Hope so to be back. I used to say that in the theory it's one thing. So in the practical, it's another thing. But I'm planning to come back in Miami 12 hours and hope we can celebrate a podium with my baby on the arm. So let's see.
That'll be cool. Adolfo, now you've got two cars, 1 and 2, back-to-back, going into the Sunset 500. How does that work for you today?
Oh, that's fantastic. To have P1 and P2, that's amazing. That's outstanding. I couldn't get better with this. So let's see about the race and see that we do the same in the race. So that will be good competitors here like Mr. Habel and those GT guys here and Lambos and prototypes. And it's going to be tough.
It's going to be a tough race, but it's going to be a lot of fun. Now, who's this that you got next to you right now?
This young guy here, he did the pole position in one of our cars. He's this young talent here is Artur Fortunato. Yeah, and Artur Fortunato is a 19 years old guy, and he did a fantastic job doing almost 115 something, very low. So this is something fast, I should tell you.
So are you ready to go into P1?
Yeah, I'll do my best, and let's see if we can keep up the rhythm the whole race, and we can take the car home in first.
Well, we wish you guys the best of luck. We're getting ready to kick off the Sunset 500 live from none other than Homestead-Miami Speedway. Enzo, you got Alini, you got Adolfo. The party's on. This is the way we do it, and we're going to kick it to Joe. I love it when that, by the way, my fiance's up there watching, so I'm probably going to have a face in a minute like, really? Really? The girls are kissing you? Sorry, babe. Love you, mean it. She doesn't care. She's up there. She's having a good time. It doesn't matter. She's like, I don't care.
She's drinking beer and she doesn't care.
She doesn't care. She's happy up there. It's okay. So we're getting ready to start here in just a minute. I'm going to try and kick it over to Joe. Hey, Joe, are you ready over there in the broadcast position?
Thank you very much, Gorilla. How about the grid walk here? FARA, the Sunset 500, Homestead-Miami Speedway. What an epic event. These drivers are ready to go. The crowd is ready to go, and we have a beautiful situation. For those of you watching around the world on YouTube, on live stream, on farausa.com, hello and welcome to you. You are about to see some of the coolest sports cars in the world battle it out in a 4-hour enduro from day into night here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. It has been tremendous so far, 2 sprint races, but now the enduro, the grid walk, a great example of fan interaction here at FARA. Everybody getting up close, personal, no one denied an autograph, an opportunity to take a photograph with your favorite driver or spokesperson model, depending on what you're into. Bottom line, it was absolutely tremendous. You see the Janettas out there getting ready to rock and roll. Amazing. The juxtaposition between the FARA prototype cars on the right side of the screen and the modified production cars over on the left side of the grid, actual factory cars. And speaking with a couple of the drivers, they are thrilled to be out here racing, but also going to have to apply the best in their trade to keep from being spun around as those prototype cars come flying by 80 to 90 miles per hour faster than they are running. We are just moments away from the command to start engines, and we will have the entire 4-hour broadcast for you. I want to remind you, share, tweet, repeat, all of these things. Let's get the audience moving and motivated as we get ready. Right now, a good opportunity to tell you about the Miami 12 Hours. If you're looking forward to the next FARA TV broadcast, mark your calendar for the inaugural Miami 12 Hours. It makes a South Florida debut here at Homestead-Miami Speedway, and you'll hear and see all the action December 8th, only on FARA TV. That is December 8th on FARA TV. Keep up with Facebook, Twitter, all the social media. Let's go back out to the grid. The Gorilla is ready to rock and roll.
Ladies and gentlemen, we do ask that at this time you please rise and remove your hats as we honor the United States with our national anthem. Having a problem.
1, 2. All right. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
You know what? When the audio doesn't work and your co-host sings it, damn it, that makes it even better. I love it. Awesome. Well, Liz was supposed to do one thing, but now she's going to do what she was actually supposed to do. So, Liz, if you wouldn't mind saying the most famous words in all of motorsports.
It would be my honor. Racers, start your engines.
Here at Homestead-Miami Speedway, how about Elizabeth Gonzalez stepping in to make it happen? Hello, everyone, and welcome to FARA USA's presentation of the Sunset 500. I'm Joe Costello. That was Elizabeth Gonzalez and the Gorilla with us here on the broadcast. We are getting ready for the start of today's race. Engines have fired, drivers are in their cars, and we are just moments away from the beginning of this 4-hour Enduro. To this point, we have seen qualifying, and we have seen 2 sprint races for our categories of cars. Now they will all take to the track one final time and race from day into the night here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. Just south of Miami, the Magic City, the City of Lights, City of Magic, Miami has been known for the Miami Grand Prix and great races like the Ford EcoBoost 400. Now, FARA has stepped up onto the scene with worldwide sports car racing that has become the standard. You see the cars rolling off the grid. The prototypes have already made their way to the track, and the modified production will be soon to follow. They begin to split to form the formation lap. Earlier in the day, we experienced a severe rain shower, but as is the case in South Florida, it was raining on the front stretch and not raining on the back stretch. The rain has since left us behind, and we have blue skies, clear skies, ready to go for this evening's race. The track drying rapidly as the modified production cars begin to roll out onto the track surface. The number 2, Toyota MR2, Mazda Miata, and a Mercedes bringing up the field. They will form up, grid up behind the pace car, and we are not long from going green. FARAUSA.com. All you viewers, we'd like to welcome you. Thank you so much and encourage you to share the video on your social media. Sponsors. The plan for FARA is to live stream these events in the future. Your participation is greatly appreciated. Like the folks at Allied Car and Truck Rental since 1983. Allied Car and Truck Rental have been serving the needs of Puerto Rico with quality premium cars and vans. Learn more by visiting their website, alliedcarrentalpr.com. Hankook Tire, dedicated to manufacturing high-quality passenger car and truck tires, bus tires, and competition car tires. Hankook is a global tire company. See why at hancooktire.com. Hankook, driving emotion. Ginetta USA, providing a complete race car experience to their clients from driving coaches to race engineers. Ginetta is one of the most competitive racing teams in Florida, providing winning cars with successful drivers. Come see what makes them unique at Ginetta-USA.com. Anthem Motorsports. Since 2005, Anthem Motorsports recognized by the motorsports industry as one of the leading sports car organizations. Led by former race car driver and entrepreneur Alain Nadal, Anthem Motorsports has won multiple major club championships. Learn more at AnsahMotorsports.com. And Rimco Tech. Rimco, the #1 destination in South Florida for high-performance sim racing equipment, from simulator chassis to wheel upgrades. Find out what they can do for you at RimcoTech.com. Sunbelt Radiators, your aftermarket automotive cooling parts and distributor. No matter whether foreign or domestic, medium, heavy duty, or even industrial, Sunbelt Radiators Incorporated. Check them out at sunbeltradiators.com. Drivers begin scrubbing their tires to build some heat on this mostly dry but still moist track surface. I don't see a situation where you would run an intermediate tire. I don't believe they have them. I believe you're going to see them on the dries. Formula Motorsport, drive with champions with the team from Formula Motorsports. Thanks to Angel Andres Benitez, Angel Rafael Benitez, Miguel Benitez, along with Danny Gianfrancisco for supporting FARA TV. fmotorsport.com to learn more about the Formula Motorsport team. Honor and trust in lending is the hallmark of Patriot Trust Lending, where their customers are family. Check them out at patriottrustlending.com. We're getting ready to start. Gorilla's on the grid. Gorilla, bring us down to the green.
All right, Joe, we're getting ready to kick right into it. I am right next to the track, right on the start-finish line. We are going to have all the cars coming by me and zooming by me in just a couple of moments, and this is the time you've been waiting for. And they are going to come around as soon as we see that double yellow has been taken down, which it has. The pace car has ducked down. They are now on their own. The Ginettas are up in front, holding the entire field. The flag stand has the call. As soon as the green flies, we are racing. Green, green, green. The Sunset 500 is underway, going 3 wide into turn number 1. Ginetta stays in front. William Hummer goes into number 2. You see a spray wash going on because of all the water that came down just a little while ago. This is going to be an exciting race for the next 4 hours. Joe, I'm kicking it over to you because I'm going to get out of this spot so that I am no longer in danger, my friend.
Wow, unbelievable. We've got 3 wide going into the corner in the infield there. That is a great battle ongoing in turn 8. And they are side by side coming off turn 11 down to the stripe. And William Hubble, famous for the Hubble Bubbles, has taken the lead. But a great battle. Lawrence Loshak just to the rears. William Hubble. Coming out of turn 5, straight down to our camera location. A hard right into turn 6. Oh, we've got one in the wall. That is on, appears to be on pit road. The driver is out. The fire extinguishers are out. The battle for the lead continues. A little drama. What appears to be on pit road.
Joe, I can tell you about the drama on pit road
And that
right
cloud
now.
you see is a mix of smoke and fire extinguisher. The number 57 is on fire. And the safety crew runs over to attend to that situation. High dollar carbon fiber electronics. Every second counts. Meanwhile, on track, there has been a change for the lead. Guillermo Fernandez. Guillermo leading in the modified production 1B category. So modified production being led by Guillermo Fernandez. FP1 being led by William Hubble, followed by Lawrence Loshak. Third place, Diego Cuestas. We are just moments in to what will be a 4-hour endurance race. And we already have a great battle shaping up between the Corvette prototype and the Ginetta, driven by Lawrence Loshak and Gar Robinson. And back from the grid.
Back from the place where there is fire.
Yes. What's going on out there, Gorilla?
Well, actually, one of the Ginettas caught fire, brought it in. They were able to get it under control. They took the back lid off. Looks like it was a small engine fire. They're probably going to take that and see maybe they can bring it back or not. But the battle right here between William Hubble and Lawrence Loshak is amazing. When you think about it, the LMP should be smoking this Corvette. But William Hubble has lost twice to this very same car. And he said that's not going to happen. You saw the car kick over a cone.
That poor cone.
What did that cone ever do to it?
That cone.
I mean, what did that cone do to that car?
Well,
I'm just either hit it or it just ends up as a casualty of war.
Well, depending on how significant the debris is, if it's something that's going to damage the cars or the tire, then they would be forced to make some sort of caution situation, or the drivers go around it, at least till it gets off the racing groove. But that cone, he's gone, so we don't even have to worry about him anymore. Lawrence Loshak making a move on William Hubble as they get back on the NASCAR backstretch.
And they're already in traffic, lapping cars. This is going to be the story for the next 4 hours. These guys are moving so quick that no matter how fast the MP3s and 4s go, these FP1s will definitely catch them.
Wow, look at the Ginetta close on the prototype Corvette. Coming in NASCAR 3 and 4, you can see there's a lot of downforce on the Ginetta. And traffic is definitely going to play a factor.
Traffic is going to play a factor. All you can hope for is that the other cars stay in their lanes and drive the way they're supposed to, and know that they've got these faster cars coming up right behind them.
You're in Miami, so the chances of that are not so likely.
Well, you know, you had Steven Casadas right there. He actually let them go by. He was in the black Mustang. And just letting these guys go by, all these drivers know that they're in there in the field with big, heavy, monstrous cars like the Ginetta and the Coyote Corvette. Corvette getting a little squirrely there.
Absolutely. Well, William Hubble washed out a little bit earlier. And look at Lawrence Loshak kind of going the long way around, trying to make up ground as they go into a wet patch, getting ready to hit turn 8.
Right, the hairpin here at Homestead-Miami Speedway, notorious because it is such a tight turn, but it opens you up into the back stretch and feeding you over to the NASCAR 3 and 4. Isn't it always great when you've got some of the track guys come over and say hi? I mean, that's great. Jason A came by, said hi to Joe. That's awesome.
It would have been better if he was a hot chick.
Well, you know, we could talk to William Hubble, maybe.
I'm kidding. No, well, listen, he's motivated and he's out front. William Hubble.
He is right now. He does have a great team with him this time. And, his normal co-driver, which is Eric Curran, couldn't make it. Actually has a little bit of an injury on his back, so he didn't make the race. But William with a great team he's currently in the car. So he is leading the race, but can he keep it up for 4 hours?
Well, I think that we are seeing some very tight dicing, and I'm very interested to see how William Hubble is able to navigate this traffic. There's traffic everywhere on the track. These cars are much slower, and even if you can put together a great lap with nobody else on the track or in a sprint race, it's clearly a challenge. And you've got Lawrence Loshak back there. He's just waiting to pounce, just waiting for the right opportunity. And you can see he is trying to pick his spot. It looks like he might have a quicker car. It's just getting around is the challenge. Once he does get around, will he be able to extend the lead and, who knows, run away?
But is he actually trying at this point so early in the race? Do you really want to put that stress on the engine? Do you want to put that stress on the tires? Do you really want to put that stress on yourself? Just keep that guy in front of you, just right ahead, and keep him in your sights, knowing that you can catch him and pass him whenever you want.
And we were fortunate to speak with both of the drivers of that car, Gar Robinson and Lawrence, and they had a really interesting team mentality. They're going to do one stint each. He's going to hand off, and Gar's going to bring it home. It'll be very interesting to see what they do, and you're absolutely correct. They've got a plan right now. If they're on pace to make that transfer, they might not be pushing the car too hard.
They might not, and I'll be honest with you, I won't be surprised if Gar Robinson, when he gets in the car later on this afternoon, I will not be surprised if the aggressiveness of Gar Robinson shines through.
Well, we're about to find out. Gar certainly was eager to drive the car before speaking with him on the grid walk. We're just talking about the car. It's like motivation. He goes, look at this car. Look at how amazing this car is. And just something we might not often talk about is the reason the drivers are doing this, and they're spending all the time, resources. It obviously takes a lot of money or sponsor savvy to do this, is because the sheer thrill of driving one of these machines.
I mean, I'll be honest. Let's be real here. If we had the opportunity to get inside that thing, I mean, I wouldn't say no.
Oh, no way. As long as the break it, you bought it rule is not in effect.
Well, yeah, if the break it, you bought it rules in effect, I wouldn't get in it. But
No.
if they just let me, go around the track on the oval where I know I'm nice and safe, once or twice around the track, I'd be happy with that.
I'm very cautious about breaking other people's toys.
Well, I'm not worried about it. Break somebody's toy, that's their problem, not mine.
They should not have lent me the toy.
Right, exactly. Liz, if you could jump into any one of these cars right now, what would you jump into?
I'm loyal. I'm sticking to my Audi that
You're sticking to the Audi.
I've been rooting for all day.
Wow. The Audi that you've been rooting for all day.
You know what I think it is?
What
An
is it?
Audi was one of the first fancy cars that I saw when I moved to South Florida. An Audi R8.
So we just actually found out that Gar Robinson is in the car right now, which means that maybe Gar's just keeping it tight, because I know Gar's a very aggressive driver when he wants to be. So maybe he's just taking it easy, and in a little while, before he gets ready to drop off the stent, maybe at that point he'll get aggressive and pass Will Hubble and turn it over to Lawrence Loshak.
I'm very
and
happy,
there we go.
incidentally, that one of the team guys came in. We had learned that on the grid walk and thought it had gotten reversed. Turns out it hadn't. But I love the fact that one of the team guys hears us out there. They've got a little note, walk into the announce booth, give us the proper information.
And off we go.
And we tell the entire world that
It's
is listening.
awesome. It's
so
awesome.
Gar Robinson is in the car right now.
So there, car number 41. Actually, that's the one that Shane Lewis is in. Oh, Victor Hay getting a little squirrely in the 202 Mercedes. Wow, that was a little scary. He's normally very much in control of that car, but it got a little squirrely on him as he went around turn number 2. Maybe he was carrying a little too much speed off of that front straight and turn number 1.
Looking at Victor's car, it doesn't look like it is. It's difficult to determine, but is he up to full speed just yet? Right now, he's dealing with a pack of Porsches and a Ginetta out there, so it would be difficult to say. We'll have to see when he gets around cars more his category.
And here's the thing. In that pack of Porsches, you do have the one and only Shane Lewis, the guy who won in Dubai, won the Continental Series, has been a champion, multiple champion, all over the country with IMSA and all other organizations. And he's here. He won in Dubai, and they took him to victory lane riding a camel. Yes, Liz, he was riding a camel. Liz looked at me with his face like, what? Yes, for real. This is the way they did it in Dubai. I don't think that I could get approval to use a camel to bring them to victory lane here in Miami.
We've got some great side-by-side action out there in turns 10 and 11. NASCAR turn 4 here at Homestead-Miami Speedway is road course turn 11. Although my sheet says 14. Why is that?
Well, because on the sheet, actually, it's counting the physical road course where you have turn 10, which is notorious here. Most people actually run right into the dang on wall when they take that turn, the transition
I've
from
seen that
the
happen, in
straight.
fact. So
have turn 11, 12, and that gets you back out. So that's 14. It's really NASCAR 3 and 4 on that banking.
there you go. For those of you following on your track map at home.
There you go.
Scoring at home. And what will be interesting to see, we see some of the drivers already turning on the lights and getting everything ready to go for as the sun goes down. It is late afternoon here in South Florida. It's still very bright, but it will happen over the next 2 hours that we make the transition from this light situation to full darkness. And then it is going to be very interesting to keep up with the cars and watch how the drivers deal
And
with
when we get
the
into
transition.
the full darkness situation, you're going to start seeing the brake rotors glow bright, bright red. And it is an impressive sight when you see this happen, especially here on the hairpin turn, which is where you're going to see it the most. Some more great racing going on here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. The Sunset 500 brought to you by FARA. Some great sponsors that we have with us here at the track are Liz.
We definitely want to reach out and thank MGM. We build, maintain, support race courses. Our experience, professionalism, and attention to detail translates on the racetrack. Come see why by visiting our website at mgmfl.com. MGM Racing, unparalleled service for your course.
Now, Liz, of course, taking over where our audio system failed us a little while ago.
How great was that?
That was awesome. I mean, I literally was standing next to her and I said, okay, you need to sing. And she's like, but I'm not ready. I said, you need to sing. And she goes, okay. And she took the mic. I was going to step away. She goes, no. You're staying right next to me.
It was very impressive, I got to say.
Very impressive.
I could not have pulled it off.
Yeah, I'll be very honest with you, Liz. Well done. Very proud of you. You sounded great. And, of course, the crowd here at Homestead-Miami Speedway loved it.
Glad I could help.
That's what it was all about. Now we got the guys from Robinson Racing coming up again. What? Well, yeah, I don't know who you talk to about that. I mean, we're broadcasters. We just talk.
Yeah, you talk to us about saying things.
Right,
What's
like somebody's wrong.
typed on paper. That's not our deal. If you're looking for the latest FARA racing videos or you want to join the conversation with other race fans, like us on Facebook, facebook.com/FARAUSA. You could tweet at FARAUSA. I'm sure there's a lot of photographs from the grid walk out there on Instagram and Facebook and Twitter.
Oh,
I know
yeah.
I put like 50 or 60 up there.
Remember, hashtag FARA USA or hashtag Sunset 500. Those are the hashtags I want you guys to be using because those are the fun ones that you're going to see all the crazy pictures at. I think somebody took a picture of me running through the...
That is crazy, you running.
Yeah.
Oh, there was more to it.
Yeah, there was more to
Sorry.
it. Me running, I mean, that's kind of wild. But running to my split position where I had two photographers like, can I stand behind you? I'm like, if you get hit, it's not my problem, man.
And guys, if you have any questions that you want to hear live to be broadcasted, send them my way. Send them into the direct messages on FARA USA Instagram, and we'll be sure to shout you out, answer your questions, and have a chat.
There you go. We can chat with you guys live. We've got 4 hours
Yeah,
to
this
play
is
and have a good time, and that's what it's really all about here when you get down to it.
Yeah, the pace of the broadcast changing a little bit, Gorilla. Now the Enduro is underway. Liz sang, and
Yep.
now we are here into the night. So go get some goodies. If you're at home on the live stream, set up your man cave or your woman cave.
There you go.
And get some drinks, get the bottle of vino.
Hey, now
open
you're
it up,
talking.
get some whatever it is that makes you happy. I'll put it up on the big screen.
Put it up, have fun. I mean, hey, let's be your kind of Saturday, right? Kick back, relax. Now, Liz, let's be honest, your husband is hanging out with us here in the studio. He's actually watching the race on the monitors, and he's like getting the live feed live more than live.
He really is. I think honestly he's waiting to figure out how he gets up to VIP, but he can hang out with us.
Oh, we can get him up to VIP real easy.
To the
I just gotta
VIP,
walk him
that's
up
it.
there.
There is a VIP though for people who want to come to another race in the future. They're watching. I was like checking it out, like what's going on there. It looks like there are a bunch of very important people there.
The VIP is actually a very great place to watch the race. It's comfortable. We've got air conditioning. The live stream is playing in there. The audio is playing in there. It's very easy to get on there. You don't have to be, some random human to get up there. But the best way to do it is just pay $45 at the door and you're in. But now on the track, look what happened.
Look, a move for the lead. Gar Robinson gets around William Hubble. And so that Ginetta prototype going to the front. And this is what we have been speaking about. Will William Hubble be able to make that ground back up? Or, and you see the Ginetta get loose right there at that hairpin turn 8 out onto that track. And that is exactly what you want to avoid. You lose momentum coming off that very important corner right before the longest straight, even though it's not so straight. Through NASCAR 3 and 4, you got that banking to help you. Then all the way down the front stretch, your competition might be able to make up the ground. That having been said, doesn't look like William Hubble is going to catch him this time around.
I don't think he's going to catch him this particular time around, but it is going to make for great racing into the night. You actually see the Ginetta going into traffic right now. This helps William Hubble catch up just a little bit, but it doesn't guarantee that he's going to be able to pass him. You see William right there locking up the tires just a little bit, and it's going to be down to the endurance of the entire team. The car, the tires, the gas, and the driver. The endurance of the driver here plays a huge, huge part, especially as the sun goes down.
How cool is the visual of watching that LMP-style prototype Ginetta go just to the inside, flickering the lights of a Toyota MR2, which you wouldn't. It's not something you see every day.
You really don't. It's not something you see, but you see it here at FARA. And that's what makes us special and unique. You see the sun peeking in and out of the clouds. This is where it gets interesting for the drivers. When they come down the front straight, they will have the sun in their eyes.
This race is certainly a one-of-a-kind experience, both for drivers and spectators. There's no sunsets like South Florida sunsets, and you really get to experience the whole day throughout this FARA race.
You really do, Liz, and at the end of the day, when you really look at it, it's so important to keep your cool in these races because it is literally a matter of a split second that anything can happen. Somebody could spin out. Something could happen. You never know, and all these drivers have to be on point. Again, it's an endurance race. It's not a sprint race. It's not a little 30-minute, you're in, you're out. No, this is 4 hours nonstop. And when you come into the pits, the longer you stay in there, well, the better of a chance your competitor has to catch up to you. So right now, you see Gar Robinson trying to get as much distance as he can from the 230 machine of Will Hubble. And the farther he gets, the easier his pit stop's going to be. And that's going to be key later on tonight.
Looking at some of the modified production cars, Sebastian Carrazzo with the modified production 1B car currently running 4th. Alex Bolanos, modified production 2B car currently running 8th. Sergio Lagana is 9th, and Casio Mello is 10th. So we've got some modified production cars that are up in the mix with the prototypes.
Definitely the MP1s and 2s sometimes can stay right up in there with the FP cars, the Formula prototype cars. And that's really where you can tell it's not just the car, it's the driver, how much they want it and how close they want to stay, how much to the envelope do they really want to be. And some of these guys really want to push it, like car number 31 right here, the Lamborghini. They're not going to stop. This is a tried and true car. It's been in multiple Enduros here with FARA, and they always make it to the end. Now the question is, who else is going to make it all the way to the end at the Sunset 500?
And speaking of the end, sir, we have 6 different classes of cars on the track, correct?
11.
11. I'm off. So when it comes down to the very end, how is it broken down on victory lane?
On victory lane, you're going to have your overall winner, obviously, whoever stayed in the lead overall for the race, and you're going to have your second and third place of that. Then we break it down by classes. Third, second, and first in each class, and sometimes some classes are not even represented because all the cars either broke down or they quit or whatever reason, what have you, they didn't make it to the end, so they don't make it up to the podium. So at the end, we don't know exactly who's going to be up there, but each class will be represented, and the overall winners will be obviously represented, and all of these points count toward the end of the year championship.
So technically, you can finish last and still win your class.
You technically can, absolutely. If you are the last car in your class left on the track, well, all you have to do is complete 51% of whatever the leader did. So if the leader made 100 laps and you did 51 laps and everybody in your class failed, well, you still made it technically, according to the rule book, to the end of the race, and you could still win in your class and get max points for the overall championship at the end of the year.
That is awesome. Very, very. And the reason we spoke with people on the grid is they couldn't be racing. What is the quote? If not for FARA and the way it is laid out. And you look at Lamborghini out there just mixing it up and driving away from some of the competition out there. He's currently clearly at a different level than some of the guys in the Honda Civics. But you take off the suit of armor and you just get right to the mind of the racer. They don't know what it is that they're driving. They're just going 100% as best as they can, as fast as they can, given the circumstance. That's why it is so much fun, and it's very cool that the series exists and is going over and above with the live stream. Oh, look, the number 13 just off the track, trying to get it going again. Hung a wheel there, right down in turns 1, 2, and 3.
And I think it was what had happened was he saw that the Porsche was coming up on him. He saw him in the rear view, maybe got a little bit nervous, and at that point said, uh-oh, what do I do? Is he coming up on me that fast? This is what Shane Lewis was talking about. The guys in the bigger cars sometimes come from different series, and they come from places where they are, that's what they do for a living. They are professional drivers, and some of these guys are gentleman drivers, like we said before. And then you get these two types of people out there, and the professional just wants the gentleman driver to stay in their lane and race their race.
Off the track along the side of the wall by the start-finish line. Just picked that up out of the corner of my eye. And we'll see the next opportunity we get, but perhaps the driver is out right there.
Yep, one of the Porsches has actually pulled over right next to start-finish, and that might be the end of the day for that car. Don't know if he hit the wall or if he's just stopped there. Maybe some mechanical issues, maybe some tire issues.
Definitely not just taking a break.
No, definitely not just taking a break. I don't think any of these drivers would want to just stop and take a break. That's going to be very difficult for, these are mostly type A personality people. They don't like to lose. So they're going to push it, especially like, for instance, you've got a Praga being chased down by a Ginetta, and those guys are always going to battle. They're always going to fight because the Ginetta thinks, that's just a little Praga. That's just, it's a big go-kart that looks like a prototype. But no, that is an amazing race car, and the Ginetta wants to chase him down and still makes for great racing for all of us.
Was up close and personal with one of the Pragas a little bit earlier during one of our breaks, and it is an amazing little piece of machinery.
It really is.
Very cool car, and the idea that you can buy it.
Yeah.
Like that.
You can buy it.
Very
just like
impressive.
That, ready to go. And that's the beauty of it.
But can you roll up to the valet at your favorite restaurant with it?
I mean, I'm sure you could, but I don't think you'd want to let the valet touch that thing. Because, I mean, let's be honest, it would be you by yourself. That's not a two-seater car. There's no way to fit. I can barely fit inside of one of the Pragas, and that kind of tells you how small they are. I definitely fit into Will Hubble's machine, but not into the Pragas.
Well, Will Hubble is he's a big guy.
He is a big guy. But he definitely has a great car. And I believe this is car number 41, Shane Lewis, that just came by. Or the team that he's on. I'm not 100% sure which one of them. I know he's in a white Porsche. I don't know which one today. car number 43, you see that the Ginetta fell back a little bit in traffic trying to chase down the Praga. But you do see the LMP car coming right past them saying, hey, Gotti, I got to get moving because I need to get as far away from Will Hubble as I can.
And for you fans of the American muscle out there, Ford Mustang, right in the middle of this scrum, hanging tough. So you got a Beamer, you got a Porsche, you got a Ginetta, you got the Mustang, and a little what appears to be either a Toyota FRS, Subaru BRZ, or Scion. Not exactly sure, but I know it's one of those three kind of bringing up the rear.
We have to look into that to see which one it is. Now, some of these cars are just the body of the car. I know once upon a time here at FARA, we had a Ford Focus which had actually a Mustang engine in it, and it was mid-engine, and it blew the doors off of a Ferrari on the front straight. You can see that picture on FARAUSA.com.
Oh, that's very interesting that there is creativity allowed.
Yeah.
So if you want to make something, you've got a place to race it.
You do. I mean, remember, here it's about the displacement, not about the make and model of the car. So if the car has XYZ in it, well, it has XYZ in it. We're not going to say, oh, look at this on turn 7. Somebody got turned all the way around. That's such a dangerous spot to do that because everybody's coming around turn 7. Can't tell who that was, but it was one of the white Porsches that spun out on turn number 7.
And that's a very difficult situation. First of all, let's not forget the track mostly dry but still moist in some spots, which can be very challenging. But also, you've just spun it out, you're in traffic, you know they're coming, and you want to gain back as much of the real estate you just lost. And so for the next minute to 30 seconds, that driver is going to be trying to get back into a rhythm once again.
Right, and that's definitely what you want to do when you're out there on a track that's a little bit humid, not so dry, and you want to conserve your tires to stay out there as long as you can.
Now, guys, we're so glad to have you here live with us all evening, all day. And we are so excited to be launching FARA TV this year, and we hope that you'll join us in making history for the FARA organization. Our goal is to bring you the entire Florida Road Racing Championship live for fans all over the world to see. The teams, drivers, make sure you guys all sign up. Driving one of the races or be a broadcast sponsor. As you've heard, we've been shouting out our sponsors all day. Anthem Motorsports, Sunset Belt Radiators, Formula Motorsports. Make sure you sign up. All your racing organizations, get on board, join a history of making an effort, and be on meet a live broadcast sponsor today. Look for FARA TV at the inaugural Miami 12-hour race coming up December the 8th. The Miami 500 is going to be in 2018, and even more races will be coming your way soon on FARA TV. Be sure to email or call us and find out how you can get involved.
And there you go. Liz, of course, telling you how you can get interactive with all of us here at the Sunset 500. Car number 43, the leader in his class, the Ginetta. And we're going to start kind of showing you the leaders in the different classes. I believe he is in MP2 or 1.
Yeah, that's Casio Mello, MP2A. That is a MP2A car, and that's cars with engines of 3.4 liters up to 3.6 liters.
Right.
3 rotors normally aspirated if necessary, and 2.5 liters are turbocharged or supercharged. The Ginetta runs there, which is what we're seeing. The G50 with the 3.5 liters. So there you go.
That is the current leader in the MP2A category. You see him right behind Will Hubble. These guys are now settling into a rhythm, and they're going to stay there throughout the course of the night until they have to finish their stint and turn the car over to their co-driver. I've yet to see one driver do the entire 4 hours. That's got to be extremely difficult to do.
Oh, yes. Mental and physical stamina. One of the attributes of drivers we don't think about. It's very difficult if you're at home and you want to try to simulate what it's like for your favorite football player, soccer player, basketball player. It's easy to try to simulate what they go through. You just go run and start running and keep running. Boxing, same deal. You do a couple of rounds in the mirror, you're going to get tired. But the mental focus required by these race car drivers is nearly impossible to duplicate because it is so intense. Consider a wide receiver where the ball is in the air and the ball is coming to you and you're trying to catch the ball, that kind of focus that you have for a few moments. These race car drivers have to have that level of focus at many points on the track. Yes, sure, there might be a moment of relaxation on a straightaway somewhere, but the bottom line is you are on the edge of a razor blade, and if you lose focus, instead of dropping the ball, you can be in the wall.
There you go. That's a great analogy. Instead of dropping the ball, you could be in the wall. I mean, that's really what it is.
Listen, if we're gonna make a T-shirt, I got to get the biggest cut. You guys were here.
Well, we'll make a big cut. I mean, I'll get the second biggest cut because I need the bigger cuts to wear because they're big. Anyway, but if you want to see what this feels like, the mental aspect of this, I actually tried it myself on my gaming console at home. I've got a racing simulator game.
What's the game?
Forza 6.
Okay.
All right.
So
right
you're
now
an Xbox
I'm doing
guy.
I'm an Xbox guy.
Okay.
So I'm doing right now Indianapolis, but 100. It's a 250, so you have to do 100 laps around the Indy track. And I was 20 laps in, and I lost focus, and I went right into the wall, destroyed my car.
The road course or the Brickyard?
The Brickyard.
Okay.
Yeah, you would think that it would be super simple to just get around it with no issues, but after a little while, your brain just starts to wander. And that's what these guys are professionals at. They don't let their minds wander. They know they've got to be, like you said, on the edge of a razor blade. And it is a dangerous sport. And yes, it's a sport because they are competing. They're not just going around and around in a circle.
Absolutely. The number 25 of Alex Bolanos, currently the leader in MP2B, 7th overall, taking that crossbow around the track. That is a hot-looking little ride right there.
It is a hot-looking little ride, and it's kind of scary when it's coming at you, and you got to jump out of the way.
Yeah, you had a personal moment.
I had a personal moment with that car. Got a little close to me during the sprint race. While I was out there splitting it.
You're scarred. I can tell you brought it up like 3 times now.
Yeah. He's got me a little on the edge with him, but you can't deny the talent and the engineering of that car. It is an amazing car, and it's a World Challenge car. This is a car that they put out there in the World Challenge Series, and they really bust their butts to make it awesome.
Where does the World Challenge take place?
World Challenge takes place all over the U.S. It's literally everywhere. It's a traveling series.
And you see Alex is working his way through some heavy traffic and made a brilliant move to get around all of those cars, and now working his way through the mini straightaway coming out of 7 down to turn 8. This is a stretch between 7 and 8, down hard on the brakes into turn 8, the hairpin with that Ford Mustang, little pony car in front of him, and then back out through turn 9. That's turn 9 onto the back stretch. Coming up on turn 10. The third turn of the NASCAR track, where the NASCAR stars will run here in late November, is turn 10. That variable banking. The banking increases the higher you go on the racetrack, so in theory, you can go faster around the high side. He's taking the low way around. Out turn 11. And down the front stretch. Dive bombing into 1. Through turn 2. Coming over to turn 3. And look at the car wash out right there. And sometimes you have to give up the apex a little bit on one corner to take the max route on the next. So the KTM Crossbow is coming down to turn 6, right into your camera lens. Look at that. Got the lights on. The double apex that Gorilla told you about a little bit later, and our camera perfectly positioned to see him as he comes off 7 down to 8. Heavy braking. You see our sprint race winner from a little bit earlier. And we pick him up right back here. That's a lap around Homestead-Miami Speedway with the KTM Crossbow. Nice piece of driving by Alex Bolanos. Pedro Redondo and father up from the Dominican, spoke with them on the grid walk. They saw headlights, now they're seeing taillights of that KTM Crossbow. Very quick moving car. We got Porsches on pit road. And wants to keep the car as free as possible in the corners, not bind it up, not wash out, not fishtail. And the Anthem Motorsports team doing an excellent job. Late afternoon here in beautiful South Florida. We did have one of those passing showers. But from the looks of it, the track is 95% dry. And the drivers are adjusting accordingly.
You know, I was asking some of the drivers earlier, now that we had these showers, kind of how are they maybe preparing mentally to get ready to drive on a wet track, if I can spit it out. And, you know, no one was really fazed by it.
They probably like it. The opportunity to drive on a wet track. None of these people are apprehensive or nervous, and that's what makes a race car driver. We talk about it over and over again, and I find it to be one of the most challenging things about explaining racing to people. And believe me, and if you look at that KTM Crossbow, it does look like some of the bodywork, maybe that is just a reflection, but was rattling on that car a little bit. We're going to have to keep our eye on that. But most of these race car drivers they're not afraid of anything. They're the kind of person that type A personalities, so to speak. And so if they get the opportunity, like Gar Robinson, to drive one of these Ginetta prototypes, he's not thinking about winning the race. He's not thinking about his strategy. He's thinking about how awesome this car is, and he's so fortunate to have the opportunity to drive it. Well, you have to be in the right place at the right time to drive in wet weather conditions. And sure enough, they got a little taste of it. So I would imagine that they are thrilled to have the opportunity to race on an intermediate track.
Especially here at the FARA race, you know, it is really a one-of-a-kind experience. You have so many different classes, so many people able to drive in all these different kinds of cars. It's really a one-of-a-kind experience, both for drivers and spectators.
Absolutely. Oh, a little battle right here between one of the prototypes and one of the Porsches, just ahead of the number 25. Got a little loose, got a little bit to the edge. Puff of smoke, but it was a little, what I would call a heated exchange. Just in front of this pair, this prototype, as we see one of our Hondas pull off to the side of the track over on the right, shut down the lights. But that number 0 prototype was dicing it up pretty heavily with the white Porsche. Got chopped off at the end of the front stretch and sent a message like, hey, don't do that. Certainly what it looked like. And while we have a minute, we see the Honda off to the side of the track on the right. The driver is figuring out whether or not he's going to be able to get back to the pit area or not from the corrections and omissions standpoint. A little bit earlier, we were talking about the sprint race with the battle with the Audi, Elizabeth's favorite, and the Ferrari, and whether or not one or the other had been bumped off track, whether there was some aggressive contact, one or the other. And after some conversation with some people who were involved, it was more positioned as a racing incident than anything that was intended. So just in the corrections or updating of fact department. The number 777 Porsche, your leader in modified production 1B. Currently 10th place overall. And the green Porsche GT3 way up on the high side in NASCAR 3 and 4. You see him coming off turn 4 down to the start-finish line here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. And, of course, sports cars here. But what happens here each November is just tremendous, and certainly we've got to thank the NASCAR guys for coming and all the fans for selling out this place every year so that this facility stays busy and in place and a very popular place for us to come and race. Does he have his right turn signal on? The beard he did. Look at that. Liz, he's going to be making a right. Look, watch. He's telling us, I'm making a right. Here we go. He's making a right.
You know, is it maybe the sound that it's just so loud out there he can't hear it?
No, he says that's an accident. He's leading his class out here at the Sunset 500. Let's watch as he comes up on the turn 8, 9, 10, 11 portion of the track. And that is a really cool-looking car. It's got a Joker on there. It's got gambling chips, dollars. It's all kinds of amazing stuff. Not all these sports cars go over the top with their livery, whether it be wrap or paint or otherwise. The 777 certainly has. That's Guillermo Fernandez. Guillermo, currently 10th overall, lapping 125.060. 125.060. So great battle ongoing. Sunset 500, Homestead-Miami Speedway, FARA USA. Absolutely tremendous. A local caution out there. Today's race brought to you by the folks at Ginetta USA, providing complete race cars for their clients. Teams, food, instruction, they do it all. Folks at Ginetta-USA.com. Check them out if you want to go racing. They can certainly help you out.
And our friends over at Hankook, dedicated to manufacturing high-quality passenger car tires, truck tires, bus tires, and competition car tires. We are your leading global tire company. Come see why at HankookTire.com. Hankook, driving emotion.
Since 2005, Anthem Motorsports has been recognized by the motorsports industry as one of the leading sports car organizations. Led by former race car driver and entrepreneur Alain Nadal, the Anthem Motorsports team has won multiple major club racing events. Learn more at AnthemMotorsports.com.
And it looks like the white Honda that pulled off to the side coming around turn 6 there is going to come off the track.
Well, it looks like we have a caution out on the racetrack. Caution is in the air while the safety crew goes out and removes the Honda Civic. You see the pace car. The cars have formed up behind the pace car. And so it'll be interesting to see what they do with this opportunity to potentially come down pit road under caution.
Now, Joe, when this happens, is this a time where the teams might want to take a chance to go down the pit road versus in the middle of full-blown racing?
They haven't really been on the track for that long. We're about 46 minutes into a 4-hour race. Most of the drivers we spoke with, 2 driver teams, and, for instance, Gar Robinson, those guys were going to do 1 stint each, so he's going to stay in the car. It all depends. If you're going to do three stints, like Pedro Redondo and his dad were going to do, you might want to take this opportunity to come down pit road, fuel the car, and do a driver swap. Get that stint in, and maybe the last stint is a little bit longer. It all depends on the team and their strategy and what they're planning to do. But what I can tell you it is going to do is cause for some very intense action when we go back to green. Just like the start of the race, the field has been bunched up, and all that room that they just earned themselves by being fast and maybe kind of carve out a spot for them to race on the track and just click off some laps, suddenly that's gone. Suddenly each driver is fighting for the same real estate, and they're going to be a lot tighter. And as they say, cautions breed cautions. And so once we figure out what's going to happen on pit road, we get them gridded back up behind the pace car. It'll be interesting to see how they all work out. It looks like a couple cars are going to be headed towards pit road. We've got that other car left on the front stretch right by the start-finish line. It looks like we do have cars on pit road under this yellow flag period.
And essentially, now being all in this place together, they have 33 laps of time and work that is almost essentially taken away.
Well, you're clicking off laps. It's a distance you're trying to accomplish. And so the analogy that Gorilla made a little bit earlier, like we're going from Miami to Orlando. Well, you just made it to Fort Lauderdale now, and you're taking a little bit of a break. You reset and go again. Who knows how long this next one will end up going. We could have green flag to the end of the race. It's just a matter of circumstance. But if you're the leader, that is in fact true. That whole lead that you just gained and all that time you put on second place, that is now gone. They have a chance to catch up and pass you and stop you up behind them. So it is one of the reasons why cautions are a fan favorite. People like to see this because it bunches up the field and they have to go restart and fight it out again. So Gar Robinson continues to show the way in the Ginetta. Lawrence Loshak, the other team driver. William Hubble is a second. Renaud Mariotti, third. Sebastian Carrazzo, fourth. And Alberto Baptista rounding out the top five here at the Sunset 500. Now you see the pace car there gathered up the modified production cars. The other half of the field back there. And a little bit earlier, Gorilla talking about, perhaps it was you, Elizabeth, about the South Florida sunsets.
I was just
Here, and
thinking
it's
that.
coming. It's going to happen. I know it is. It's beautiful. It's we have such a wonderful facility. The sun sets behind the Champions Club, which is that large structure you see up there behind Turn 1, which is, you know, the ultimate in racing VIP sections. It's very cool, and they open it up for certain races. But that blocks out the sun, and it is pretty cool. You see some of the modified production cars. You see appears to be a Honda Civic or the Volkswagen. Those guys were down from Orlando. They were a brand new team, raced with FARA last year, said, you know what, we're going to do this. They built that Volkswagen specifically to run these events. In their first race, they finished second, and they are down here, and the hook is absolutely set in that team. They were super excited. They are down here. They work on these cars. They want to represent here in South Florida and let everybody know that they are in it to win it, and certainly look like they're doing pretty well out there in the modified production categories.
I would really love to know, Joe, and maybe you might know, how many
I can't promise.
countries
Yes.
do we have represented in the FARA race today?
Oh, wow. I have no idea. I have no idea. It has to
something
be
very
many, many, many. It has to be so many. Well, right off the top of our heads, we know we've got the United States, we've got Canada, we've got the Dominican, we've got Brazil, we've got Colombia, we've got Puerto Rico. We have, like, it's endless. Many, many, many countries. This is such an international series. We see cars on pit road. The 777 has taken the opportunity. Guillermo Fernandez looked like he was coming down pit road. You see Alex Bolanos electing to stay out behind the pace car. And if it is not in the program, and if it's not time, if they've got a plan, if they got plenty of fuel, no reason to come off track and give up track position. Who's to say that this is the only caution? Who's to say how many cautions we will have? But there, you're getting a good look at these cars as they are getting wound up once again. We'll be going back to green moments from now. Want to remind everybody, the Miami 12 Hours, the next FARA broadcast, FARA TV. Mark your calendar. December 8th, only on FARA TV. I believe, the Gorilla will definitely be here. Elizabeth will more than likely 98% be here. And I'm working on my schedule, but certainly, there, Thomas says we're going to get you here. Bookmark it, 12 hours. It's December 8th. How great is that going to be? Very cool. Now, Elizabeth, you've solicited questions out there on social media. Has there been any responses? Anybody saying, hey, we want to ask these two, what's up with that gorilla guy? What's the story? That's what everybody wants to know.
We did have a few responses to our live feed. We have some hellos from Uruguay.
So what'd you find?
So we did have some of our friends from Uruguay saying hello.
Oh, there you go.
Kind of just asking for a shout out, saying hello, seeing how it's going on the racetrack today.
Where in Uruguay? Montevideo.
Oh, I don't have specifics.
Montevideo. I'm just throwing out the one place in Uruguay that I know. That's it.
You know more places than me.
All right, look at this on track. Are we coming down to the green flag? We appear to be coming down to the green flag. Oh, and look at the prototypes try to fight their way. We'll get back to the social media questions, get them all queued up. But right now, we've got a battle on track. The Volkswagen from Orlando, number 13, out there. Giving way to the R3 Racing Scion. And Alex Bolanos, KTM Crossbow from Ansa Racing, jumping out there. The lights being flickered. And the BMW basically saying, move out the way, coming through. A very intense time, any sports car race. The quick cars back in the field. You can see them back there, coming off every corner, slicing and dicing, trying to find some real estate where they can run. And it looks like Gar Robinson navigating the traffic very well, going low. Now out on the backstretch, coming up on turn 10. And watch that prototype gain on the Porsche. Coming off turn 11 and down to the front stretch.
Now, I don't know if the viewers at home can see it as much as we do, but I see a lot of glares coming off of these cars. And I imagine as it gets to this time of the day, that could make it a little challenging for some of our drivers.
Well, we are already seeing some of the drivers have their night running lights on. They're using them to flicker the lights like you would on the highway. For instance, this BMW that is chasing down the KTM Crossbow, he has got lights up front instead of his normal headlights. He has got a light bar up there, probably an LED light bar, and it is definitely something that if it's coming up in your rearview mirror, it will get your attention. And I'm sure that's the point, but looking right into the camera lens right now, as Gar Robinson going by, is definitely a challenge. So the number 74, Gar Robinson, continues to be the overall leader.
Those Ginettas are just such cool-looking cars.
Oh, yes. Well, they have a lot of the technology that has been developed over the years. We were speaking about the 24-hour of Le Mans and those ultimate Le Mans-style prototypes. That also Formula One technology, that center shark fin, which is excellent for aerodynamic stability and delivering the air to that rear wing. So you can see a whole lot of technology involved in the design of the Ginetta. They also have a front splitter that basically keeps the air over the car as much as possible. And in the rear, between the rear tires, is a rear diffuser, all designed to create as much downforce as possible to stick the car to the track with the air while at the same time having as little drag as possible. And that is the greatest challenge of any aerodynamicist, is to design a car that sticks to the track without designing a car that is also slow. And they have got a beauty right there with the Ginetta. And we started off talking about the debate between adrenaline and science and engineering. And you've got it in every pit area. You've got the engineers, and yeah, they like the adrenaline and all, but they get a thrill out of the challenge of designing a part or a piece or solving a problem. And then there's the driver, the guy who at the end of the day, he's got to jump in there and he's got to squeeze the loud pedal and go put it on the limit. And over and over again, we talk about, how great this sport is. Like, why is it great? Because there's something for different kinds of people. There's the drivers for the aggressive-minded, living on the edge kind of person. You've got the engineering for the person who's more analytical, who wants to solve problems, challenges, the kind of person that wants to create problems for themselves to solve. There is a lot. There is race strategy, which each one of these teams, they're running a strategy. They've got a plan going in. They don't just go to the green flag and say, all right, let's go as fast as we can for as long as we can. They have thought about this. They've been working this. They know how many sets of tires they're going to go through, how many cans of fuel they're going to go through, and what their plan is. Now, that doesn't mean that plan is always going to work. Something may happen or cause you to change your plan, but in the end, there is something that can attract anyone to being involved in this kind of sport, depending on what you're into. And if you're not, then you're probably not listening to us right now anyway, which is...
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
And in speaking to some of our drivers earlier, they all said the same thing. As wonderful as the car may be, as souped up and as many things that have it perform on it as there are, it's really the driver who's behind the wheel.
Got to deal with it, whatever it is. You're out there, you are alone. You may have your crew chief or car chief or strategist or team owner on the radio with you, urging you to go forward, to go faster, to do something. But in the end, it's in your hands, and you can only do what you can do. And we have seen many cases where drivers are able to summon another gear and get into a zone like you hear in so many other sports. That happens. It happens here in racing. It's just, will it happen? Will we see it? Will we be here? Manny Sanchez out there, and then 11th place. You see Manny. Currently in FP2. Manny is the FP2 leader. Spoke with Manny. Co-driver Isaac Velasquez. Got a law firm and has been doing this for a long time. Manny's got a cool little dog that he's down there in the pit area, and came out on Friday, had the opportunity to speak with Manny, and he's just absolutely eaten up by auto racing. Loves it, loves the cars, loves the people. And he pointed across the paddock and he says, look, we've been doing this for 20 years, driving cars for manufacturers, testing cars, just love it. But he pointed to a little Miata across the paddock and he says, that guy, that is his pride and joy, and he loves the fact that he is out here racing against a young guy who's out here turning his first laps. And it just goes to show you that also one of the things that may attract some of our audience to racing, certainly me, is that there is the word old doesn't exist. Everybody is out here. You got younger people, you've got older people, people with higher numbers, people with lower numbers in terms of their age. But once you strap on that helmet, put on that fire suit, everybody is the same age. Look who has listen to who has rejoined us in this broadcast booth.
I'm back, baby.
The gorilla.
Yeah, I had to go walk around and see what was going on out there in the pits. A lot of action out there. Everybody, on that double yellow coming in, taking a look at what was going on. Some people actually got a little splash of fuel, just checked the tires, make sure everything was good. And, in a little bit, I'm going to go back out there, see if we can't talk to some of the drivers as they start coming out of their cars. So it's going to be a fun ride here in just a little while. How's it been going in here?
Well, great. Liz and I have been having a great time watching some excellent racing. We were under caution for a while, as you know, discussing race strategy, and even getting ready to include some of the audience members out there. We've got people tuned in from Uruguay. Yeah.
What's up?
We've got people from all over the world checking out the live stream, farausa.com and on YouTube. And we're encouraging them to share it all over their Facebook and social media.
Well, you know what? That's what you really want to do. You want to share all over social media. You want to have a blast, and you want to have fun. Now the transition is getting ready to happen.
The transition is getting ready to happen.
It is
The
in about the next
transition
hour.
It's getting ready to happen. It
Yes.
sounds so dramatic.
It's getting ready to. One man, one transition. You never know what's going to happen.
Oh, look at that move. One of the Pragas out there getting caught up with the KTM crossbow, and that was a dicey moment.
It was. Getting a little squeezed there by car number 30. You know, those Pragas are so low, you can hardly see them sometimes. I've always said we should put little flags on them so we know that they're somewhere.
It is a good-looking little car. You look at it, it's small next to an MR2. That's all you need to know.
Exactly. It's small next to an MR2, but the beauty of it is that it's fast, it's compact, and it carries a heck of a lot of power in its little itty-bitty chassis.
There it is. There it is. So when you were out there on pit road, and we know we're going to send you back out there, you're going to talk with some of the drivers and personalities, but you mentioned some people got a little bit of a splash of fuel and did some work on their maybe strategy play, get a little further down the road. Anyone of note, and what kind of strategies did you see that were working themselves out on that first caution?
Well, while I was out there, I noticed a couple of people out there. We saw the 230 machine, the Hubble racing machine, come in. They came in, they kind of look at the car, make sure everything was all right, temperatures, and then just a little touch of fuel, and then they took off just as quick. And another car that was out there was, oh my goodness, one of the Porsches, the one with the red line on the bottom. I can't figure out who he is right now. We'll spot him out there in just a little while.
What, the number 30?
I think it's the number 30.
Eric Johnson and Ernie Francis Jr.
There we go.
Which are on camera right now.
Yep,
is that
there
the one?
They are. That's the one.
With the little track maps all over the car. Do you see that? How cool is that?
That is super cool. Eric Johnson, of course, one of the best men that I know on the planet. He runs many boards for charities. He's also the chairman of a company that, if you ever had a little cup of barbecue sauce at McDonald's, his company makes it.
The cup or the barbecue sauce?
The barbecue sauce.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's extremely good. Eric Johnson, an amazing man and a wealth of knowledge. When I started my radio station 2 years ago, I asked Eric, what do you think? He says, well, it's a very tough business, but if you can make it work, it's definitely a profitable one. So I always keep in touch with Eric, and Eric is always very forthcoming and very helpful and very mentor-like when it comes to success in any genre, whether it be racing. He's working with Ernie Francis Jr., one of the youngest drivers out there. And actually, Ernie is the one in the car right now. You can tell because when Eric's driving, that helmet is way up higher in the seat.
Oh, there
than
you
when
go.
Ernie's in there.
Well, then Ernie Francis, what a great story. Three-time Trans Am 3 champion, still just a young kid, will be out here racing a week from now at Homestead-Miami Speedway. And a South Florida guy.
Yeah, he's a South Florida guy from Dania Beach. He is a fanatic when it comes to automobile racing. He just got his brand new TA car. It's a Ford Mustang, and it is a beast of a mobile. I was actually at Sebring for the Trans Am race. And he blew, just the smallest thing happened. This one little gasket just went, and he said, nope, we're bringing the car in. We don't want to destroy it before they get to Homestead. So they'll be here next week to have their race, and Ernie Francis Jr. will be racing in the TA division, so moving up in the higher ranks of Trans Am.
All the way to the top.
All the way to the top now. Some of the guys in T2 actually joked with him and said, you skipped us. You didn't want to come where the real racing is. So they're ribbing him a little bit, but for a young man and a young driver, he excels at his profession.
And just like any other sport, there's always youth coming up that is going to try to get as high as they can. And there are so many different avenues. But at the same time, pretty good skill to have. I always talk about, I don't have any kids, but if I did, like one of the things that I would want them to learn as a young person would be golf. And I'll tell you why. It's like a great networking thing when you're out, when you're old, you know, you're 45, you're 50, you can still use the great skill that you learned when you were a tiny child in the boardroom, in business networking environment. Well, let me tell you, being a great race car driver puts you in the best network there is on the planet. And it's a skill that's never going to go away. So starting out young, being someone who's so on the cutting edge, whether it be in go-karts, which most of these kids start out go-kart racing somewhere, even at Homestead-Miami Speedway, but having that sense and understanding of the machine and how to work it and how to make it go fast, that's something that's going to come in useful in many different areas throughout your life.
And a lot of these drivers actually put their sons or daughters in go-kart. Actually, William Hubble's son just had his first race a couple of weeks ago here at Homestead. The Homestead go-kart track. So he did very well. I believe he won his race.
Oh,
and I think he's
imagine
a
that.
whopping 8 years old.
Wow.
So there you go.
Well, and we have been, it's a common discussion. Like, how do you get into this? You know, how do you get into this? And you think about every baby in every crib, they throw them a basketball.
Yep.
They throw them a football.
Yep.
They throw them a soccer ball.
Yep.
They throw them a baseball.
Yep.
What about, some get a hockey puck, not all.
Not all.
But some. What about, you know, how do you introduce this?
You chuck a steering wheel.
You throw a steering wheel in there.
No. You know what? You will find out if the kid is going to be into auto racing just by checking out the toys they play with. My son is actually a gymnast. Not because he wouldn't be a great driver, but, you know, we saw him hanging out on monkey bars, and he loved it. And I'm like, okay, well, he'd be great at a high bar and some rings. And there you go. And off he goes and does that. But when you look at other things, you know, it's one of those deals that you want to see what's going on with these kids. And sometimes it's just as simple as a little plastic toy car.
Absolutely. Little Hot Wheels cars. That's how I got started. Little Hot Wheels cars. You play with cars when you were a little girl there, Liz?
I didn't. I used to throw my brothers down the stairs, though.
Oh, okay. Destroy them? That's why you like the wrecks. That's why you like the wrecks.
The juicy stuff.
Focused in on the number 67. Those guys started up front. Pedro Redondo, Jr. and Senior. Spoke with them on our grid walk. What a great little family. Up from the Dominican to participate. And you're getting a great look at that BMW. Let me tell you, didn't notice if they had a ton of sponsorship on the side of that car, but they're getting a lot of TV time here on our FARA TV broadcast, dominating every lap of the sprint race and now leading class in the Enduro race. It is just such a good-looking car, and they never misplace a wheel, certainly not to this point.
Well, David Twatty and David Leda do a great job with their team with these cars. And when you have they have experience racing, they're going to do even better. But definitely the TLM brings it home for their drivers, really, they do.
As we are working our way through our leaders here at the Sunset 500 Homestead-Miami Speedway. Liz, you were checking in on the social media. We were just about to get started. We've solicited questions. Figured we'd get through a couple of those.
Let's see what we got. Let me see. Well, okay, we've got one from Cecilia in Honduras. She says, ¿Qué temperatura tienen los carros adentro? How hot is it inside the car? Because she's looking at a picture of drivers, and I'm saying, well, you know, she's asking how hot it is inside the car. Well, based on the racing suit and the whole thing, you're talking about 130, 132 degrees inside the car.
Absolutely. A very difficult situation to be in. That's one of the questions that we always get. Whenever we're involved in racing, how hot is it inside the car?
That's a base. I mean, the TLM.
There's another question, but I'm not going to go there.
I'm curious.
I
You
want to
should
hear
know.
the
You
question.
should know the question that everybody always
Oh,
asks.
I think I know.
Come
What
on,
do you
it's
think,
the
Liz?
most basic question.
How do you go to the bathroom?
That's the one.
There you go.
That's the one everybody always asks. You hang around race car
You
drivers
don't.
long enough, the neophyte, the new fan, that's one of the first things that.
Well, actually, it's a very valid question. Let's answer it. They don't.
Yeah, no, they don't.
They don't. How do they go to the bathroom?
In many cases, they don't need to because their body is transferring a lot of the moisture out through sweat.
Yep.
True.
And it is so hot inside the car, which ties the whole thing together.
And they won't eat any fatty foods. They won't eat anything that'll digest fast. They'll basically have some, maybe some fruit or something to get them that good carbo rush that they're going to need, that sugar rush that's going to keep them alert while they're in the car. But as far as going to the bathroom, nah, the worst thing these guys have to do is 2 hours. They're going to either have to hold it or, well, make a little bit of a mess, but I've never seen anyone make a mess.
Like the movie Right Stuff.
There you go. Exactly.
In talking to William Hubble earlier, asking how does he prepare for a long endurance race like this, he shared lots of cycling, so lots of cardio, and sauna time, just being in that heat.
Yep. You got to get used to it. You got to acclimatize yourself.
And here in South Florida, we have a different environment from many areas around the world in that you mentioned humidity. And some people can't handle it.
No.
It's like walking through water. And it just takes a little something out of a lot of people, and their endurance isn't quite what it would have been in more of a dry climate.
Yep.
And there's no way to prepare for that. In fact, we've seen our own Miami Dolphins football team for many years have a bit of a home field advantage in September as the season is just getting started. It's hot, but it's also humid.
Oh, yeah.
And believe me, it's humid out there right now.
Well, one of the cars, actually any of the open wheel cars, actually have an advantage over the less, well, let's say the hardtop cars, right? Because the open wheel cars, at least the heat can get out of the car.
Like one of the Pragas, for instance. I'd be
No,
interested to see what it's like in there.
Well, the Praga, it's going to be hot. Hubble's car is going to be hot. But the TLM BMW, it's going to be warm. It's not going to be hot as it would be inside of one of the Porsche or even William Hubble's car. Or even, you see Michael Camus in the Patriot Lending Mobile coming through with that really bright light bar on the hood. They were actually testing that during the sprint earlier today. And it's extremely bright.
Yeah, very bright light bar caught our attention a little bit earlier. Certainly out of step. You could see some of the LED lights that are going to be in play for visibility. Very interesting how the lighting situation has evolved on cars in general, but in particular race cars, as the technology is allowing them to do all kinds of great new things. But the light bar.
And speaking of lights,
What do you think of the light bar?
It's bright. It's crazy. For me, I'm going to be honest in a way that people may not like. I don't like the light bar. I don't see it as a thing that should be on a race car.
You don't like the light bar?
No. I think, for instance, like the Jannetta. The Jannetta has enough lights going on in the front that the driver should have more than ample light to see where he's going. When you've got that giant light bar, whoever's in front of you, that rear view mirror is one big nuisance.
Well, since we're editorializing, I have to say I do agree in that it feels like something that is definitely designed for and at home in the Baja 1000.
Yes.
Off-road, non-track-based motorsports. Yes, it's clearly putting out a whole lot of light, but at the same time, it doesn't feel like it's in the spirit of on-track automobile racing. It's a giant light bar. What's
really
the
is.
What's the next evolution?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe the entire front of the car will just be straight up LEDs instead of carbon fiber.
But then again, we are not the rules makers, and
Nope.
they're, of course, abiding by the rules, and that is the case. But it definitely caught my attention. I'm very interested to hear that you have that opinion, and it just does see. Meanwhile, in off-road racing, where they are traveling over 100 miles per hour into nothingness, and they don't know what's there, and they don't have a safety crew to make sure that something is in front of them, of course, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, at that point, you definitely want to have a light bar because you've got to see what's out there in those deserts, in those forests, that these off-road trucks really and Baja vehicles run. Now the lights have actually come on here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. The lights are on, which means we're officially under the lights, but it's still not dark enough where the lights are helping, or lack thereof. Because right now, where you see the Janetta going through turn 4 and 5 and coming on to that mid-straight, that area is going to be pitch black in just a little while. You won't be able to see that car. You'll just see the headlights.
And Pennzoil getting a little bit of love as Gar Robinson is leading this race out at the front and has been picture perfect so far.
So far, Gar's doing a great job, and he's getting a great lead. He's so far ahead that right now he can literally come in, change drivers, have a sandwich, and go back out.
There he is. Let's watch Gar as he goes out onto the backstretch and head down to turn 10 and 11, going by that Honda. The Honda does not spin around as he flies by, but he is going very quick. And you get a good look at his line through 10 and 11, basically NASCAR 3 and 4, and he's keeping it low. We have variable banking here. The higher on the track you are, the higher the banking, which gives options, but with all that downforce and wings and diffusers on that machine, he doesn't need it, and he goes right down into turns 1 and 2.
And that's the beauty of Homestead-Miami Speedway. You got that variable banking, and you know, why don't you explain it to the people so that they understand what we're talking about when we say variable banking?
Okay, everybody. There are degrees of banking in the corners, and they vary from one to the next to the next. I believe it is 18, 19, and 20 degrees of banking.
20 or 22?
I think it is only 1 degree increments.
There you go.
And it is 18, 19, 20 is my best guess. We will double check that information before the end of the broadcast.
Absolutely.
We got Jay is over here. We got 100 people we can go find. But if memory serves me right, it is 18, 19, 20. If not then it's 17, 18, 19. But 1 degree increments. The higher you are, the more banking, the faster you can go in theory.
Well, I'm going to head out to the pits, and I'm going to see if I can take a camera with me.
Okay.
Liz, you want to come out with me?
I'm with you.
There
Come
you
on.
go.
Let's go talk to some drivers out on the pits. It's better when you bring a...
No, I know that. That's so true.
That's so true.
Not just at the track. It's just rules of life.
It's rules of life, and it's rules of race.
Exactly.
Pretty girls get better interviews.
Find out the answer to that question. See if we are right in our degrees.
I'm going to find out, and I'm going to let you know. We'll check back in with you just a little.
I'm going to hold down the fort.
Hold down the fort. Make sure the aliens don't take over.
From space?
From space,
Okay.
from Mars, from, I don't care, pick an alien, any alien.
There you go.
Where else are aliens from?
There he goes.
We'll catch you in a little bit.
Gorilla and Elizabeth headed out. So it's just us, folks. Let me tell you, I was blown away when Liz belted out the national anthem. There is nothing I dread more. We've got ourselves quite a little race going on. We want to say thanks to our great sponsors. And want to remind everybody, while we got a moment, we're very excited to be launching FARA this. Hope that you folks out there will join us and make history for this FARA organization. The goal is to bring the entire Florida Road Racing Championship live for fans all over the world to the sea. You see, that's the goal. So teams and drivers, make sure you sign up, drive in one of the races, or be a broadcast sponsor. All your racing organizations get on board, join the history of FARA, making an effort to be a live broadcast sponsor today. So if you're out there watching, if you've got a business, if you love road course racing, sports car racing, and you support what FARA is doing, you can contact FARA and become a broadcast sponsor. Look for FARA TV at the inaugural Miami 12-hour race, December 8th, the Miami 500 in 2018. Even more races coming soon on FARA TV. You can email FARA or you can call FARA to find out how you can get involved. But this is just getting started, and this amazing live stream on YouTube, on all the social media, all happening thanks to the sponsors of FARA TV. Oh, we got a log jam right there. Turn 8 off to turn 9. Gar Robinson trying to get around the slower modified production cars. And just working those lights, flicking those lights. Hey, I'm coming. For the guys that are looking in their rearview mirror, and he knows they're going to try to hold their line. But here comes Gar. Off turn 11. To the inside, passing the start-finish line. And down into 1, 2, then that left-hand turn, that is turn 3. A lot of ground to be made up right here. Coming off that corner. I would officially call the lighting conditions dusk. Oh, look at that, the KTM crossbow up against the wall. Alex Bananos up against the wall, the number 25. KTM crossbow, he is in there. You're getting a good view. The Anthem Motorsports machine backed up into the wall right there outside of turn 5. So he's got his visor up. And a local caution. It's going to be interesting to see. Alex Bolanos yet to come around. The car has lost fire, so he is just going to have to patiently wait and see what happens. And will he spend a long time out there? Meanwhile, Gar Robinson continues to lead over William Hubble. Renaud Mariotti is third, Sebastian Carrezo is fourth, and Sergio Lagana rounding out the top 5 here at the Sunset 500. Oh, look at that. Alex Bolanos looks like he may have got the crossbow refired. There's definitely a little life in that machine. And it's just a matter of can he get it going again. So he's gotten it off the wall. The car looks like it wants to move. Maybe something in the drivetrain is broken. And whether or not the engine is fired is irrelevant. Every time he starts to roll forward, it looks like it locks down a little bit. Perhaps something in the electronic system. There he is. He's rolling forward, and it just locks up. So there is a very frustrated driver. Yeah, every time he tries to roll forward, like perhaps a broken transmission or something mechanical is stopping that car from rolling. So we're going to have to see exactly what happens, but the lighting conditions here at Homestead-Miami Speedway, I would call it, oh, he's moving. I would call it dusk. So if you're wondering, is it day, is it night, what is it? It's dusk. Look at that. Alex Bolanos has got the Anthem Motorsports crossbow machine rolling, but a lot of smoke coming out of that car. You can see the rear spoiler sitting askew, or at least appearing askew, on that machine. So Alex is going to try to get off the track as best as he can. You're getting a great look, and hopefully not do too much damage to that car, because the further he travels, maybe there is a damaged oil line or some sort of problem. He's going to want to stay off the racing line as well. And hopefully nothing slick is coming out of the back of that machine. Meanwhile, the rest of the racers, 777 is trying to stay way out of the way. Oh, wow. Alex is having a real tough time controlling that car, keeping it on the middle of the apex and just drove right across the line of Guillermo Fernandez. I'm sure Guillermo, he had to check up big time to avoid that problem. And as much as these cars are designed to handle on a hairpin when everything is right, when something is not right, they can be very difficult to drive. But pretty amazing how Alex Bolanos has been able to get that car, or whichever of the two drivers is driving it. We're calling Alex, and Alex is the first name of a two-car team. We did not confirm who was going to be in that car. It could have been also Rico Schlemayo. You see the crew go to work on it, and they're telling him to cut it down, shut it off. And you look at the crew going to work on that. I believe Gorilla is on the scene, so we will have a word with the driver, whichever of the two drivers. You see the cockpit open up. That's the bodywork we were talking about a little bit earlier. An unfortunate circumstance. Let's throw it down to Gorilla. Gorilla, you are pit side.
Hey, Joe. Hey, Joe. So I'm over here at the Anthem pit where they are having some carbon fiber issues. They're literally squeezing the carbon fiber back into the car. They might be working on a tire change. The driver has not gotten out of the car yet, but he is undoing his straps. He's actually getting out of the car right now. They are now taking off the back lid of the car. There is more than just a carbon fiber issue here. They are not sure what's going on, but this car could be delayed in the race just a little bit, maybe not enough to really kick it out of the race. Still has a good chance to getting in, but they have to see what's going on, make sure that it is okay. Joe, I'm going to kick it back to you from the pit of Anthem Motorsports.
Drama on the pit lane here at the Sunset 500. We'll be very eager to see what happens with that team, that car. Thank you, Gorilla. Pit side. Johnny on the spot. And perhaps catch up with the driver, who is now out of the car. You see the helmet coming off. But the driver getting that car back and, of course, preventing us from going full course yellow. So hats off to that young man for nursing the car back to the pit area. Very difficult situation. While we've got the pit road cam up, you see one of the Porsches making his pit stop. The number 60 driving right into your screen. On-track action continuing to heat up here at Homestead-Miami Speedway and FARA USA Sunset 500. So right now, Gar Robinson and Lawrence Loshak, that team, the Ginetta team, has got a lap on William Hubble in that Daytona prototype. You remember the great battle they had early on. Renan Mariotti and Robert Haupt are third. Sergio Lagana is fourth. Michael Camus holding on to the fifth spot. Guillermo Fernandez sixth. Sebastian Carrezo seventh. Alberto Baptista seventh. Warren Cooper eighth. Eric Johnson and Ernie Francis, who's driving the car, are Warren Cooper and Shane Lewis are ninth, and Eric Johnson and Ernie Francis Jr. rounding out the top 10. Oh, look at that. Using those headlights. Let the drivers up in front know that you are coming through. And earlier we referenced the LED technology on some of these cars. And you see it on one of the, I believe it's a Ford Mustang. We're going to have to get a better look. But anytime you see on your screen just a light that looks almost unnatural, that's some of the amazing LED technology that is rapidly evolving. And something as technologically advanced as these race cars to something as technologically not advanced as a garage light. Just the other day, put up some LED lights in my own garage and was amazed. Like bulbless technology, they last 20 years. It is amazing. So when you look at race cars and you think about in what areas have they evolved, of course, tire technology, like the folks at Hankook Tire, who is manufacturing high-quality passenger tires, truck tires, bus tires, competition tires. They're putting them through their paces at HankookTire.com, driving emotion. That kind of technology is constantly evolving because of racing. But when you're going to race at night, the lighting technology is going to continue to evolve. We talked about that light bar. Perhaps too much of an evolution. One person who's not going to complain about it is the driver. The more light, the better, as you will soon see. And hello and welcome to everybody watching around the world on FARA USA. All of you folks out there, wherever you happen to be around the globe, we thank you for logging on and tuning in to our event here at Homestead-Miami Speedway, the Sunset 500. So many great cars in competition. We have had qualifying, we've had 2 sprint races, and now we are 1 hour and 33 minutes into our 4-hour endurance race. The grid walk was spectacular. And we have a wonderful live crowd in attendance. All you people who are here on the premises at Homestead-Miami Speedway, welcome and good evening to you. Thank you so much for choosing to spend your Saturday night in Miami, Florida, watching high-technology sports cars here at FARA at Homestead-Miami Speedway. Clicking off laps, clicking off laps. Leading the race, Ginetta USA, providing a complete race car experience for their clients, from driving coaches to race engineers. One of the most competitive racing teams in Florida, providing winning cars with successful drivers. See what makes them unique at Ginetta-USA.com. One of the more common cars out here. Oh, look at that. Caution is in the air. The caution is in the air. We have got caution on the track. Sunset 500 pace car, the beautiful C6 Camaro. Camaro 6 on track. One of the quicker Camaros we've got. Oh, you see the MR2 has stopped at a very critical point on the race course. The Toyota MR2, Mike Monsalve, mid-engine design, has been out there running well in our earlier sprint race, was battling for the class lead, but now the car, which we have seen throughout the evening and late afternoon, wisps of smoke emanating from the rear of that car at various moments, has now appeared to have lost fire and is sitting there in what appears to be a very precarious situation in between turns 2 and 3. So we will gather the field behind the safety vehicles. And you see one of the wreckers headed out there to pick him up and haul him back. And there are some areas on the racetrack where it is possible to leave a car out there. It is out of the danger zone, so to speak. But in this case, that is a very precarious area. So our tow truck driver going to head out there. And so while we remove the MR2, the beautiful Camaro pace car from Tropical Chevrolet. 6th generation, one of the lightest, one of the best performing Camaros ever built, if not the best performing Camaro ever built. They are extremely popular. They're all over the road, and they are incredibly fun to drive. Thanks to the folks at Tropical Chevrolet for providing our pace vehicles. And I can tell you from personal experience, having driven the 6-cylinder edition with the paddle shift, it is one of the most fun vehicles you are ever going to drive. So our pace car driver, you can bet, is having a great time out there right now with that Tropical Chevrolet Camaro. Thanks to those guys. See the 777 in the lower right-hand corner of your screen, getting right side tires, getting tires on that very cool-looking Porsche with the poker chips and dollar bills and a very cool livery on that machine. And they're going in. Looks like they're doing a driver swap. Can only see the left side of the car from my vantage point, but the way the crew has gone inside that car, going to lower the jacks and get back going again. But we are right about that time. We are 1 hour, 38 minutes into this race. So if you're going to do 3 stints, then you're definitely making the driver change. If you're going to do 2 stints, well, you're getting close. You might want to take the opportunity. See a lot of helmets out there on pit road. And the crew beckons him forward and leaves the pit box in anger. And the 777 back on track. There's the Tropical Chevrolet pace car. And Gar Robinson continues to stay out. And you're getting a great look at all that tremendous lighting. There you go, that bright blue LED lighting. You're not going to miss him on the racetrack, which is the entire point of the whole deal. A couple of Hondas, BMW, bringing up the rear. Green, green, green. We're back under green flag conditions here at the Sunset 500, Homestead-Miami Speedway. Porsche showing the way. We've got a couple of our modified production cars out there with the lead. And the prototypes having to work their way through the field on that last caution. It appears to have been a swap as William Hubble is now shown in the lead in the FARA Prototype 1 category. And Gar Robinson and Lawrence Loshak now second. Perhaps they completed their driver swap. And going to go out there, and Lawrence Loshak will bring this one home. Good news is we got Gorilla out there on pit road. He can certainly find out the details of that information. As we are now back green, green, green. Oh, look at that coming off turn 11. These cars wide open throttle. Getting a good look at the 74 going through turn 3. Porsche, Ferrari. And the Ginetta. down that short chute to turn 6. Now through turn 7. Another straightaway to the hairpin at turn 8. See some of the prototypes weaving their way through the modified production cars. And just like that, it's clean air for the Pennzoil Ginetta of Gar Robinson and Lawrence Loshak. Robinson will be running here at Homestead-Miami Speedway a week from today in the Trans Am Series as the Trans Am Series invades Homestead-Miami Speedway. Lamborghini on pit road, getting serviced, heading back out into the night. And Elizabeth is back into the broadcast booth. Elizabeth, you're back from pit road. What did you learn out there? What did you see out there?
Quite a few cars coming in and out of the pit. We did see one of our vehicles coming in. They were kicking a fender back on and hoping that it wasn't something larger than the outside frame.
Just a little cosmetic damage, hopefully. And we're now getting such a view. Dusk giving way to darkness. Homestead-Miami Speedway, just an incredible facility, racing around the world. In many ways, the gateway to the Americas for many racers. Such a premier facility. And also, the geographic location of America's southernmost tunnel. That's an interesting fact that you may not have known, as Gorilla is now back.
Hi, I'm back.
The southernmost tunnel, did you know that one?
Yes, I did. Actually, what is it, 180 miles from Cuba is the tunnel here at Homestead?
Well, I don't know about that. I just know there's a sign outside that says the southernmost tunnel.
Yep.
And I read it, and I remembered it, and I
it's
just
there.
said it.
And you can take a picture with it.
You could, but the people behind you in the tunnel might get upset.
They might.
Did R. Robinson jump out of the car? Did you happen to notice that?
I did not notice that.
We'll have to get the word from those guys because Will Hubble is holding the lead and Lawrence Loshak and Gar Robinson second. Renaud Mariotti third. Mike Camus. Mike Camus is really climbing up the order.
Michael Camus is inside the Patriot Lending
and Randy
BMW.
Mueller.
And that car was specifically built by Michael Camus for racing. It's not just an off-the-shelf car. They are really, they've built that car from the ground up just for this kind of an event. So it really, really, really works out. Liz, and so far, now the lights are on, it's dark outside. Just like I said, in the mid-straights, it gets a little crazy. How do you think these guys are reacting inside of the car, knowing that now visibility is way less?
You know, sir, I look at it and essentially it must feel like a new race.
It does. I mean, it really, now the race is completely different. It's not just your standard daytime race. The only other race here at Homestead-Miami Speedway that goes under the lights is the NASCAR race in November, and us. That's it. That's all you get as far as nighttime racing here at Homestead.
And at this point, I'd imagine a handful, if not majority of the drivers have probably swapped out.
Well, some of them have swapped out. Some of them have not. Some of them are on maybe a second stint. Maybe they're going to do a third. You never know how long these guys are actually going to be in the car. It depends on how they feel, and some of them will spend longer times in the car than others.
And I was telling Joe about the vehicle we saw just down here to the right that had a little, what looked like a little cosmetic thing going on.
A cosmetic issue with their carbon fiber, and that's actually really cosmetic, but it can also become an issue when you're going 110, 130 miles an hour. That carbon fiber, that air can get under it and really start to move that carbon fiber around, messing with your aerodynamics, which can either slow you down or kind of pull the car one way or the other. And you're talking about the KTM Crossbow from Anthem Motorsports.
And we also got a chance to speak with Eric Johnson. Now, it's super loud down there, so I didn't hear it quite as much as you did. But what did Eric have to say about his time on the track?
Well, Eric and Ernie Francis Jr. had a miscommunication. Eric came into the pits to get out of car thinking that Ernie Francis Jr. was ready to hop in, and Ernie Francis Jr. was actually not ready to get in the car. So he was the car was just sitting in pit road for a few moments. Eric said that, you know, it's okay. It's not a big drawback. There's still a lot of race to go. And again, it's an endurance race, and you never know what can happen until you get all the way to the checker flag at the end of the race.
Exactly, and we're not even a full half. We're almost halfway there.
Almost.
And Eric Johnson and Ernie Francis Jr. are in coming up in 5th place, so they're not. There's plenty of space for them to make it up to that number 1 spot.
They're in the overall chase right now, so they're doing a great job for what it stands at. You know, if we want to see how it's actually going, hopefully this little computer thingy will behave. Oh, there we go. I'm going to try and break this. Right now we've got, let's see, the team of Lawrence Loshak in the overall lead. We got William Hubble in 2nd, followed by Reynald Mariotti and Robert Hobb in 3rd place. That's rounding out your top 3 right there. And if we break them down by categories, wow, this is actually very interesting. If we break it down into categories, William Hubble is ahead by 1 lap of Lawrence Loshak and Gar Robinson. That's kind of interesting when you think about it, but that is racing. Maybe they came in and spent too much time in the pit, or, you know, Lawrence and Gar, something happened. The car had to stay back for 1 lap. Something happened there. So they are really 1 lap down. And then when you go down through the entire list, you've got, you know, the number of laps total right now is 75 laps. And you've got the smaller cars about 10 laps down right now. When you're talking about the MP3s and MP4s, MP2s, they're just, 10 laps down right now. So it's really anybody's race still. You know, you've got a lot of cars on track, and they are spread out throughout the entire track. But you can see right now, Janetta in the white car number 43 has come into the pits. They're getting ready to launch it, actually. I think they're getting ready to close that door. They're securing that driver, making sure it's all good to go. You see our pit marshals out there. They're making sure that all the rules are being followed and everything is right on point. But let's stay on this shot here, Thomas, if we can, until that car gets out so we can explain what's going on here. You see the team members right there getting ready to push the car out. This is a Janetta MP1 car. This is actually a English car. It's from Britain. And in England, this is a very big series, the Janetta series, where this is where basically drivers that are about to go to Formula One or about to go into touring car, this is where they start. And they start in a smaller car than this one right here. This is the MP1. You see the team scrambling something is up. They're trying to get it all set before they walk off and get the car going. You see one of the crew chiefs signaling that they're ready to go. And here we go. Brake lights are on, door is closed, and the car is finally on its way to pit out after a successful time in the pits. And that's really what a pit start is all about. Now this guy is going to be coming down the Ginetta, car number 43, going to be going around the track and making it happen. Now, again, depending on how they feel and how comfortable they are at the moment is how they're going to be driving and riding throughout the next 2 hours of the race. Now, in about a minute, we're going to go to break, and we're going to come back in around 2 minutes. So everybody can get a minute to kind of go to the bathroom, take a minute, get some Pop-Tarts, do whatever you're going to do at home, and get yourself ready for the second half of the race here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. Don't forget that the Miami 12 hours, looking ahead to the next FARA TV broadcast, will be December 8th and 9th from Homestead-Miami Speedway. The 12 hours of Miami, the inaugural race, that's going to be awesome.
I'm definitely looking forward to that, sir.
I mean, I did the inaugural Miami 500. The inaugural Sunset back then was the 300. And the fact that we're doing this now is making it even better. And we're getting ready to go into the inaugural 12 hours of Miami. An amazing race, a huge race that you do not want to miss right here on FARA TV. Oh, check us out on Facebook.
Yes, we want to know your questions. Where are you viewing from?
Tell us where you're from. Remember, hashtag Sunset 500, hashtag FARA USA. So we'll catch you guys in just a few minutes. For now, I'm Surf. That's Liz. Joe's over there having a Pop-Tart, and I'm going to have one too. Joe, you having a Pop-Tart? What are you having?
I guess sometimes things just happen. Devastating things. Your whole world changes in an instant. That's what happened to me the day my mother had a stroke.
I'm Paul George, and I want you to spot a stroke fast.
F, face drooping. A, arm weakness. S, speech difficulty. T, time to call 911.
Protect the ones you love.
Spot a stroke fast.
Me llamo Raquel Mendoza y esta es mi vida. Mis hijos están envueltos en muchas actividades. Eso requiere mucho estrés y correr para acá y para allá. A veces mi familia necesita un escape. Este lugar trae mucha paz y hay mucha calma, mucha naturaleza. Quiero regresar con mi familia más seguido.
Encuentra el bosque más cercano en descubreelbosque.org. El bosque, más cerca de lo que crees.
I rescued Toast from a shelter in 2011. When I walked into the shelter, I knew she was special.
There's a shelter pet who wants to meet you. Meet one today. Visit theshelterpetproject.org. Adopt.
I adopted Bento from a shelter, but a lot of people know him as Keyboard Cat.
It would be safe to keep your distance until no secret that laughter makes you smile. Reliable sources say that chicken soup has found their way out of
Getting closer to nature can get you closer to your family. Go to discovertheforest.org.
And we're back. The fun here from Homestead-Miami Speedway. I love these banners. You know, let's get in a little tighter. Show these banners because these things are so cool. We've got so many people. We got Rick Motec out there. We got Patriot.
Trust Lending.
Trust Lending. Yeah, I can barely see that one. You've got Allied Athlete, Janetta, Turn One Auto Sports. You got to love the fact that all these sponsors are here and a part of it. You know, we've got MGM. We got Anthem Motorsports, Sunbelt Radiators, Formula Motorsports. I mean, these people are amazing. We also got Hand-Cooked Tires, Allied Car and Truck Rental. I mean, we've got a great group of sponsors.
And without them, it would not happen. And the goal is to broadcast all of the Florida Championship races in the future. And so if you are out there, if you love sports car racing, if you've got a business, if you want to get the word out about your business, I'm pretty sure we're bringing on new sponsors all the time. And if you want to get in on this, something that is growing, and let me attest, it is an awesome environment, so family-friendly, so many great people out here. By all means, the water is fine.
The water is fine, and Elizabeth just walked in and brought in a bunch of her friends. I think the Hubble Bubbles may be joining us on set. This will be fun. Come on, girls. Come back here. Come back here. Make it look good. Come on. Everybody. We are live.
We are live.
Like, really, we're live.
Let's gather around behind for this shot.
On the wires. Well,
Yes.
you got to come over here. Yeah, because we're actually live.
Live,
Come on,
live.
sexy pirate. Really?
There it is.
Well, come over here. We'll news anchor you.
We're going to news anchor.
We're going to news anchor.
Look at that.
Don't get too close then. Now, Thomas, if there were ever a shot to get
Thomas, take
from,
the shot.
From the broadcast position, this is the shot to get because, come on, man. I mean, you're talking, you know, there you go. There we go. The Hubble Bubbles hanging out with us, and this is how it is. You know, it's actually, I call her the sexy pirate over here at the end, and it's her birthday. Get in the shot. You're looking
Right
there
here,
at that thing.
this
That's a camera.
Right there. Hey.
Chelsea's birthday today, so happy birthday, Chelsea. Thank you. A whopping 89 today? Yes. The Botox is working great. It's coconut water. No.
This is great.
Yeah?
That's all I got. This is
great. He's loving this. I've hung out with these girls a bunch of times, especially here at Homestead-Miami Speedway, so it makes it a lot of fun when the girls are around. My fiance is upstairs at the VIP looking at the screen going, he better not touch a single one of them. But that's what you get. It's Homestead-Miami Speedway. You got to love the fact the Hubble Bubbles are here, and they are basically the umbrella girls for William Hubble.
Every sport has got, the Miami Heat's got their dancers,
Yep.
the Dolphins got their cheerleaders.
Yep.
It's a big part of every sport, and sports car racing has the umbrella girls, the grid
We
girls.
have the umbrella girls. We've got one of them right here doing a FaceTime thing. That's okay. Do it. Put up your phone. Remember, you can FaceTime it. You can hashtag it. Whatever you just did. You can
Yes.
Snapchat it. You can do
Yes,
whatever
you can
want.
Snapchat it.
'Cause this is real, guys.
But
See,
it'll be gone forever. Like, I want to
no,
keep
'cause
something
look, she
forever.
wants to look at us over there. There
Yes.
she- We're live. We're really live.
They're live.
Thomas
We're
right
live.
now is like, I don't know if I should zoom in, if I should not. What should I do? But we're keeping it live. Now, the racing is still going on. We're having fun. William Hubble dropping down to third place.
It looks like they might have made that pit stop.
They might have just jumped in, made that pit stop, and it might be the fact that the Hubble girls are all here hanging out with us, not cheering him on as he goes and gets in the car.
Well, if you don't tell anybody, I won't tell anybody.
I definitely won't tell anybody, but they might.
Or maybe not. We could just keep it between ourselves.
Chelsea's
There you
gonna
go.
tell because that's what Chelsea does. Chelsea does. There's no secrets with Chelsea.
Thing. You have to.
Really?
I'm sorry for my voice. I'm sick.
Oh. Ladies, how much fun are you having so far? What's
Great
your
staff and everybody? You guys are awesome, so I appreciate you guys. Thank you.
Aw, what's your favorite car? Hubble. Gee, they're not allowed to say anything else. God forbid they say they know who's paying their bills. So you don't want to mess with that. Actually, right now we got a shot of the Ginetta coming through 3 and 4 and 5, going into that mid straight, blinking the lights at the cars that are coming up behind him, and actually in front of him, sorry. And he's going into turn number 6. Now, Bill Hubble is now in the car, and he is currently in 3rd place, right behind Renaud Mariotti and Lawrence Loshak, who is currently in 1st place in car number 74, the Ginetta.
So everything has cycled through, and of course, Lawrence Loshak, Gar Robinson. Gar with that amazing first stint in the car, jumped out to a huge lead. They were able to make the driver swap, and now it's just about bringing it home without any problems. There's a long way to go, though. There's a lot of race to go. We are now officially into the second half of this 4-hour race.
Now, this is where you've got to really tighten it down, because what happens is you start getting tired. Your brain starts going somewhere else. You get hungry. You need to go to the bathroom, something.
My brain is somewhere else right now.
I know where your brain is. Let's get it out of the gutter.
I'm sorry.
Because you can't take any of these girls home with you. Maybe Chelsea.
You know what?
Maybe Chelsea.
I
didn't say you're easy.
That.
Nobody said anything about easy.
I wasn't going there at all, but now that you bring it up.
There you go. You get Joe for your birthday.
I would be a very good president. I would be. It's true.
It is April Fool's.
Oh my God!
It's not really her, but really, Chelsea. Well, since you told us right now it wasn't your birthday, you pulled an April Fool's prank on Joe. Now you get nothing.
I get cold, but it's okay.
No soup for you.
Damn it.
Damn, Daniel.
I get the reference.
You get the reference.
I get the reference.
I don't know what's going on, but I mean, we have a good time, but I don't want to hear about some guy's broken glasses.
I like to hear you get all authoritative, though. I thought that was cool.
Well, yeah.
You did. You took control of the situation.
Sometimes then now you understand why they call me Gorilla.
No.
That's where it comes from.
Now I know.
See, one of the funny parts is, and this actually happened about a year ago, I was walking toward a garage, and the driver said, "You know you're in trouble when the Gorilla's coming toward you." And I'm like, wait a minute. How did I get this horrible reputation? No. So I make it a point to go to the garages, say hi to everybody, make sure everything is cool. Because if I only come when they're in trouble, then they're scared of me, and I don't want that to happen.
Oh, that is a good bet. That is a good bet. You know, you never told us at the start of the pre-race, where did that nickname come from? Of course, we are under darkness here. The cars are still going around. Lawrence Loshak showing the way. There's a change in the field. We'll keep everyone updated. But this is something we talked about at the very beginning of our broadcast. I know there are many, many people that have been hanging on the whole time
if there are so many people
just to hear about that. Yes. That's true, too.
I mean, but no, the story of how I got the name Gorilla, when FARA started 11 years ago. We're on our 10th season right now. But 11 years ago, we had our first race director, and this guy was a great guy, very knowledgeable, but had a temper. And one day he got kind of upset. I was there with Tico Almeida, the president of FARA, and Tico was telling me a couple of things he wanted me to take care of. And the race director was yelling because he wanted me to do something else as opposed to what the president was saying. So if you talk about chain of command, well, the president trumps the race director any day of the week. So he got so mad that he threw his little pit bike at me, and I got all beefed up, right? You know when you get inflated, you're ready to punch somebody in the face, and you just get roar real big. And so Tico, to calm me down, put his hand on my chest, slapped my chest, and goes, "Gorilla, cámate los nervios. Gorilla, calm the hell down." And from then on, I've been the Gorilla.
That's it, the Gorilla.
And that's because I went into silverback mode, and they were kind of freaking out about that. What does that say?
It says, thank the Bubbles for coming by.
Well, thank you, Bubbles, for coming by.
That's what that means. Thank you very
no
much.
back massage, no nothing.
And the folks at Tropical Chevrolet as well for this great moment, this wonderful on-camera. And happy birthday to you, April Fools.
April Fools.
Yes.
You see?
Oh, there
Chelsea,
it is. Follow on
Chelsea's
Instagram.
accepting,
Follow on Snapchat.
I'm not saying anything,
you.
Chelsea. I'll be in a little while.
All right, Gorilla, take us home. I'll see you later.
We're going home already? We got 2 hours to go. We still have a lot of racing
Oh,
to
yeah,
do.
that's right. That's right.
You know? Liz is coming back in. Hey, Liz, how'd it go? I'm going to get out of your seat because I was keeping it warm. No, why? No. Come here. You sit here in the big seat because you know me. I'm not allowed to sit down for more than 2 minutes because it's FARA. It's just, why are you ducking? You're like a turducken. That's a crazy word. Turducken. Have you ever had one of those?
No. I don't even. No.
It's a chicken stuffed inside a duck that's stuffed inside a turkey.
I know about it. I'm against it.
Are you?
Yeah, that's gluttony.
That's gluttony?
I think so.
I guess.
You know, what are you doing that? There's people around the world, they're starving. You're going to eat a chicken and a duck and a turkey all at the same time. Come on.
Well, you can
What's
have
the
a
point of
feast.
that? You think she was really sick? Should I be
No.
worried?
You're not good. You'll be
She also
fine.
said it was her birthday.
And it's not.
That was not true.
But
Well, that
she
was
did
a-
say that she was going to go home with you.
Now, you know, the audience out there watching the race who care about the race, they might not have been so interested in that 5 minutes, but just, take one for the team, guys.
Right? You got to take one for the team.
Yeah.
Because, we're doing a great job. You get a great shot of those brakes that I was talking about a minute ago on that Lamborghini. The glowing red brakes.
This is the light show that you spoke of earlier that I've been waiting for.
Some of my friends are actually tweeting me saying, are you going to do your laser light show song? And no, I'm not going to do it.
Do it.
No. I did it once on a live broadcast, and people were like, what the heck is wrong with that guy? And absolutely nothing's wrong with me. We're going to be here till 10 o'clock at night doing this, and it's a heck of a lot of fun. So there you go. Now we got the Lamborghini coming into turn number 2. The glowing red brakes, you're not going to see as much right out.
Oh, look at that. The Honda goes off. Did you see him get loose right there?
The Honda got loose going all up in there, got nervous when the Lambo came screaming by.
You weren't kidding when you said around that corner there that it's pitch black.
It is. It is pitch black out there right now. These guys have very minimal light out there, and it is a different race altogether. Now you get a good shot of, you saw those glowing brakes there, Liz? I was going to call you Laz. I don't know why. It's just a thing. But now, actually, we're going to see a real good shot of those glowing brakes as the Lamborghini comes back through the hairpin where he's really got to
right
step
here.
on those brakes. Look at that, glowing red brakes.
That is cool.
And that's something you only see in motorsport racing. Pretty cool, huh? You like the light show?
I do.
Carbon fiber brakes on these cars, another technological evolution, also not cheap.
Nope, not cheap at
But
all.
They get the job done and actually work better the hotter they are.
Yep, the hotter they are, the better they work, the more grip they get.
Now the brakes on these cars, how long do they last? Will they be able to do another race or?
No, after this race, all these cars will pretty much be taken apart, cleaned out, pretty much gutted, and then put back together for a next race. Now we're seeing the 230 car of Will Hubble going into turn number 3, going now into 4, 5, and into that mid straight.
And our lonely cone is still sitting out there.
I notice him. I see him
Yeah,
every time we go by.
Our
hanging
lonely
tough.
little cone still hanging out.
He's been through it.
He was kicked to the curb by by the Janetta LMP car number 74. Kicked him to the curb, said, "No, get out of here, you."
Early in the race. And here we are, 2 hours in.
Now, Joe, can you give us a rundown of where we are,
We're
place-wise?
at Homestead-Miami Speedway.
we are at Homestead-Miami
Really?
Speedway.
All day? I didn't know.
Beautiful
no,
place.
right at the moment, Renaud Mariotti has taken the lead according to timing and scoring, and Lawrence Loshak and the Gar Robinson team have fallen back to second. So I'm kind of interested to see what's going on with that situation. Of course, we are located in the broadcast booth, and timing and scoring only takes effect after the lap is completed. So something could have happened, or someone could come down pit road. We'll have to just wait and see how it all shakes out. And look at that. Will Hubble now up to second. Lawrence Loshak is down to third. So we're going to have to see, are they on pit road? did they go off? What is the circumstance? And we'll just have to wait and see. But that is a very interesting happening. Sergio Lagana is 4th. Mike Camus is 5th. There is a car off. Looks like one of the Hondas or Acura, just by the general silhouette of the machine. But we do have a new leader and a first-time leader, Renaud Mariotti.
Actually, that's one of the BMWs that is off to the side over by turn number 6. I can't tell who it is right now because, well, it's nighttime.
Exactly. And that light is right into our camera lens.
And he turned it off just as we said it.
There it is.
Actually, no, you're right. It is the white, I think that's the white Honda Civic or Accord.
Accord.
Yeah, the Accord that we were talking about earlier today.
That's why I misidentified it as perhaps an Acura, but Honda Accord, absolutely. And so he's cycling through the lights. You can see he's got a couple different settings.
He may be trying to refire the engine.
And the caution is obviously out. There's our tropical Chevrolet pace car coming from dark to light, a bright green. See those blue LEDs on that Ford Mustang, very cool.
That's the Saicedas brothers doing a great job. And now we see the safety vehicle on its way to come and pick up this broken down car by the side of the road. Fire truck actually going into, that was turn number 3 and cycling through turn number 4.
You want to go out and find out what happened with these Slow Shack guys? They're moving the whole race now. They're down to 3rd, and it says they're +1 time. They just come in. No. Yeah, that's the car that's the key car. Something happened to them. Got reported. Where's their pit? All the way out. Down there.
I'll go down there. All right, I'll go down there and oh, here we go. Shot on pit road.
Driver swap. The number 0.
Looks like we have a few cars coming in there.
No, I'm going to go down to Janetta and see what's going on. All right, I'm going to go out there and see what's up.
Okay.
I'll call back. Where's my radio? Thank you.
The FARA Sunset 500 is brought to you by the folks at MGM. They build, maintain, support, and race Porsches. Their experience, professionalism, and attention to detail translates on the racetrack. Go by and see why by visiting mgmfl.com. That's MGM Racing, unparalleled service for your Porsche.
And we have Allied Car and Truck Rentals. Since 1983, Allied Car and Truck Rental have been serving the needs of Puerto Rico with quality premium cars and vans. Learn more by visiting their website at alliedcarrentalpr.com. And look for Allied coming soon to Orlando, Florida.
Hankook Tire, dedicated to manufacturing high-quality passenger car tires, truck tires, bus tires, and competition car tires. They are your leading global tire company. Come by and see why at HankookTire.com. Hankook, driving emotion. Cars on pit road, the Ford Mustang with the blue LED, of course. Honda headed off pit road. And we have sent Gorilla out to pit road to find out some information about what is going on track. And he'll be back soon enough with the pit road information as the Ginetta of Lawrence Loshak and Gar Robinson has fallen from the top spot down to third. And we have got green on the racetrack. Green, green, green. Charging hard with anger through turns 1, 2, and 3, the pack. Cars still coming off pit road to the tail end of that green flag. Into the Miami night. You can see it is a great challenge for these racers to keep up with the darkness. Homestead-Miami Speedway invested fewer than 10 years ago in the lighting system that allows us to run the Ford Championship weekend into the night, whether it be Camping World trucks or otherwise. And here, the Sunset 500 on FARAUSA.com. You see one of the Ferraris. And each driver trying to carve out their spot going down into turn 8. A very hard braking zone. Lamborghini charging hard through 10 and 11. Off turn 11 of the NASCAR track to the start-finish line. And down into 1 and 2. Flames out the tailpipe at the downshift. And the modified production cars showing the way. Two hours and 20 minutes into the race, so we are beginning to get there. And the teams that have worked so hard to gain a lead and put themselves in position, now you really don't want to give it up. Oh, we have a car off course. One of the Honda Civics, the Shell, Scuderita Shell Honda Civic, is off course and signaling to other drivers that he is there. That is that similar precarious situation we saw a little bit earlier in the race. He can't get it going. The way he's flickering the lights, I can't see how we don't have a full course caution coming up just moments from now. We'll see if he can get it going. In the meantime, timing and scoring showing Bill Hubble. Will is the leader with that Daytona prototype Corvette. Renaud Mariotti is second, Lawrence Oshak and Gar Robinson third. And yes, the caution has come out. Caution on the speedway. And the safety crew going to run over to the driver, make sure he's okay. The car is not firing and going to have to pull him off the track. More? While the caution is on the racetrack, let's throw it down to Gorilla, who is on pit road.
So I am hanging at the pit, and what happened is there was a to so I'm at the genetic pit where, frankly, what happened is communication between the team and the driver. The driver came in wrong time. Wasn't ready for him. That's what dropped them third place. They get and put fresh tires on the car. Try and draw for you guys, because I know it was a little bit far. There we go.
Gorilla is a little too far
so
away.
So the Ginetta team, this is what happened. They had a miscommunication with the team, and they could not get the car in at the right time. And at that point, they messed up, and when that happened, they had to come back in, change the tires, get brand new fuel in the car, and start all over again. Dropped them down to third place. But right now, Lawrence Loshak is inside the car, and the Ginetta team is back underway. I'm going to give it back to Joe inside the broadcast position.
Thank you very much, Gorilla. Gorilla, the report from pit road. And we are under caution here at Homestead-Miami Speedway, the Sunset 500. It has been an action-packed race, a whole lot going on, getting one of our Honda Civics off the track, and then we'll go back green as we are working our way into the third hour of a 4-hour endurance race. Going to be very interesting to see how it all shapes up as Will Hubble, maybe the Hubble Bubble's coming into the studio, bringing him good luck. Moves on to the lead. Renaud Mariotti and Lawrence Loshak and Gar Robinson, the top three. The podium positions for the majority of the race. And we will be going back to green not long from now. You can see the field coming down the front stretch. Some cars coming down pit road. While one of our modified production cars is removed from the race course. That very precarious situation. Now, Liz, you've been out on pit road. You saw the action out there. You've seen the grid walk. You saw the national anthem. You've had a very eventful broadcast here at the Sunset 500.
It's definitely been an interesting day, Joe. You know, we're here for nearly 14 hours of just nonstop broadcasting. We started with our qualifying races. We went to our sprint races, and now we're in the big boy, the race we've all been waiting for, the almost halfway through, a little over halfway through.
Over halfway, oh
over
yes.
halfay through our
coming up on
endurance
1.5
race.
hours left, which is going to go by very rapidly. So a whole lot going on and a lot of fun out there. People around the world, big things happening. And this broadcast sponsored by so many different people. And remember, December 8th coming up this year, the 12 hours, the Miami 12 hours, going to be such a big event. We're going to redo this whole broadcast, live stream it all over the world. New sponsors encouraged to come on board as far as really just getting started. 10 years in now and starting to explode with popularity.
It's really incredible what the FARA organization has going on here, the opportunity that it gives all of these different drivers with all of these different classes to come and race together in one big race.
We've had people from all around the world seeing such great cars like the Ginetta, like the Daytona prototypes, all the way down to Honda Civics, Mazda Miatas. If you're out there and you've got a car and you're thinking, you know, I can never race, but I would love to, FARA is a place where you can. Regardless of your budget, the rules are such that you can participate and become part of this FARA racing family.
It gives me hope.
It gives. Oh, really? You want to drive? I like it. I like the idea. I agree. I want to drive too. And they do the Racing Academy, which is something that I think maybe we should try to con them and, ask them to put them in the Racing Academy.
I think you're onto something. I'm in on that.
Right? They're going to watch this back. We could go out there, learn, do a little heel toe,
Absolutely.
a little left, right, find the apex.
How can we speak more authentically to the craft of racing besides racing ourselves?
Exactly. And so I'll be expecting a phone call from someone during the week, middle of the week, and we're definitely in on that. Bottom line, we're getting ready to go back green. Pace car out there. Cars formed up behind the pace car. And we have got an hour and a half left. As you mentioned, we've been here a long time. Most of the cars still on track. It has been a very competitive race. And Gorilla with that pit road report, can't wait to hear some of the finer details behind that. But everybody getting geeked up for the end of this thing. Imagine what it is like right now, being a crew member, sitting on pit wall, watching your driver, knowing it's out of your hands, that he or she has got to bring this race home.
The intensity in the pit must be out of this world right now.
It really is.
They've been preparing for this for weeks or months, I'm sure, and even this entire day. They've all been here since probably as early as 8 o'clock in the morning.
And that is an excellent point, that fatigue is something that you don't plan for. Mistakes that happen because of fatigue, it's very difficult to prevent them. You don't know you're tired. You've been here for, as you said, 14 hours, working since early morning, hard physical work, in the hot, in the rain. Maybe you got soaked. You had to do something to the car. You couldn't take a break. Maybe you couldn't eat. Well, now you're at the very end of the race, where the conditions require you be at your best when you are at your worst, your weakest, your most tired, your most hungry. This is where champions rise to the occasion. So we're about to see which drivers can keep it on track in the darkest conditions. We're about to see which drivers can bring it home in 1.5 hours here at the Sunset 500. Tropical Chevrolet pace car has got them gridded up. You see Will Hubble out there right behind. About 3 or 4 cars behind Will, it appears to be Lawrence Lojak. So we may end up seeing a battle for the lead. Regardless of how we got here, we are going to have some slicing and dicing here at the end of this race. Lights are out on the pace car. They'll be coming green this time around.
Now, Joe, when the cars are in this formation behind the pace car, I see them zigzagging back and forth. What is that doing?
They're heating their tires. They're cleaning their tires. There is debris and clag all over the racetrack. As these tires wear down, forms little balls of rubber and that are just to the side of the racing groove. And there's a lot of them out there. Green flag is out. Green flag is in the air. The Sunset 500 back green. Under caution, they collect a lot of that clag on their tires, and it causes them to not stick to the racetrack. So the drivers go left, go right, go left, go right to scrub the tires, to clean the tires, and get them ready to race under green flag conditions. Will Hubble, that team, has the lead into the darkness as we are back under green, and we're going to watch some of those modified production cars. How far back are the two FARA prototype cars, Renaud Mariotti and Lawrence Lojak? Will they be able to run down Will Hubble? The Hubble Bubbles certainly don't want that.
And how cool is this shot coming around turn 7? Just all of these cars coming down the straightaway.
And in anger, this is a point where you no longer are going to just ride or you're trying to get there or execute a strategy. Now, if you're the Will Hubble team, whether you're Will Hubble or whether you're Dennis driving, the fact of the matter is you have to put the hammer down now. You've got to make as much ground as possible. You know that potentially back there is Renaud Mariotti trying to gain ground and take over the lead. So we'll see as Will Hubble continues on.
And it looks like he has quite a lead there in front of the number 89 car.
Well, I wish we knew what. So the Hubble Racing Team and the Corvette Daytona prototype making laps around Homestead-Miami Speedway from the front position on the point. A race that early on they contended for the lead, but watched one of their contenders in the Ginetta extend a lead that might have been considered insurmountable. But now they control the race.
I'm just looking at our last lap times here, Joe. And so it looks like Lojak's last lap was in 1 minute and 20. versus the number 89's car at a minute and 25. So essentially, there's plenty of room for Loshak to come back up and take that number 2 spot.
Potentially. According to timing and scoring, the Loshak team is now operating a lap down. So yes, they could gain a position. They are circulating at 8 seconds quicker than the second place car, approximately the same time as Will Hubble. But if they have fallen a lap down, as indicated in that report by Gorilla a few moments ago, they are on a different lap. So Will Hubble is actually a lap ahead. So they would have to pass Will Hubble and go all the way around the track to catch him for the lead. Now, he is running well, and they have shown some speed, and frankly, there's a lot of time left for something to happen, something to go wrong. But if Will Hubble's team is able to continue to go around the racetrack and just execute from this point forward, it's going to be a great challenge. And that's what happens when you fall 1 lap behind, 2 laps behind. When you're laps behind, you can get into some big trouble. And of course, we're bringing this information to you from our timing and scoring system, which is keeping us updated as best as possible here in the darkness at Homestead-Miami Speedway. You see these CVMauto.com Hondas on track. Team's going to work on those cars. Just a little window clean, and got some water out there as well. I'd call it moderate urgency. Fire bottle alongside just in case something were to happen. But in the end, these are race cars and have to be kept safe at all times. We don't understand what happens. And we're getting a good look at that, Janetta. And look who's back. The
Hi,
Gorilla.
kids. You missed me?
I did miss you. And we got a couple of prototype cars together on the racetrack, and we have been putting our heads together to try to calculate what happened to Lawrence Loshak, as it appears Bill Hubble has now been passed by Lawrence Loshak. And if that is correct, that would put Lawrence Loshak on the tail end of the lead lap.
That is exactly what it is. Lawrence Loshak's team, they had a missed communication in the radio.
From the lead.
From the lead. They had a miscommunication on the radios. His radio wasn't working. He came into the pits because he thought he was being called in with the flags, but he wasn't. So he came in. The pit crew was not ready for him. And when he came in, they're like, "What are you doing here? Get out of here." So they launch him back out into the track, but by that time, he had already lost 2 spots. And, well, you see the fight that he's got on his hands now to make it back.
How did they fall a lap down, though? And again, we've got timing and scoring, but it's dark racetrack. And how did they fall a whole lap behind William Hubble?
Well, what happened was that after they had the miscommunication, they then decided bring him in, put fresh tires, full gas, and get him ready to go through the full next stint. So now he's going to be out there for a while, and he's just got to fight his way back to William Hubble, get around the entire field, and fight for the lead at that point. Does he have the car to do it? Yes. The skill? Yes. Now, it's just a matter of there enough time left in the race for this to happen.
Well, we have just set the table. Behind the wheel of the Hubble car, William Hubble.
Yes.
Doing the driving. So he's going to bring it home from this point. They're not going to do a driver swap. It's on him. He has got to bring it home. We just saw Lawrence Loshak last time around unlap himself, get back onto the lead lap, and start pulling away. Elizabeth, he needs to go all the way around the whole track and catch William Hubble again to take the lead. We have an hour and 24 minutes left in this race. It is certainly possible, but will take a dramatic effort to go through this entire field, catch the driver, pass the driver to win the race. Can they do it?
They can, but again, time is not necessarily on his side. He's got to make it through the entire field again, catch up to William Hubble, and pass him. Can he do it? He's got the skill, he's got the car, but does he have enough time? That's the drama of auto racing. You never know what's going to happen, and a guaranteed win does not exist.
There it is. And so we will track that story. And Lawrence Loshak, we spoke with him on the wall. Gorilla was on the wall talking to the fans. They were fired up. They were ready to go. Now they find themselves fighting from behind to try to win this race, the Sunset 500 in FARA Prototype 1. That is a big story. That is a great story. Thank you for going out on a pit road to chase that.
Well, and not only that, while I was out on pit road, I heard you talking about fatigue and how fatigue sets in. It's not only for the drivers that the fatigue sets in, but it's also for the crew members and the crew chiefs. We actually had a crew chief. We just had to call the rescue trucks on him. He overheated, basically, so they're tending to him right now. He's going to be okay. But still, it's not only the drivers, it is the entire team, the entire crew that they have to get around and make everybody feel fine. Now, all the teams have water, they have juices, they have sodas, they have food. So it's just these guys are working really hard. It's extremely humid out here tonight. And like you said, for some folks that may not be used to it, it's literally like walking in water.
Well, we are going to keep up with that. In the Modified Production 1A category, Sergio Lagana and Marcelo are leading that category. A very workmanlike fourth place in the number 31. Just steady Eddie all race up front. They are bringing it home in Modified Production 1A.
MP1A is a very, very competitive class. These guys go out there and really, they do have no mercy on each other. There is no mercy there whatsoever. And they will fight for every inch of ground that they can get and keep. So really, these guys are pushing it as hard as they can. And they, again, want to make it to the very, very end.
That double apex corner that has become such a nice corner right there.
It has, actually. It's been the site of much drama in this race so far, this time here at the Sunset 500. Now, the glowing brakes are always beautiful to watch, especially on camera, because it's one of those things that you only see in the sport of auto racing.
That's number 72, Warren Cooper and Shane Lewis.
Yep, Shane Lewis, of course, that grand champion that I've been talking about through the Continental Series, the Trans Am Series. He was the winner of the 24 Hours of Dubai. He's also competed in the Le Mans. He's won in the Le Mans. So he is an overall well-rounded champion in that car. So it's going to be a race if you want to try and catch that team.
Certainly having a good day. Continuing to make laps. In that category. Guillermo Fernandez, the 777, showing the way, your leader. Modified Production 1B. They were on pit road not long ago. Looked like they did a driver swap and service to the car, and a highly motivated crew member beckoned them back out onto the track.
Yeah, again, this is a team effort. This is not just a solo driver behind the wheel. You have crew chiefs, mechanics. You've got, the person who's making the food. You've got, the team mom, if you will, that when you're having a bad moment, not feeling so great, they sometimes can get on the radio and get that driver back in racing form to really get to it. So you see the 777 Guillermo right now going onto the back straight. That car's been here at Homestead-Miami Speedway testing for the past 2 weeks.
Oh, wow. Well, it's paying off.
It's paying off.
It's paying off.
It's paying off because he is right there in the lead in his class as he goes around NASCAR 3 and 4.
And 6th overall, so they're having a great race. All things considered, all the cars that are out there on track. Just to update everybody, William Hubbell's last lap on track, 1:22.80. Lawrence Loshak's last lap on track, 1:19.50. So a couple of seconds.
He just made his way up into the second place spot.
There it is. Taking over the position from Renaud Mariotti. 1 minute, 6 seconds behind Will Hubble.
And he's got an hour and change to catch up.
The math says he makes it.
The math says he does, but will the race let that happen? If a full course yellow comes out, all of a sudden, it's a different story.
Oh, well, then he's right there.
Exactly. There's no more waiting to see if he'll make it. Now it's a matter of when he'll make it. So the math is there, the conditions are there, but William Hubble right now needs to hope and pray that no cautions, no full course yellows come out, because that will spell trouble for him.
Yeah, that would be a big challenge for those guys and an unfortunate situation. But they've got some fire in them as well, and who knows what they have been holding back over the course of the race. We'll start to see some quicker laps as it goes on, as these drivers, you know, they sense that checkered flag and always tend to drive a little bit harder.
When you get closer to the end of the race, when you got about 30 minutes left, it literally becomes a sprint race at that point. They literally put the hammer down there. They don't worry about saving the car anymore. Oh, we've got a spin out at turn, I think that's turn number 2. Somebody has gone off track, and I really can't tell who that is. It might be Warren Cooper and Shane Lewis' team. Looks like they're going to try and get back out to the track.
And you can see they came sliding all the way through from the other side of the track to end up in that location. The black behind the car is just a shadow, but it looks like they came sliding through at a very high rate of speed.
He may have come into turn number 1 a little bit too hot, and when he got to turn 2, there was no saving it, so he had to cut across the track and ended up right here where we see him on the shot.
Now, is that going to be our caution, or do we feel he is far enough away from the action? I don't know if he's going to be able to get that going.
Well, he's
there
got
it
it
goes.
going.
With all the rain we had earlier today, I was a bit concerned. But
Waiting to see when we see him come through turn number 3. There he is right there.
Back on track.
And did we figure out who it is?
I
No,
think
not officially.
Not officially. Not officially.
But
no.
I agree with Gorilla that looked very similar to the Shane Lewis machine.
Actually, it is. I think so. I can't really tell just yet. We'll see when he comes closer.
That might have been 17.
This is part of the mystique of having a night race. You can't really tell what car is what until they get into the lights. So our production team is going to stay locked on the white Porsche. That one's not it. That's the green one. That's car number 777. We're looking for the white one that spun out. And I just got a confirmation from production that it was car number 72.
Oh, there you
so
go.
The Shane Lewis machine was the one that spun out. Will he come into the pit, maybe get some of that grass out of the car, maybe get some of that mud off the bottom out of the tires? Who knows? We will see. He got really lucky he didn't end up in that tire wall on his way to stopping that car. But he is going around turn number 3 right now, going into turn number 4. And into the middle straight.
Lawrence Loshak just cut 6 seconds off William Hubble's lead on that run, that lap right there.
Again, the math says yes. If anything happens, there is definitely a chance for Lawrence Loshak and the Ginetta team to catch up. They told us before the race started they wanted their cars in victory lane. They now have to fight to get to it.
We've been trying to keep everybody updated on all the different categories of racing, and one that we haven't spoken about so much is the MP4A category, where Felipe Yaramil seems to be leading. He's back in 23rd position overall, but you would imagine with one of the MP4 categories. But bombing around out there, clicking off laps, leading the category.
And that is really what it takes. You just have to stay in the race. For the MP4s, sometimes it's not even worrying about winning the overall, but winning your class. Because when it's all said and done, the race is really in your class. You're not racing the William Hubbles and the Lawrence Loshaks when you're in MP4. You're racing the other MP4 cars when you come around. Car number 19 now coming into the pits, and you see car number 41 in the back shot as well.
Up on the jacks. How cool is that?
I love that. Every time I see that, it's so neat. And it's so cool. You think this one little jack in the middle, right in the front, is kind of balancing that entire front end of the car.
Yeah, I'd really like to get that on my street car. Just cuz.
Just cuz.
Just cuz.
I mean, you could save tires when you're at home. Just jack up the car. Don't flat spot it overnight, you know, something like that.
Absolutely.
When we were out walking through the garages earlier, we took a good look at the tires that came off the Ginetta after the sprint races.
Yeah.
And it's really impressive what they go through, and even just that one race. So how many times might a car swap tires during this Enduro race?
In an Enduro race, they might swap out tires twice, maybe 3 times, depending on the conditions. On the shot right now, you do see a rain tire. Well, we had a rain tire, but rain tire just in case it actually starts raining. They're prepared with rain tires. They've got their slicks on right now. Different compounds that they use, either it's a soft tire or a hard tire. It's all really preference to the driver.
William Hubble has just crossed the start-finish line.
What was his time?
His lap time that time around the track. Oh, he picked it up big time. 1:21.98. His best lap is 1:17.83. The lap previous that I told you was a 6-second gain for Lawrence Loshak was a 1:26. Well, so maybe ran into some slower traffic or a challenge out there, maybe a slight off that we didn't see. That could have happened and certainly can happen. So his last lap, 1:21.99. Lawrence Loshak, 1:18.43. And so Loshak is clicking off those 1:18s, and William Hubble's team got in his ear and said, hey, you got to pick it up.
Yeah, you know that they're listening to the broadcast right now. We were actually down by their garage area, their pit area, and they're watching the broadcast just as everybody else is, and they're hearing us. So is this an advantage to the teams? Yeah, for some of them, and for some of them not really. But Lawrence Loshak, you know, we said that William Hubble had passed the start-finish line. Lawrence Loshak was at turn number 8, which is the hairpin, at that particular moment. So he is slowly closing the gap. The one thing William Hubble cannot afford is a full course yellow, and so far that has not happened, but that is what Lawrence Loshak would probably want to happen sooner than later.
An hour and 10 minutes left in the race. An hour and 10 minutes from glory. William Hubble leads the Hubble Racing Machine. The Ginetta USA Machine second. Lawrence Loshak and Gar Robinson. And after an unbelievable initial stint, Gar Robinson out there clicking off big money laps at the start of this race. Built up a huge lead.
Destroyed by a miscommunication. Can you believe it?
Well, they're highly motivated to get this lead back, and we're seeing it on the racetrack. And they're very consistent laps.
And they're doing the best they can at this moment to really get there and make it happen. And I think they've got the legs to do it, but don't count out William Hubble. Hubble can definitely keep his lead and surprise everybody at the end of the race.
Well, the good news is we'll live it together as we are going to see the conclusion of the Sunset 500 here from Homestead-Miami Speedway. Quick reminder for everybody out there, if you're looking out for FARA TV's next broadcast, mark your calendar, the inaugural Miami 12 Hours South Florida debut here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. You can catch it on the air starting December 8th only on FARA TV.
One of the Lamborghinis just pulling off of turn number 8. As we were watching Lawrence Loshak make his way around turn 8, the hairpin. Now he's getting ready to cross the start-finish line, still trying to chase down William Hubble as the race continues.
One of the Pragas out there making laps. Cool little prototype. He's got that center third headlight. And the lead is now down to 30 seconds. 30 seconds. And Lawrence Loshak and that team driving possessed to make up for miscommunication. Gorilla getting down on pit road, finding that out. And racing is so complex in that there's a million ways to lose a race. There's only a couple ways to win them. Get it all right and be there at the end. But teams will learn new ways to lose every time out. And a radio communication took them from the lead to a lap down. Now it is a matter of can they get it back, or can William Hubble hold him off. MP1A, Sergio Lagana has moved up into the third place position, getting by Renaud Mariotti. So Sergio showing the way with that MP1A machine. MP1B, Guillermo Fernandez, the 777 Porsche. What appears to be a pretty close race in MP1B. Eric Johnson and Ernie Francis Jr. The next car in MP1B. And it appears that Ernie Francis and Eric Johnson, I believe Eric Johnson is behind the wheel of the number 30 at the moment, are catching up to the 777 Porsche in MP1B. So we've got racing all over the racetrack. Will Hubble leading Lawrence Loshak 1 and 2 in FARA Prototype 1. In Modified Production 1B, Guillermo Fernandez has the lead. Eric Johnson not far behind. The last lap for Guillermo, 1:24.65, currently running 5th. Last lap for Eric Johnson, 1:23. With an hour to go, an hour and 5 minutes, we've got battling all over the racetrack. Elizabeth, you're watching it all take place. What are your thoughts and impressions about what you have witnessed to this point? Great battling out there. Oh, look at that. The Toyota FRS kind of taking the apex away. And I wonder, do we have a caution out there? They are going slow, circulating slowly. And we do. We have a caution on the speedway. Caution on the speedway. The gaps are going to close up, and that's what's interesting is now the race is totally changed. But you see Lawrence Loshak appears to be on the pit road entrance. So I'm a little interested to see what's going on. Maybe Gorilla is out there and can get in position to let us know exactly what's going on. But it looks like the Pennzoil prototype is on pit road. just as this caution comes out. And how will that change the complexity of this race? The thought perhaps, put some tires on it, get it ready to rock and roll and go out there while the cars are bunched up and make up ground. So the Ginetta USA machine in the pit box while we are under caution. We'll wait for timing and scoring to get caught up after the pit stop cycle through and inform everybody of the location of your favorite driver. Well, we are definitely going to have some great battles. That battle with Ernie Francis Jr. and Eric Johnson's machine and Guillermo Fernandez, now they're going to be right together on the track. They were already pretty close, so it'll be some very tight battles throughout the final 1 hour of the race. We're coming up on 2 hours, 58 minutes into the race. So 1 hour, 2 minutes remaining as of now. 1 hour, 2 minutes remaining. Now, right now. This restart right here. We've just had a caution. We're 1 hour to go. Now is the time to make a move. If you've got, let's say you're third in your category, and the guy who is leading your category is a couple of cars ahead of you, you got to make your move now. You don't know what's going to happen. If he gets away, gets into clear racing room, puts enough gap, he's going to just hold that lead. So I know we are 3/4 of the way into this race. I love when it's easy. But I'm feeling like it's go time now. It is now a 1 hour sprint race. We saw 2 half-hour sprint races earlier. This is a 1 hour sprint race, and so we shall see how it all plays out moments from now. But yes, it absolutely is go time. Tropical Chevrolet pace car out on track, showing the way. Forget Facebook.com/FARA USA. Get out there on Facebook or use Twitter @FARA USA. Or go to YouTube, FARA USA 1. But the best way is to just go to farausa.com and you can keep up with everything that is happening. And don't forget December 8th, 2017, only on FARA TV, the Miami 12 Hours. And want to remind everybody, the goal for FARA is to broadcast the entire Florida Road Racing Championship live for fans all over the world. That's the goal. All you teams and drivers, make sure you sign up and drive one of the races or be broadcast sponsors. If you can't drive in one of the races, you can at very least become a broadcast sponsor. We're trying to build excitement, like the excitement that is on pit road. Check out the Lamborghini being and the sport. We didn't see the caution, but we saw the result of it, and the Lamborghini being towed back to the pits. If you'd like to be a sponsor of any of our live broadcasts on FARA TV, you can email or call to get involved. And we're not only speaking with the people who are here at the facility, we're speaking with people who are watching around the world. I can tell you that the team of people here in this FARA organization are as passionate as any out there and have built something tremendous to this point. The production team, the live stream, everything that is going on has been absolutely tremendous so far. And your sponsorship would be greatly appreciated for future and upcoming events. This is where the action is. If you're a racing team from abroad and you're thinking about coming to sunny South Florida to run in the Florida Road Racing Championship, you are welcome. We want you here. We want you to participate. And the folks at FARA want you to feel like it is a home for you to come and race. Green flag is out. Green, green, green. Going back racing. here at the Sunset 500. All right, now we're going to be watching to try to pick up each of our lead cars that we have talked about. Timing and scoring has got William Hubble back in the lead with Lawrence Loshak just a second behind as they navigate serious traffic. We're going to try to pick them up as they come through the queue, but also identify a couple of our other categoried cars as the 777 and 30 Porsches are nose to tail. So we're going to watch for that 777 in the MP1B category for some great side-by-side racing there over the next hour. Well, Ernie Francis Jr. will be running. There are several that will be out here running in the Trans Am Series, a race that Gorilla and I called a year ago. And similar cars, a little more American flavor for many of the cars, Camaros, Mustangs, etc., even some Challengers and TA3. Very cool race cars, maybe not as much carbon fiber, no prototypes, but certainly pony cars, sports cars, V8 muscle, different sound, but very fun. But in the end, when you're a highly qualified road course racer, the shape and style of the car, I won't call it irrelevant, it's relevant, but you can adapt. And a guy like Ernie Francis, a guy like Gar Robinson, Gar said, like, this was pure fun. Out there next week is like going back to work. And there is the 777, and there is a white car in front. And I am wondering if Eric Johnson got around Guillermo Fernandez. We're about to find out as they come back to the stripe. Timing and scoring going to pick it up. The battle for 5th and 6th. Guillermo has 5th. Eric Johnson's got 6th overall. But really, that's for the lead in MP1B. So let's keep our eye on the 777 MP1B, your leader, Guillermo Fernandez. And try to find second place in MP1B, all the while keeping our eye on Will Hubble and Lawrence Loshak at the top of the scoring pylon. A whole lot going on here, Elizabeth. We got multiple categories. We got multiple battles for the lead. Sergio Lagana pretty much has MP1A under control. The next closest car is Alberto Baptista in 10th overall. Pedro Redondo Sr. and Jr. holding it down in MP3B, 14th. But also another nose-to-tail battle on the track, or certainly in scoring position. All right, there you go, the 777. And is that Eric Johnson right behind in the white Porsche? And if so, that is a battle for the lead in MP2B, modified production. Excuse me, MP1B. Yes, we've got a big battle shaping up right here. Oh, look at that. They are trying to squeeze the nose of that Porsche where it does not go. The 777. There's a lot of white Porsches on track, just so we can identify who's who for everybody watching at home. We have our eye on the lead in the MP1B category, of course, according to our timing and scoring. The 777 is the lead in the green car, and that white Porsche about 10 car lengths behind in the number 30 car is Eric Johnson. Has extended the lead. There's a Praga in between. There's this, the number 41 is out front, complicating the issue. The number 41, driven by Adam Eunice and Dave Tuati. So the Praga is trying to get around both of them. Oh, and look at all the camber in the rear end of that Praga. They've got those tires way inside. Go around the corners very easily. And look at that, the 777 is trying to make the ground back, trying to get under Adam Eunice, get to some clear track. He's making a big move right here, and now it's a drag race out onto the backstretch. Cars all over the place. It's like a parking lot out there. The MR2 is back out there. And they are rocketing. Oh, look at the 777 making up ground on the high side. Oh, man. But the question is, where is Eric Johnson and Ernie Francis? William Hubble continues to be the overall leader and showing the way ahead of Lawrence Loshak. Loshak 15 seconds behind at the last go by, and you see William Hubble getting very close to the Redondo machine. And slicing and dicing on the high side, on the low side. And now coming up on this battle, the MP1B machines. Oh, look at that. One of the Porsches missed the corner. Missed the corner. That could be a big one. We're going to have to see who that was, but missed the corner and went hard into NASCAR 1 and 2. Kind of going the long way around.
Now, what happens when that occurs?
Well, there is a rule. Each sanction has a different rule. I'm interested to see what it is, and honestly, I do not know in FARA, but there is a chance he'll be able to go to the back of the backstretch and rejoin the field in the position that he was in. But we'll have to get a check on that. But he's going to keep on going around the back. His race isn't certainly over. He did miss a corner, and so perhaps rejoin the field in this area. We'll see if coming out of the right-hand side of the screen we see him around. But if that was, in fact, the number 30 car, then we'll watch as they fall down the scoring pylon this next time.
There's a lot of intensity on the track right now. Lots of little pockets where that element of traffic is against the drivers.
Absolutely. Well, this is what we discussed. It's go time. The race is in the air. Oh, we've got a car off in turn 3. We've got a car off plowing through the grass and mud. It looked like one of the Pragas. He got it back on the track. But he was a full car width off the track, kind of scraping along. And he was able to get it back on the track. William Hubble continues to lead. The Hubble Racing Corvette Daytona prototype. Lawrence Loshak, the Ginetta USA machine, second. Sergio Lagana, third. Renaud Mariotti, fourth. Guillermo Fernandez, the 777, fifth overall, and first in MP1B. Followed by Eric Johnson and Ernie Francis Jr. as of last time by. Warren Cooper, Shane Lewis, 7th. Michael Camus, Randy Mueller, 8th. Sebastian Carrazzo and Brian Ortiz, 9th. And Aldoberto Baptista, along with Marcelo, 10th.
And Joe, I'm looking at this gap between Loshak and the Hubble car, and it's decreasing significantly.
Down to only 11 seconds, and we have 45 minutes to go. 45 minutes to go. Saturday night, under the lights, Homestead-Miami Speedway, FARA Sunset 500. All you fans in attendance, thank you for coming out. How about this race that you are experiencing at one of the most premier facilities on the planet?
And we have viewers joining us from all over the world. And I was noticing on our Facebook a little earlier that even the pit crews, the teams that are in the garages right now, are excited to be able to see live everything that's happening on the track.
Oh, absolutely. This is a tool to be utilized by teams and strategists to advance their deal. Oh, a lot of smoke coming out of that Praga. That was a lockup. Looked kind of interesting. Perhaps something going wrong on that car, but he was able to drive through it. Just looked like the tires began to lock up. But think about how difficult it is for us to see what's going on with these cars. Now, take a second to imagine what it's like being a crew member out there on the track, not knowing where your car is, not knowing where your driver is. And it looks like we have a caution. We have a caution. On track, we have a caution. So this is going to scramble it one more time. And Elizabeth, remember what I said about go time and when it was going to happen? Yeah, forget it. Now is go time.
We have a car out here coming down off of turn 6, and that's a dangerous place to be. That is as dark as it gets on the track.
Absolutely. We just cannot tell which car it is from our perspective. Those of you viewing at home, certainly a prototype.
You know, it might be Loshak. He went from an 11-second difference to now a 2-lap difference behind.
William Hubbard is on pit road, and if that is Lawrence Loshak, oh, it might be. And that car appears to be just stopped, as in perhaps it has lost fire. We are trying to get a good shot of that, but yes, you are absolutely correct. He is falling. Loshak has now fallen to third on the scoring sheet. Sergio Lagana has taken over second. He's continuing to make laps And so we are under caution. What appears to be catastrophe for the Ginetta team as Lawrence Loshak sits idle out on the racetrack. No lights.
I really hope this is something that their team can come back from, to be now only 45 minutes left in the race, have gone through so much time.
It's over. It's over. If that is them, and again, we haven't officially confirmed, but if that is them, then their race is, there's no coming back from this. They're falling back. They're on the wrecker. Tow truck helping them. No lights. So I'm wondering, is it an electrical issue? Is it something with the car? But they are sitting out there in the darkness. And even perhaps a wisp of smoke on our camera screen. We're using the FARA USA, FARA TV broadcast as best as we can to get as good a shot as we can. But in the end, the speculation will end momentarily. We'll know as it is. Meanwhile, William Hubbard came down pit road. We saw that. Don't know exactly what they did. Sergio Lagana second. But they have got that prototype machine connected to the back of the tow truck, and the tow vehicle is going to bring them back. So we will see momentarily. The race started with an unbelievable stint by Gar Robinson. Went out there, mixed it up with William Hubbard for a while, then took the lead, got out to a big lead. Then gave up the lead with a pit miscommunication reported by Gorilla. They came down pit road, got crossed up, sent him back out, then decided to do the service because they were at the back of the pack. Oh, and then we fade out. Zoom in on that car, guys. You can see some of the battle scars on the track earlier when that one Porsche went through and ended up out there in no man's land past turns 1 and 2. Clearly hard on the brakes.
And he came back from it.
Got going
real
again,
quick,
which was very surprising to me. But now William Hubble is in the catbird seat. Oh, and the trophies are going out to their trophy location. My goodness, the trophies are so gorgeous and beautiful.
Those are some good-looking trophies, guys.
How about this? The Sunset 500 drama late in the race. Just under 45 minutes to go. The trophies are going out to the trophy location. We're getting ready to hand out trophies as the checkered flag will be falling inside 45 minutes. How about the excitement late in the race? The battle between the prototypes, only to have one fall out.
And it's such a shame, so close to the end. This car was started in first place, went down into third, brought it back, and to be so far along in the race.
Battled all the way back. Still some great battling in MP1B as well. Of course, the prototypes, and William Hubbard still has to bring it home. The race isn't over just because your closest competition has fallen out or had a problem. They want to take home the hardware, so they're going to be pushing hard, while at the same time making sure the car makes it to the end. It's that time of the race where the driver starts to hear every problem, every issue, every creak in the car. The driver is going to think there's a problem. And Elizabeth, we have green back on the racetrack.
It's do or die time for these guys.
It really is. It really is. That was nice. A little on-camera time.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see what that looks like. We are 3 hours, 21 minutes, and 25 seconds into this race. The Gorilla is very excited about loading the trophies out there to the trophy deck. Do you think it's the Gorilla or just Gorilla, or depending on the usage?
Well, I have to tell you, it's pretty funny. Earlier, I told my husband, when you get to the parking,
Yes.
say you're with Gorilla. He says, "What's a gorilla?" And I sent him a photo of Gorilla.
There it is. Did you say you're with the Gorilla or Gorilla?
I think I said
The Gorilla.
The
See, he
Gorilla.
confirmed it. It's the Gorilla.
it's
With the
confirmed,
gorilla.
people. It's
With the
confirmed.
gorilla. He's the Gorilla. He's not just Gorilla. He's the Gorilla.
Gorilla.
I'm glad I got it right. All right, everybody, we have got ourselves a great race shaping up, and it's good to see there's a party going on here, Elizabeth. There's a lot of people out there partaking in all kinds of fun in the paddock area, up there in the VIP, out there in the pit, and the party is going on. This is Saturday night in Miami, FARA Sunset 500. A lot of happy people, but just over half hour to go. Some of these teams are going to make it to the ultimate ecstasy, the winner's circle at Homestead-Miami Speedway. William Hubbard, Hubble Racing, and the Hubble Bubbles are all going wild as he is trying to bring this race home in FARA Prototype 1. In MP1A, quietly, Sergio Lagana, the number 31. A very workmanlike close race, found himself now in second place overall. Renaud Mariotti is third with Robert Haub. The category for that car not indicated on our timing and scoring, but the battle that I am still looking for is the 777, Guillermo Fernandez and Eric Johnson and Ernie Francis Jr. in the number 30. So the 777 and the 30. Where are they on the track? How close are they? Can we find them? That is the question. MP2A, being led by Warren Cooper and Shane Lewis. MP3A, Brian Caseta, the 721, has a bit of a lead. And our man in the paddock, Gorilla, is back in the broadcast booth. What did you learn out there?
Well, I'm still trying to figure out what happened to Lawrence Loshak. It looked like he ran out of gas, but I think he had actually a motor problem.
That's interesting you say that. We were noticing that there were no lights on the car. And if the electrical system was still working, even if the engine wasn't running, there would have still been a light on.
So possibly an electrical issue, and the car goes kablooey.
Just off. That's my working theory.
And what we were talking, I heard you guys talking about it while I was out and about carrying trophies, doing all the gazillion other things I do around this place. But what I noticed was, like you said, there's still some race to go. William Hubble may be up there, and it can be easily assumed that he's going to win, but it's an endurance race. You never know what's going to happen. This is the ultimate suspense movie.
Absolutely. Well, we thought that Lawrence Loshak and those guys were definitely going to be able to, especially when those cautions came out, to gain the ground. They had a technical issue. Well, William Hubble's leading this race, but if you're Sergio Lagana in the 31 and you've been just putting in this workmanlike effort, leading your class in the 1A modified production category, this race is within your reach.
It really is. It really is. You never know what can happen. There's still a good half hour left in the race. You don't know what can happen. Now, William Hubble does have a solid built race car underneath him, and it can take him all the way to the end. This car has proven it not once, not twice, but several times that it can hang with the big boys and it can win. So,
Well, as a Corvette Daytona prototype designed to run the Rolex 24, and as a spec car from a couple of years ago, that spec, there are literally thousands and thousands of hours of work put in to make sure every part and piece on that car can go 24 hours,
exactly,
let alone 4 hours. That having been said, oh, the racing gods, they are fickle.
They are very fickle. Like I said, you never know what's going to happen. An MP1 car can win out of nowhere. An MP4 car can win out of nowhere. You never know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going on the production side, but they are dancing over there.
Well, didn't you see that awesome camera shot coming down the front stretch, staying with the 777?
That was great.
That was dramatic
That's
stuff
because
right
we've
there.
got great people doing great things.
Absolutely. I think the FARA TV Sunset 500 broadcast team is going to be nominated for some sort of Emmy.
I think we're going to get the live stream Emmy for sports.
Yeah.
Why
The
not?
Emmy-
Thomas, put us in for it.
I like it. Emmy Live Stream Sports 2017.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Well deserved.
Does that category even exist?
I don't know, but if it doesn't, I'm buying us Emmys anyway.
Let's make it. Let's make the category.
Hence, I said buying. So, in case it doesn't exist, we'll have them anyway.
This is Miami, man. It's okay.
Oh, the Janetta going off
and
off-roading a little
and
bit.
kept the hammer down.
Yeah.
That's guts. Like, there's no point. Once you're off, keep it pointed in the right direction.
And pray.
Keep the hammer down.
Car number 777 still moving ahead, doing its thing, moving like it's nobody's business. Like I said, it was here testing for the past few weeks, making sure they were getting ready for the Sunset 500.
Now, we're trying to locate the gap between he and second in category in Modified Production 1B, Eric Johnson and Ernie Francis, the number 30.
Well, the number 30 car, hopefully our production team will be able to find it in the darkness.
Well, that would be the challenges from the 777 back to the 30. How close are they? Maybe if we stay like right in here and wait for the 30 to come by, we'll have an idea of how close that battle is.
We'll see. I know that they're...
Maybe it's not close at all.
Maybe not. But you got to love the fact that Ernie Francis Jr. and Eric Johnson have done an amazing job. They also had a small communication error today, but that didn't hold them down. They are still out there clicking out the laps and doing an amazing job.
I don't know if you know, 777 has not taken this penalty. And this is a 2-minute penalty for one for all these starting race. So Junior is theoretically in front. Just so you know, he needs to come in. Race control is already talking about it. He needs to take his 2-minute penalty, and it hasn't done it. He ran the whole race without coming in. While Junior was trying to chase him down, burning tires.
Wow.
Just letting you know something that we heard. I went to the race director. Says, yeah, we'll try to get him in to do that.
But in the end, though, if he does not come in and just takes the checker, he'll get it. All right, we've located the 30, the Porsche 30. The guys did a good job as one of our, oh, there it is. Prototype getting going again. And here we are. I look like the number 30. We'll get a good shot right here. There you go. So the question is, how far back? That's Eric Johnson. Ernie Francis started out first in the car. Let's try to look on track while we stay with this car. Try to look in the background and see that green at 777 and get a good idea of where the 777 is on track. I'm sure there will be an opportunity, one way or another. Well, we've got some pit road activity, a little running going on.
Well, they might try to get him back out there.
The Janetta, it appears to be. Lawrence Loshak, maybe they had a problem, found the problem, and are going to try to get back out on the racetrack and salvage some kind of finish. They might not contend for the victory, but
It looks like they moved down to 10th place, but there's still a little less than a half an hour to cover some of that ground.
27 minutes remaining. 27 minutes remaining. Have you seen it? What a Saturday night it has been, FARA TV. The FARA Sunset 500 Homestead-Miami Speedway. Don't forget, December 8th, FARA TV, Miami, 12 hours. And in 2018, I know it seems like a long way off, but it's not. The Miami 500 and all kinds of great events coming up on FARA TV. All you teams, be sure to get involved. Sponsor a broadcast. All right, the number 30 going up on the NASCAR backstretch. See if we can get a whiff of where the 777 is. Maybe the broadcast guys can go forward now on track and find the 777.
Yeah, I can hear Thomas now over there in the production area saying, "Find 777."
I'm asking for too much.
No, you're doing good. You're doing good. You're hired.
Well, these guys are great, and so you know what it is. You got to load the engine. You got to load the engine. You got to ask for stuff.
You got to
make it happen.
Absolutely.
You know, we got the 30 going around. We need to find the 777. The 777 is somewhere. There's the 777. So we just got to find the 30
going
now.
Into that's turn number 6 right there. So if we stay here, we can see how far away 30 is.
Like if we just stayed on that shot. And watch for that 30 to come by.
Watch for the 30. Let's see where the 30 comes by.
Just to see if we have a race going on or what. So a sizable gap.
A sizable gap indeed.
Yeah.
The 30 for sure, not in striking distance right now.
Not with 25 minutes to go, which is exactly what we're at.
Unless, of course.
Well, some sort of technical malfunction problem issue. Well, that changes everything.
Or you get those full course cautions to bunch everybody up.
Yeah. And it's possible we're not finished having cautions just yet.
You never know. I mean, these races are completely unpredictable.
Such a good-looking car.
It is a great-looking car. I mean, the Gambler. And it is an awesome car. Great artwork on it. And again, it looks beautiful on the track.
Reminiscent of one of the cars I see out at the drag races that I cover on a regular basis. Car is a pro modified car called Blown Money. You get the metaphor. And when they were painting the car, and I noticed that they went to the artist and they talked about how much it would be to airbrush these really cool, intricate, realistic appearing $100 bills. And the artists, well, that'd be a couple of hours of work at X amount of rate. And they said, well, that's more than a $100 bill. So they just took real $100 bills and clear-coated them into the paint of the car. And there was about $2,000 of real $100 bills all over the car, clear-coated into the paint, because number one, it's super cool, and number two, it was actually would have been cheaper than the actual paintwork to paint a $100 bill.
You know, I don't think I would have wasted $2,000 that way.
It's not waste. These are race cars. It's
It
part,
is,
a very
but you're
important
gonna
part of the
really,
car. Is how
you're
it
going to
looks.
put in real $100 bills.
That's racing.
That is racing.
Yeah.
I mean, it is. You are absolutely right. I mean, race car drivers do some really weird things
Drag
sometimes.
racers might be a little crazy every now and again. Like that might be an extreme example. You can find it on the internet. Blown money. But yes. But they had the story. They priced it out. It was cheaper. So, actually, economically efficient.
Yeah, I mean, economically it worked out for them. However, you know, clear coat, real $100 bills. I mean, isn't there a law against that maybe somewhere?
Well, you're not supposed to deface money. This is the opposite. This is highlighting it.
Well, no, this would actually be preserving it. There you go.
You know, somewhere down the road, there's going to be a kid with an X-Acto knife.
Cutting them out,
cutting them out.
I need this. I need to buy shoes. Oh, my goodness. Car number 77 up there on NASCAR 3 and 4 right now. He's taking a midline to low line. He hasn't really picked which one he wants. Now, the fast line on there is all the way at the top. The closer you stay to the wall, the faster the car is going to go because you have less air resistance. Ah, a little bit of science.
Intriguing.
You see?
Please explain the theory behind that.
Well, what happens is the airflow around the car, when it's closer to the wall, there is less air rushing on that side of the car, hence less drag on the car the closer you are to the wall. However, if you sneeze, you're going to hit the wall.
Wow, this guy's like Gorilla the Science Guy.
You know what? That's my new name.
You should patent that.
Instead of Bill Nye, it's Gorilla the Science Guy. That's going to be the new name. Forget Surf on the Radio or the Gorilla. No. The Gorilla the Science Guy.
The Science Guy. Hey, that's why I'm here. I come up with the nicknames.
You come up with the nicknames.
Not really.
Still following car number 777 as he's catching up to the Janetta car number 53.
You know, I want to give a shout out to Felipe Yaramil, who is 22nd overall, and Rodrigo Ospina. MP4A category class leaders. They've been doing a great job bombing around out there, clicking off laps. Also, Juan Paulino and Rafael Rosario, MP4C, 26th overall, leading class. And those guys, when they showed up to the track, they had a goal. They wanted to win. Their goal was just as important as anybody else out there. They're battling the traffic just the same. They're leading their class. Way to go.
And that's what it's about. That's what I was talking about 4 hours ago. You don't have to come in first overall. You just have to come in. And that's the trick with an endurance race. You've got to make it to the end because everything that comes before it counts for nothing if you don't make it to the end.
This sounds exactly like that half marathon I was telling you about earlier.
Really? That's right. Yeah, I'm never going to do it, though. I'm telling you. Just
zero chance.
Well, unless they put me like on a bicycle.
Well, see, that would be better. I can't help but think about my skeleton and the smashing of it as you like run, you know, smash, smash, smash. It feels like it would be bad for all my joints. So I will, watch or bicycle, elliptical, something like low.
There we go.
Low
You'll
impact.
run it, Liz, and we'll ride bicycle next to you.
Golf cart.
Deal.
Golf cart.
Much better.
Martinis for 13 miles.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about.
I'm in.
That way you guys are waiting there with mine at the finish line.
Well, it'll be nice and cold, shaken, not stirred, ready for you the moment you cross because we'll be right next to you.
I like it.
My kind of drink.
So instead of walking off into the sunset, no. You just hop in the back and here goes your martini. Off we go.
Deal.
There it is. We have to figure out, we have to find the next one of these things and try that to see if they'll let us do it.
They will not let us do it, and the other runners will want to kill us, just so you know. I mean, I've been to enough of those things to know that those people take it very seriously, and they don't want the gorilla and Joe cruising next to them in a golf cart.
Joe and the Gorilla. It's a new sitcom.
I love it.
And you guys can announce the whole thing.
Oh, gosh. Come on. We've been doing this for 4 hours. I don't know how any of us have a voice left.
Clip, clop, clip, clop.
It's a beautiful thing. We're still following 777 as he comes down that mid-straight, headed toward the hairpin, which is Been a little bit of a trouble for some, getting squirrely for others, but car number 77 sticking it to the ground, doing a great job here at Homestead-Miami Speedway.
Let's see if we can get a little camera time for the number 31 of Sergio Lagana and Marcelo. See if the number 31 can be found on track. Guys in the truck who are making it all happen in the production studio, if possible, if possible.
I have full faith and confidence.
These guys have been up front all day, and they're leading their class in MP1A and a one broken part away from winning the whole event. It depends on William Hubble, and if he can get back around. We do have a car on pit road.
That car's actually been there for a little while.
Just camped out.
Yeah, he's camping. Just kind of hanging.
And Gorilla, last year, who took the #1 spot for the Enduro race?
In the Sunset?
Yes.
Or in the Enduros overall?
Enduros overall.
That was, last year was William Hubble. Actually, no, I'm wrong. It was not William Hubble. It was the Janetta team.
Uh-huh.
Janetta took first overall in the championship. William Hubble came in second.
Who won MP4C last year?
Overall?
I'm kidding. I'm just kidding.
I could tell you.
You really? You got it?
Overall?
You keep that right here on the
Juan
top?
Paulino.
Wow. That is very impressive.
Any other questions?
No.
Liz is looking there like,
I was
I'm
looking
gonna
to
find
see
another
where's
category. Yeah.
Juan Paulino at on the track today.
He's out there. Looking at his car. He's in the little Honda Civic.
Let's see if we can catch up with that number 31, guys. He's leading MP1A.
They're going wide to find him.
Yeah, they're going wide to find him. I like this new power that we found. We can, talk to the guys and request.
Hey, this is, that was a cool shot. Oh, 31, there he is.
There he is.
The ghost.
Good-looking little hot rod out there.
Oh, yeah,
and clicking off laps and been up front all day and deserves a little bit of love right now.
He does.
Here in the final 20 minutes, the final 15 minutes.
Now, of course, Lamborghini well represented here, doing a great job, clicking away laps as he goes into turn number 2. And that car, when it came in a little while ago.
Ooh, look at that.
Oh,
yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. The light show at night is something you don't see every day, and you don't see it in any other sport except road racing.
No, you do not. You do not. And you don't want to touch that. Very hot.
It is extremely hot. I wouldn't even want to get near it.
How do you say that in Espanol?
Está muy caliente y no lo quiero tocar.
Such a good-looking car, though. The Lamborghinis. There is a thing that some people feel about Lamborghini, that it is the car that is purchased by people in the entertainment industry, athletes. They want to show up in a Lamborghini. And that maybe Lamborghini doesn't quite have the road course racing chops of the Ferraris out there. And, of course, the story about how Lamborghini had gone to Ferrari and wanted to build a car. Ferrari said no. Lamborghini, of course, in heavy equipment, and said, all right, you're not going to build me a car. I will build my own car, thus becoming Lamborghini.
Yep.
Showing some road course chops right now.
Lamborghini, of course, does have some serious road course chops. Been underestimated by the Ferrari lovers, of course, for very many, many years. But aerodynamically, it's a beautiful car. It's got great lines, a lot of power. And let's be very honest about it. Sometimes there are cars that you want to see on the track, and other times you don't want to see them on the track. Because if they get hurt, it hurts your soul. Lamborghini is one of those. Bentley is another one that you'll see in touring car. You'll see them on road courses. And it hurts your soul when you see those types of cars in the wall. And it just, you never want to see that happen.
I experienced that heartbreak earlier today.
Yes.
You did. You did with your Audi.
I did.
There's right now there are YouTube videos of Ferrari on the street, just right-hand turn into a wall, something you don't normally see on camera, and just torn up. And we have to remember and pay tribute to Lamborghini, the star of the first 5 minutes of the great movie Cannonball Run.
You know, I was thinking the same thing.
What else? That was
the Lamborghini Countach, the 1986. Yep. My favorite absolute car in the world. If I could have one car of my dream, that would be it. But the fun part is, I want everything that came with it. I want it to be able to get washed and go from red to white. I want the beautiful girls sitting in it with the skin-tight spandex. I'm all about it.
Yes. Yes, there it is. And incidentally, that is a true story. The the sea to shining sea race that occurred. The women that were in that car, played by Brigitte Bardot, or that woman is a racing PR statistician scorekeeper named Judy Stropus. Her life, that story was taken by Brock Yates. She was in the first ever Cannonball Run, and they adapted it for the movie. And I've actually spoken with her about that moment. And it was just, they were not in a Lamborghini. They were in a different kind of car. Obviously, they tuned it up a little bit for the movie. But the person that did that is a real person. That was based after a real person, and many of the stories, including being pulled over by the New Jersey State Troopers, all real.
Wow. See, now you got to go out there, watch Cannonball Run, and check it out. A great Burt Reynolds flick.
Elizabeth, have you seen Cannonball Run?
I have not.
I kind of knew that was coming.
Of course.
Yeah.
Look, you've got to watch
What does
Cannonball.
that
Oh,
mean?
it's
That
going
means
3
we're-
wide up there on the bank right now. That was kind of cool.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
That's a cool shot.
About to be
go
4 wide.
4. Could it be 5 down the front straight? 777 is right on the heels of 31 right now.
And this whole conversation is brought to you by Sergio Lagana and his Lamborghini.
Yes, it is. Sergio Lagana and his Ghost Lamborghini have named it. I don't know what name they have for it, but I like to name cars, especially after Audi had Red Sonja, who was the surprise winner of the Le Mans a few years ago. The other 2 Audi cars had broken down. They had a brand new crew chief, a female engineer. She was in charge of Red Sonja, and Red Sonja was the one that made it to the finish and won, and she was actually the first female engineer to ever win the Le Mans.
Wow, very exciting. And Red Sonja, isn't that like Conan something?
That is Conan's girlfriend / wifey.
Conan, right.
There you go, another movie you need to watch there,
You ever
Liz.
see Conan? No.
I thought you were talking about the comedian that does the
No,
late
no,
night
not
show.
Conan O'Brien. Conan. Arnold
Oh,
Schwarzenegger.
yeah.
Get down. Get to the chopper. That guy.
Get out.
Yeah. You know, you got to watch those films. Those are classic films you have to watch. But Cannonball Run, if you are a part of motorsports,
you have to.
Cannonball Run is definitely one of those films that is just cult classic. You have to watch it. Actually, all the Cannonball Runs.
1 and 2.
Yeah, because Frank Sinatra does show up. So does Dean Martin.
Absolutely.
Frankie Davis, Sammy Davis Jr. Is in the film as well. Dom DeLuise. It is hilarious.
I'll be sure to catch up on that and have some more material for December 8th.
Well, it's really, I'm sure everybody out there has experienced the old, oh, you got to see this old movie that I used to watch experience. I know I did when I was a kid. But this is the real deal for cars, for the cars.
Right.
And the stars, the cars and the stars. Unbelievable cameo appearances by every big name star. And since we're talking about it, I just want to put my fingerprints on the fact that I have been saying for many years that we need to do a Cannonball Run Redux. New
Wow.
one, new stars. Let's get all the new stars. Let's get all the new cameos. Let's get all the new hot cars and just do another Sea to Shining Sea race.
They tried. It's called Fast and the Furious.
it's
Didn't work out so well.
No, they wove the crime angle into it, and it was not. I mean, don't get me wrong.
If they
it's a
just-
big success.
It is, but if they would have just done the race,
Just on the race.
man, that would have
Comedy.
been. But they got to bring in the comedy aspects to it.
Comedy. Stars, comedy, cool cars. What's wrong with
I mean,
that?
they had the
My kind of
Lotus.
movie.
Remember the Lotus that turned into a submarine? I mean,
Wasn't
really
that a
cool
Mitsubishi?
cars.
Jackie
Was it a
Chan was
Mitsubi-
in the movie,
Jackie
yeah.
Chan was it? Was it a Mitsubishi?
It was a Mitsubishi.
It was a Mitsubishi. There you go. The BMW
Now-
V12 was in it as well.
Now, guys, in all our conversation, we're down to 9 minutes
9 minutes
left
to
in
go.
our Enduro race.
9 minutes to go. William Hubble continues to lead. William Hubble, hearing every noise that car is going to make. Is he going to be able to bring it home? And Sergio Lagana and that team, the Ghost Lamborghini, really having to fight through heavy, heavy traffic at this moment. Third place, Renaud Mariotti and Robert Hobb. Third, Guillermo Fernandez and Eric Johnson, rounding out the top 5.
Is flying. We have 1 lap left to go in the Sunset 500. The white flag is flying right now, and that means 1 lap to go in the Sunset 500. Yes, sometimes That's just how it happens. You have to keep your eye on the flag stand. When that thing flies, you've got one lap. These guys are now going to hammer it down and either stick to what they've got or they're going to burn every ounce of fuel they got. Locking up the tires right there shows you dedication. These guys are not going to hold off until the end. And we are going to watch as William Hubble crosses the start-finish line in just a few moments.
What a race for William Hubble. Battling early with the Ginetta, keeping his head on straight, especially after being out there on the pit road in the paddock area, to be able to score a victory here, just tremendous.
And so satisfying it must be to come back from taking home second place in this race last year to taking that #1 spot.
Well, you know, it's always impressive when you get to this stage in the race right at the end, and it's one of those things that you never want to miss. We're trying to spot where William Hubble is right now through the camera crews and find out where that first place car is overall.
What happens after this? Do you go out?
The checker flag is flying. That means the race is officially over. I'm going to head out to the front and start catching cars. I'll catch you guys in just a little bit.
There he goes, the gorilla going out to meet the drivers. The checkered flag is in the air. William Hubble, the FARA Prototype 1 and overall winner. As soon as he crosses the stripe, which he has, the checkered flag in the air. There you have it. Crew celebrating out there at the start-finish line. Sergio Lagana, the winner in Modified Production 1A. Waiting on results for Modified Production 1B. Julio Martini in Modified Production 2A. And we will give you a full rundown of the complete results as the cars cross the checkered flag, and we are updated by timing and scoring. You see the Ginetta is out there finishing the race. Lawrence Loshak, Gar Robinson, they started the race. They wanted to finish it. They got that car back on track and got the job done. The checkered flag in the air, the Sunset 500 has concluded. Ladies and gentlemen of Homestead-Miami Speedway, how about that event? What a tremendous effort by the teams, the crews, the drivers. And now it's time to kick it outside to the gorilla, who will introduce our podium finishers.
Just kidding. You're here with us for just a little bit more while all these cars start to come back in from the track.
I was so excited.
We wanted
this is
gorilla.
it. We're going out to the gorilla. But no, we're here. Elizabeth, well, you just witnessed an endurance race, 4 hours, huge victory, just tremendous.
It's really impressive. 4 hours is a tremendous amount of time to be behind the wheel. And watching these crews jump into action the moment these cars come into the pit is so impressive.
We saw so much action on track and a great battle between William Hubble and the Ginetta of Gar Robinson and Lawrence Loshak. They battled, but really it was a mistake on track by the Ginetta team that gave the lead to William Hubble, and he never gave it back. They battled to try to get back in position, had a malfunction with their car, and ended up losing the race. Hubble ran a clean race, absolutely earned this victory.
It was clear that he wanted it. He showed up 110%. He owned that #1 spot and took it all the way to the finish line.
For those of you watching at home, I want to remind you the Miami 12 Hours coming up December 8th, FARA TV, sponsors, supporters, teams coming on board. Go to the website, sign up, get on board. There's more of this. The goal is to broadcast all of the Florida Championship races in 2018. We can only do it with your assistance. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, everything that is ongoing. Check us out at farausa.com. Look at the cars coming in on pit road. Those drivers, what a feeling of accomplishment. My goodness.
And this was really where the best energy of the entire day all comes to celebrate in one place. William Hubble, All the Hubble Bubbles will be up there on the podium. There will be champagne showers coming from all of the teams, I'm sure.
Well, that sounds like a great thing. I can't help but think that that's going to be a lot of fun.
It's always fun celebrating with champagne.
Yes. What a huge victory. Of course, you see the cars heading in.
I see Ernie Francis Jr. out there already sitting up on his car. You drink that water. You deserve it.
Oh, wow. So Ernie Francis Jr., there was a little discussion about what was going to happen. Perhaps there was a penalty that needed to be assessed to one of the cars, and there was a little bit of question. We're going to have to see whether it is the number 30 or the 777, but it looks like the 30 is out there, and so we will keep you updated, but most importantly, the Gorilla will be out there interviewing the winning drivers and the podiums after the Sunset 500. So the time that we're going to have to wait to find out and hear from each of these drivers. And if you just look out the window from our broadcast location, you can see these drivers in the winner's circle in victory lane. Absolute ecstasy. They have accomplished something major here at Homestead.
They really have. The 4 hours is no joke. Along with the sprint races, the qualifying races this morning, it has been near probably 14 hours. These guys and their teams have been pushing all day.
Absolutely. We are just moments from kicking it down to the victory lane celebration, where the Gorilla will take his position and speak with the drivers. Such a great time. Want to remind everybody, please bookmark FARAUSA.com, the Facebook page, FARA USA, on Twitter, on Instagram, on YouTube, and you'll be able to go back and watch this race coming up on their YouTube channel. And a big thanks to all our sponsors, whether it be MGM, Patriot Trust Lending, Formula Motorsports, Sunbelt Radiators Incorporated, Rick Motec, Anza Motorsports, Janetta USA, Hankook Tire, or Allied Car and Truck Rental. Just a tremendous event, FARA TV, and only going to get better from here as they continue to grow this series. Cars having just come off track, and the winner's circle celebration about to get kicked off. The trophies are out there, and everybody absolutely thrilled, if nothing else, to have competed, and some get to drink from the chalice of victory. We had many cautions during this race that I think set up an interesting flow. Of course, the communication error that was reported, we believe that happened under caution, and just a couple of cars stopping on the track, debris on track, no real big incidents. And I have to think that in the end, that is something to be thankful for, that most of the teams are going to go out of here with vehicles that are still intact and ready to go. Now on the live stream, you're getting a shot. William Hubble and the Hubble Bubbles down there in the winner's circle. Little man getting picked up. You see the Jake skull on the back. Of course, a Corvette Racing logo. Skull with the Corvette logo for the eyes. And look at that little man on his dad.
And if I heard correctly earlier, Surf said that this little guy just took home a little victory in his own
8 years old go-kart race.
Race of his own.
That is very cool, very cool. And those of you at home, you're thinking about getting involved in racing, one way or another, it is certainly a family sport, and the families that race together stay together for their entire lives because it is just such a fun experience and so great to stay together. Look at that winner's circle. And William looks tired. That was not easy.
Can you blame him?
I'm telling you, Will, you're holding up pretty well, but it looks like it was a rough experience out there in this heat, South Florida heat, in that Corvette Daytona prototype, and frankly, under pressure the entire race, clicking off those lap times.
When we spoke earlier, he shared that he really prepared for this, and it shows.
There is no feeling in the world like hoisting the trophy at the end of the race. One team in each category is going to run out of here as undefeated.
So, guys, we're actually going to be joining Gorilla outside.
Oh, yeah. My crew's coming out here with me because this is the way we get it done. I see you down there. Hey, guys, congratulations to all our drivers. Congratulations to all of you that have stuck around all the way to the end of the Sunset 500. It has been one heck of a race, and it has been one heck of a journey for William Hubble in the car number 230. We're going to have him up here in just a little while. I'm going to be joined in just a few moments by my broadcast colleagues. We're going to have Joe out here. We're going to have Liz out here, and we're going to do this together. Normally, I'm up here by myself, but this time it is special, and I definitely want my crew up here with me. You guys have no idea the production staff that has gone into doing the live stream for the Sunset 500, and it is so cool. We've got one of our cameramen right over here, and he has been working nonstop for the past 6 hours. He even had to drive all the way to Pembroke Pines to go pick up a piece of a battery so that he could operate that particular camera so we could bring this live stream to you guys. I'm going to have my crew showing up here in just a minute. The cameraman is awesome. I love that guy. We have another 6 cameras all the way around the track, and you've got to love it. The entire production crew, the unsung heroes, just like timing and scoring. You don't see them, but they are there, and they work their butts off to make sure everything goes off the right way. I'm just waiting for here just a moment for my broadcast colleagues to show up and join me up here on the podium. They should be here any minute now. I see Joe kind of running. There you go. Hi, Joe. Come this way. There you are. Everybody give it up for Joe.
Hey, like I won something, but I didn't.
You didn't, but that's
No.
okay. Liz,
These
you're
people
running the
did.
wrong way. Come over here. Once again, give it up for the beautiful Liz.
Who sung our national anthem.
Who sang the national anthem, by the way. She did a great job. I put her on the spot because, I'll be very honest, we had a small technical issue with pushing play. I don't know. It's a thing, right? These things happen.
Whatever. We
And
got
we-
winners.
And
Look
we
at
do
this.
it. Winners, look at this. This car number 230 surviving. We were almost counting him out because we thought Lawrence Loshak was going to make his way back to him, but something happened with that Janetta where he broke down something. He was sitting by the side of the road for a while, and then, well, really opening up for William Hubble to take the overall victory. The Hubble Bubbles joining us up on the podium. All the guys now are paying a lot of attention to what's going on up here.
Well, it's got to feel great to win. They were out there on the grid. Their driver went on and won the race. Now they're in the winner's circle. What is better than that?
Well, you know what's better than that? The fact that they're handing trophies to everybody. And Tico Almeida's making his way up here right now with the official results. Let's get right into it, shall we, my friends?
Let's do it.
All right, join me over here so that we're not in the way of all the fun drivers. And we're going to get started with Hi. I got Cruz over there waving at everybody. Where's Chris? Chris is here. Chris Green is right here. Our awesome photographers. Bam, bam. We've got our international crew from Brazil. I don't know where he's from, but I'm going to say you're French. No, Italian. You're from Canada. You're from Ohio. Kendall. Hialeah. Cubano.
Argentina.
This guy was born somewhere on the planet Earth. Vaya, there we go. I can't get that one wrong. I'm just saying.
Oh, you nailed it.
I
And so,
nailed
like
it.
the
Somewhere-
seventh or eighth try.
It's okay. You
Whatever.
keep trying until you win. You know, isn't that the whole thing?
It's Saturday night in Miami, and you know what I love looking at these teams? The exhaustion and exuberance after winning this race. Such a big deal, the effort that they made, the success that they had. I can't wait to meet them.
Well, you're going to get to meet him here in just a moment. Something we talked about earlier. Can there be one winner in a category and the rest of the category just didn't make it? Yes, just like this, an MP4C driving car number 133 in first place. Juan Paulino and Rafael Rosario. Clap thunderously.
Yeah, loud.
They've been driving for 4 hours nonstop. It's not easy. Drive to Disney World and don't stop to go to the bathroom. I dare you.
Here they come.
Here they come.
Here they come.
Yes, the boys, well done. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Mr. Paulino, well done. Go and accept your first place trophy. Ladies and gentlemen, that is MP4C.
How about that?
Pictures, pictures, pictures. Yay. All right, guys, we love you. Moving on to
Great job, great job.
MP4B. Here, we only have 2 people that made it to the end. We are talking about in second place, driving car number 2, Michael Monsalve. Here he comes. I see him running.
There's
And
Michael.
in first place, driving car number 21, Brian Horowitz. Don't come up
Hey.
together because the girls will get confused.
There's Michael.
I know. Go up. Dale. Congratulations.
Michael with the MR2, right?
Yep.
All right.
He's in the MR2. Ladies and gents, that is MP4B. A lot of hard work to get to this podium, and it's not easy or cheap. All right, moving on to MP4A. In third place, driving car number 471, Robert Tannen and Herbert Gomez Fittipaldi. Robert Tañón, because there's no ñ in the English keyboard. Yep. Herbert's coming up with his bottle of champagne, which
go.
means it's time to get out of the way. You're not getting me, brother. In second place, driving car number 27, Christian Morzan and Hernan Tortul. And in first place, driving car number 33, Rodrigo Ospina and Felipe Jaramillo.
Oh, boy. Look at that.
Yep, when I move, you move. Trust me. Congratulations to MP4A. Of course Gorilla ran away. What do you think? I'm stupid? Listen, you know how hard it was to get this hair right this morning? I don't have hair. A little bit. Moving on to MP3B in third place, driving car number 810, Alberto de las Casas and Ramses Carrazo. Part of the TLM crew. He's coming up all excited, like he's on The Price is Right. Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun. Congratulations. All right, moving on to MP3. Actually, we're in MP3B. Second place, driving car number 318, Patricio Franulik and John Branham. Come on. Where are they? Are they coming? They're bringing the entire family. The entire family's coming up. Come on, boys. The girls are waiting for you. And in first place, driving car number 67, Pedro Redondo Sr. and Pedro Redondo Jr.
Wow, huge win.
Huge win. They did a great job while they were in the sprint races, in the TLM BMW, and now during the Enduro. TLM, of course, knows how to put a car together.
Spoke with them in the pre-race. They had a plan. They executed the plan. They got the job done.
Yay! Congratulations. Well done. Moving on to MP2B. Actually, MP3A, sorry. In second place, driving car number 58, Cesar Lapointe. We've got Jose Rosunello and Oscar Velosa. A big team.
Yeah, that is a big team.
3 guys. Well done. And they come in size order. Small, medium, and not so husky. It's okay. I can make fun. I'm one of them. So what's wrong with you? Here. This shirt's a 2X. There wasn't a 2X for me to look like them. I had to wear this one. It happens. In first place, driving car number 721, Brian Casedas, Steven Casedas, and Juan Carlos Flores from Fleming Racing.
Look at these guys. Look at these guys. They're ready.
They come up with the family too.
Yeah, taking home the gold.
Or models or girlfriends? Whose girlfriends? Whose girlfriends? All right. Get with Brian.
No, he said it right.
Get
He
with
said
Steven.
both. He said both. He had it right.
Hold on.
That's what you
I'm
said.
going to make this happen. Yay. Espérate. Voltea la que la tienes al revés. Todavía. Espérate. Ahí. Their lomo saltado was not so saltado today. All right, kiss your drivers. Kiss your drivers. Mm.
Whoa. Hey,
Whoa. Okay. Welcome to racing. Have you not seen anything since 1968? Porque vaya, every single race, hay tremenda rubia. Mwah. Come on, brother. Congratulations, guys. Well done. Moving on, we are going to go to MP2B in first place. Here's another one of those that we talked about. The only one that made it all the way around. We're talking about Pedro Rodriguez and Alessio Zucchi as they walk gingerly this way. I'm not there yet. MP2. You're almost there. I got an MP1 driver down here going, hey, have you called MP1 yet? No, I'm not there yet. How long? Almost. Relax. He wants to hang out with the Hubble Bubbles. I know that's what it is. Congratulations. Well done. Well done. Manny, you coming up here? Manny's part of the team? You pinched hit. Manny Sanchez, the pinch hitter, going to join the team for the win. Congratulations, guys. Well done. You got him? Fantastic. Congratulations. Moving on to MP2A. We're almost there, MP1. All right? You guys okay? All right. I'm just saying. The guy está apurado. MP2A in third place, driving car number 50, Julio Martini. Ezio, oh boy. Help me out here, guys. Ezio who? No, not Zuki, the guy above here. Ezio J. That's a good one. I bet you it's Brazilian, so I need Alini Cipriani to help me out with this because she loves giving me these drivers. Huh? Who turn around? Them turn around. Okay. All right. Moving on to second place, driving car number 08. Driving the Patriot Trust Lending BMW, Michael Camus and Randy Mueller. I saw Michael walking around somewhere, so he's around here. I'm not going there. Now, have you seen the size of his biceps? Hey, where are you guys going? Hey, Yoo-hoo. Hey, where are you going? Hey, obrigado. Ciao. ¿Cómo estai? Over here, over there. Stay with the pretty girls. They're like, we want to drink caipirinhas already. I got it, bro. I got you. Well, I don't see these guys coming up. So, in first place, driving car number 72, Warren Cooper, and the man who rode a camel to victory lane, Shane Lewis, because that's the most important thing about him. It's Shane Lewis.
Aw.
That's the sweatiest
That's love
hug
right there.
I've ever had in my life. Anyway, I'll be fine. Get cute. All right. Stand there with the pretty girls. Pretty picture. Shane, I don't have camels, but, you know, you got a Porsche. Oh, Shane wants a picture with the girls by himself. By the way, Shane Lewis, the unofficial son of Elvis Presley. He is available for autographs and pictures with the sideburns. See you next week. I'll see you tomorrow. All right. I love my job. Moving on to MP1B. B, boys, B, not yet. Driving car number 60 in third place, Sebastian Carrazo and Brian Ortiz. I'm so used to saying Brian Horowitz. It's Brian Ortiz. No, Miata is definitely not in this class. Unless they've got some supercharged turbo and it doesn't weigh a pound. Well, it's already a pretty light car, right? Yeah. In second place, driving car number 30, the team of Eric Johnson and Ernie Francis Jr. Clap thunderously. They worked very hard. I see shadows, which means they're walking. There's Ernie Francis Jr., and there is Mr. Eric Johnson.
There they are.
And in first place, from MGM. Okay, I wasn't sure, but now you told me. From MGM, driving car number 777, otherwise now known and forever be known as the Gambler, because I've named your car, so deal with it. He's there like, just call my name and get me up there. I'm talking about Guillermo Fernandez and Frank Sila. I'm almost there.
That's what I'm.
Actually, you know what? We'll do these three together. We'll do the FP ones together. Okay? I'll do third, you'll do second, you'll do first. Actually, third, second, first. We'll give you first. Okay. All right. Moving on to MP1A. This is you guys, okay? All right. Just, the running jokes. You got to love them. In second place, driving car number 7, Adalberto Batista and Marcelo Franco. MP1A. I said it. Who? No, they've won before. Yep, here they come. Ponte el traje porque esas pechugas aquí arriba no pueden subir. Vaya. And in first place, driving car number 31, otherwise known as the Ghost. I named your car the Ghost. Sergio Lagana, Marcelo Santana, and William Freire. Congratulations. From Brazil, caipirinhas for everybody. On them. The kids are clapping like, yay! You have no idea what those things are. And you don't want them yet. Mom can have them. Caipirinhas for you. And me. Get together over there. All the pretty girls. Don't hang out with me. I'm not that pretty.
I'm so cute.
Oh, they want the pretty picture.
Hey, the second place in Formula.
Congratulations, guys. So caipirinhas at your tent then, right? Yeah. Yes. So there you go, guys. Huh? Oh, dopamina. That's what we're having. I don't know what that is. Like Red Bull. Where were you guys when I was dying a little while ago? I'm there banging my head trying to, come on. Anyway, FP2 in first place, driving car number 89. Reynald Moriotti and Robert Hobb. There you go. Congratulations.
What is his Robinson's first name?
Gar. Well, I'll do third place.
Oh.
You're going to do first. You'll do William.
He's doing third.
Okay. Oh, you want to do that?
Third, second, first.
Okay. If that's your call, you want to do that?
Yeah, why not? Do it. Congratulations, the pride of Italy. From Forza Italia. This guy's not Italian at all, but that's all right. German. It's a German-Italian team. Why not? Right? Cool. And we're going to get down to FP1. Yeah. In third place, Lawrence Loshak and Gar Robinson. Come on, boys. Get up here. Come on. From Ranch Racing, Robertson Ranch Racing, Pura Vida Tequila. And from Pennzoil Racing, Lawrence Loshak.
Great comeback, great comeback.
Don't look at me, man. Go over there and get your third place.
And in second place, in FP1, Diego Cuestas and Roberto Dal Pont.
Yay! Congratulations. Second place.
Second place. Are they even with us? Diego, Roberto, where are you? Come on up.
Maybe going once, going twice. Sold to me. Haha. No. But now we do first place.
And in first place, driving car 230, Mr. William Hubble and Dennis Trebbing. Congratulations.
Thank you. Well done.
Congrats.
Thank you. Well done. I'm going to get out the way because here comes champagne. La, 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 la. Yeah, ain't getting wet. You guys are doing a kick-ass job. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you, thank you.
Somebody's car's going to Le Mans, right? Going large. Gotta go to Le Mans.
That's the next one. See, if it was tequila, Gar was all about it. Oh, there's a second. I surrender. I surrender. You gotta love it.
That means, hey,
well
you did a
done,
great
guys.
job.
Don't drink that. No, 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 no.
I want to bring the team up with a will.
All right, now for the overalls, the big trophies. How you guys doing? All right, all right. Psst. It's okay. You can come back now. He ran out of champagne. You still got one more trophy to give out, so come on. Come on, Pumpernickel. Get on out here. Let's go. Come on. We're not done. The girls are looking at me like, huh? Yeah. Overall, big trophies. Time for that right now. In third place overall, driving car number 89, Renaud Moriotti and Robert Hobb.
Great job, guys.
In second place, driving car number 31, the Ghost, Sergio Lagana, Marcelo Santana, and William Freire. Come on, boys. Here they come. The men in orange, Dopamina Racing Team. I got it right this time. And in first place, driving car number 230, returning champion, I am talking about Mr. William Hubble and Dennis Trebbing.
You gotta put your thumb over the top of it. You gotta hold the pressure in. Now shake it. Now shake it. No. He's dying. He's been dying coming and running.
Smelling champagne.
I know, right? It's terrible.
Thank you.
Good luck, guys. Hey.
Hey, come here. That's all right. That's all right. You got me. You're the only one. It took you a couple of years, but you did it. Ladies and gents, that's it for tonight. Thank you so much for coming out. We're going to do it again tomorrow. Sprint races right here. Hold on to your tickets. Don't forget the next big broadcast is going to be the 12 Hours of Miami. We have more racing action to come tomorrow right here at Homestead-Miami Speedway. Thank you so much for coming out. Thank you to my broadcast team for an amazing job. Liz, Joe, the Thomas, everybody, Lottie Dottie, my camera crew, everybody, sound engineers, well done. Thank you so much. We will see you guys next time. Till then, I'm the Gorilla. See ya.